Good morning. I'd like to get the meeting started. We have one item on the agenda this morning. That's the labor update. Jennifer Shembry.
Good morning, Jennifer Shembry, Deputy Director of Employee Relations. We've received 2 proposals from the Association of Building Mechanical and Electrical Inspectors in the last week, and those are in front of you this morning, and that concludes our presentation.
Thank you. We have no requests to speak. We're going to adjourn into closed session. We'll be back here at 1:30.
Check 1 2. Check test 1 2.
Good afternoon. I'd like to call the San Jose City Council meeting to order for November 5th, 2013. As always, we'll start our meeting with invocation. Councilor KHAMIS will introduce our invocator.
Our invocator is Brad Abley from South Hills Community Church. If you can come down, please. South Hills Community Church has been active in serving the citizens of San Jose since 1969. They are committed to supporting the police. Recent projects include completing a complete makeover of the station lunchroom and the chaplain's office, beautification of Jeffrey Fontana Park near the memorial. They have also provided teacher supplies and care packages to the Almaden Elementary Schools, as well as landscaping and other improvements. Their ESL classes are very well attended. They provide groceries to over 350 people every month through their food closet. Pastor Abley grew up in Mountain View and graduated with a Bachelor of Arts in Economics from San Jose State University in 1983 and a Master's of Divinity from Regent University in 1992. He has pastored churches in Campbell, California, San Jose, Daly City, Albany, New York, and in starting his 5th year as senior teaching pastor at South Hills Community Church. He's been married to his best friend and ministry partner, Maureen, since 1983. Besides biblical studies, theology, church history, and spiritual leadership, his other interests are English and American history, public policy, politics and current events, and baseball, basketball, and football. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much, Mayor Reed and council members. Thank you for all that you do for our city. Really appreciate you, and I'm saying that on behalf of our church as well. We pray for you and care about what you do and care for you as well. Would you all please join me in prayer? Heavenly Father, I want to thank you for the opportunity to serve these men and women behind me who serve our city by simply praying with them and for them. And Father, despite our best efforts, we cannot solve all of our problems or even bring about all the improvements that we need to or would like to. But I know that you are at work on our behalf to bless this city that you love. And so today we ask great things of you. Just as Jeremiah wrote in Jeremiah 32, "Ah, Lord God, thou hast made the heavens and the earth by thine great power, and nothing is too difficult for you." Father, we ask that you would cleanse our city from crime and corruption. We ask that you would turn the hearts of those who would do evil to do what is right in your sight. We ask that you would help us to slow our frenetic pace down in our valley to serve one another from the heart. Father, I thank you for each councilman and councilwoman and Mayor Reed as well, and bless them with your peace. I ask you to bless them with your wisdom, with your creativity, with your protection from the evil one. Father, would you go before them and facilitate the details of all that is on their plate and show them in tangible ways that you are answering this prayer and so many other prayers that are prayed for them daily. Would you give them joy in what they do? Would you daily remind them that you have given them a call, a purpose, and a destiny to change and improve the lives of one of the key cities in our nation. And so, Lord, I bless them and the city of San Jose in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you. We'll now do the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First item of business are the orders of the day. Any changes to the printed agenda that we need to take up? I have one change in order. We will go back into closed session, so we didn't finish the closed session agenda. We're going to do that before we take up the consent calendar. Any other thing under orders of the day? Motion is to approve orders of the day. On the motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. As noted in the orders of the day, we're going to adjourn this meeting in memory of Philip Ringenberg, who was a city employee until, has been a city employee. Suzanne Wolf, Deputy Director of Recreation and Community Services at PRNS, will have more to say about that.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, for adjourning this meeting in memory of Philip J. Ringenberg, a city employee since 1996. Phil had the opportunity to work with the largest events in San Jose that left lifetime memories for all of us in the San Jose community. It was Phil's attributes, with his warm smile and caring demeanor, that endeared him to those he worked with. He'll be remembered also for his community leadership as president of the Downtown Kiwanis and as president of Christmas in the Park. Phil's services are this Saturday, November 9th, at Presentation High School, where he also worked earlier in his career, and all are invited to attend. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go back into closed session, I do have one report from action taken this morning in closed session. The City Council appointed Ed Chicada as the new city manager when Deb Fagoni ends her term on December 20th. The vote was 8-3 with Councilmembers Campos, KALRA, Campos, and Rocha voting no. With that, we are going back into closed session. We have no ceremonial items, but I do want to give Ed Chicada a chance to say something if he would like to at this time. Ed, congratulations and thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Just take a moment, perhaps, and it's a little out of character. I think typically, as you have appointed department heads, they've gone down to the lectern. That said, I appreciate staying here since it gives me the opportunity to face my colleagues and really reflect the fact that we are really all in partnership together in doing the good work for the city and for our people. I would like to express my deep appreciation to the council and look forward to working with the entire council in advancing your priorities. Really been overwhelmed by some of the congratulations, in particular, just in the brief time that the word has gotten out on this decision, that the expressions of support for the stabilization and stability that this provides to our organization has really been heartfelt. So I really just wanted you to know that that's the way that your action has been perceived, and really appreciate that on behalf of the organization. I may test that perception, as is the nature of leadership, but that said, nonetheless, greatly appreciate the expressions as well as the council's confidence moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Ed, for your willingness to serve. We're now going to go back into closed session. I'm guessing a half hour to an hour. We have a lot yet to do. So we'll be back when we get done in closed session. into open session, having completed the closed session agenda, quite lengthy agenda that it was. Just check with city attorney, see if there's any additional report out of closed session.
No, no additional report.
Thank you. We'll now take up the consent calendar. Any items council members would like to pull off the consent calendar for discussion?
Mayor.
Hear a voice. Councilor Chu.
Thank you. Like to pull 2.7 and 2.9.
Any others? Is there a motion on the balance?
Move.
There's a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar. I have no request to speak on the consent calendar. On that motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. That's approved. Item 2.7, Councilmember Chu. That is the ordinance on employee contributions, police and fire retirement plans.
Yes, I voted no for the federated employees, and I would just wanted to register another no vote for this. This one is particular to the police and fire, or federated as well.
This is police and fire. This
Right.
went through the retirement board without comment, so it's just coming back to you. So it would be both applicable to federated and now police and fire if adopted.
Okay, I just wanted to register a no vote.
All right, is there a motion? Second. We have a motion to approve 2.7 on the motion. All in favor? Opposed? One opposed. Councilmember Chu. Motion carries. 2.9, Councilmember Chu, actions related to State of California RFP for the joint purchase of the Agnews property.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I'd like to thank the staff for working very closely with the Santa Clara Unified School District, and also thank you, Mayor, for your leadership. And this is a property that we want a piece of it for a long time. I'm glad that it didn't turn out to be a state prison. But now we have an opportunity to work closely and jointly with the Santa Clara Unified School District to build a K-12 school, as well as giving the city an opportunity to build a 21-acre open space park, and with a lot of potential of a possible joint use agreement to have a library there, as well as a community center. As you, many of you may know, that the North San Jose neighborhood plan calls for 32,000 units of housing, and we don't really. So at this point, we don't have a school of any type. Most of the kids have to be bused to Don Callaghan School and in the Santa Clara Unified School District, or Orchard School down in the Orchard School District. And most of the high school and junior high school students also have to be bused very, very far to Santa Clara High School District. So this will be a great addition to the North San Jose, and I encourage my colleague to support the motion.
I'll take that as a motion to approve. We have a second on the motion. All in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Motion carries. That concludes the consent calendar. 3.1 would be next. Report of the city manager.
No report today, Mr. Mayor, members of the council.
Item 3.4, report on request for proposal for fuel and petroleum products. We have a motion to approve. On the motion, all in favor? Oops, I'm sorry, Councilmember Rocha.
Thank you, Mayor. I was trying to play catch up here. There was a question I had about there was a firm given local preference, or that local, I guess, that we assumed was the state of California, because it seemed as this was a Southern California city.
Let me ask Mark Giovanetti to come down and report for staff.
And I'll also grab the memo so I can be a little more clear.
Good afternoon, Council Member Mark Giovanetti from Finance Purchasing. If they were given local preference, they have an office located in the county of Santa Clara.
Okay. It was Western States, Golden Gate, and SC Fuels. And SC Fuels is in Orange County, I'm assuming, but they have a
That's
local
probably
office.
correct.
Okay, thank you.
Right, on that motion, all in favor? Opposed? Councilor Chu, did you have something? Wanted to speak before we take?
No, it's really regarding to the 2.9. I just want to officially add my thanks to the Santa Clara Unified school board members and their staff. Thank you.
Okay. On 3.4, we have a motion to approve the fuel and petroleum products report. On that motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Anybody else want to speak? Nope? Okay, I think we're done. Move to 4.1, an ordinance implementing 2013 California Building and Fire Code standards. I think we'll have a brief report from a couple of
Mr. Mayor?
staff members. Yes.
As staff's coming down for the next item, I'd just like to relinquish Councilmember CAMIS from the bet I had. All you have to say is Ram Pride. Okay, thank you.
Let the record reflect that he said it. It didn't get picked up on the microphones, but he did say it. Tried to weasel on it, but he said it. I heard it. Okay, Joe Harwardle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. The item before you is the regular adoption of the uniform building codes. It's actually a whole series of codes, but I'll refer to them as the building codes and fire codes. We do these on a 3-year cycle. These are adopted at the national level, and then at the state level, they go through and adopt those. San Jose, through this action, would be saying these are the building codes, fire codes, plumbing codes for our city, and would take effect in January of 2014. We are active in the creation of these codes at the national level and the state level, and as the council is well aware, we do pride ourselves in really working through issues so that we don't have San Jose versions of codes, and that historically we had hundreds of those local amendments, and we've over the years winnowed those down to things that are really unique to San Jose. Under the building code provisions, both at the national and state level, we are limited to the code amendments that we can do that are local adoption, that are related to the specifics of our community, related to geologic, geotechnical, natural hazard type issues. And so that is the focus that we, as we bring forward the code changes. And as you will see, we actually eliminated a number of provisions out of our codes this year, and we, as I said, do that on a regular basis. So we are recommending that the council approve the ordinances as brought forward by staff. These have been worked through with the development industry and with the surrounding cities so that we have consistency between ourselves and to help ourselves be competitive in this regional economy. Thank you.
Heard a motion to Councilmember LICCARDO to approve. I didn't get a second. I got a second. Okay, we have a motion. Staff, I just wanted to go back a little bit in history. I think it was in the early 1980s when we had the first of the efforts to bring uniformity to local codes with our toxic gas ordinance, I think, was one of the early ones where we tried to get uniformity around Silicon Valley. And so this tri-chapter uniform code program, whatever that is a good thing. That having uniformity of codes within the region is very helpful. We try to do that in lots of other areas, so I'm glad to see that we continue to stay engaged on that, because I think that's important for our community, our development community, as well as the rest of the community, that we're working together to try to have uniformity, and whether that's solar permitting or building permits or whatever, having uniformity helps, especially since we have to compete against our neighboring cities, and it's nice to at least not have to compete on building code and things like that. There's plenty of other differences that we have to worry about. I appreciate the work that staff puts into getting these codes to this point where we can be as close to uniform as possible. I have a couple of requests to speak on this. Take that now. Jim Reed and Anthony Turriello. I don't see Jim Reed here at the moment, so Anthony Turriello, come on down.
Mr. Mayor, Council, thank you for giving me the opportunity to stand before you right now. I know it's been a long day, so I'll keep it very brief. I am CEO and founder of SCUSD and developed the firefighter air system really in the 90s and brought into more of a national focus in the 2003, 2004, and going forward. San Jose was one of the first metropolitan cities, along with Sacramento, Phoenix, and San Francisco, to adopt a firefighter air system ordinance. Since that time, these systems have gone through the vetting process in state and national level. And at this point in time, the International Fire Code voted in October to include firefighter air systems in the 2015 International Fire Code. And that really is spurred on by the innovation that San Jose brought forward in 2004 when they made a local amendment. And as it goes now, in 2015, these firefighter air systems will be going into the Fire Code International, and metropolitan cities and others will be following suit, as San Jose did in 2004. This issue really is about firefighter safety and public safety. There's a lot of questions I've heard and concerns, and I'm really here for this opportunity to speak to you, to answer any questions or concerns you may have that I can be helpful with. And if there are any, please let me know.
Thank you. We'll come back to you if there are any questions.
Thank you, Mayor.
Jim Reed, not here. Okay. That concludes public testimony. We do have a motion to approve both the building and fire codes. On that motion, all in favor? Oh, you know what? I don't think the lights seem to be working. That was way too easy. Thank you, whoever broke the machine.
I have Councilmember Herrera, Councilmember Campos, KALRA, and Constant all on my
Okay,
list.
well, let's go to the old-fashioned hand wave, and I'll start on my right. Don?
No, I wish that had happened when he did Measure B, but it's convenient today.
Okay, I think Councilmember Herrera.
Thank you, Mayor. So I would like to ask the maker of the motion for a friendly amendment, but I have a feeling I'm not going to get it, to go ahead and include my memo that was signed by my colleagues on this item, signed by Javier Campos and Councilmember CAMIS and Chu, to maintain the firefighter air replenishment system.
I would be happy to take an altered version of that recommendation, and I'd be happy to describe at some length what that might be. But I would not accept the motion as written, the memorandum as written.
I'd be happy to listen to it, but before I make my substitute motion, go ahead.
What I would be open to, and I haven't had some conversation with Councilmember Consen, I'd be open to moving forward with the code as written and having staff come back and we can analyze the safety benefits of having this as an exclusive system and determining whether or not we want to incentivize that. That is, incentivize builders to include that in their buildings. What I am concerned about is, well, there are two major issues. One is I'm not an expert in safety. I defer to other people to be experts in fire safety. I think that people who are experts in fire safety are not politicians, but they're also not businesses that are sole source providers with proprietary patented systems and that seek monopoly protection through the creation of building codes. And our staff is not the only staff to have opined that this is a system that does not offer any additional safety to firefighters or the public than the reinforced elevator system. In fact, the fire marshal in San Francisco recently offered that opinion, in fact expressed the view that firefighters do not find, in their department, do not find that the air replenishment system is a very reliable system. And that's what was stated in the Chronicle recently. So for that reason, San Francisco opted to move to an ordinance that we currently possess, that is providing developers a choice between the two systems. Of the 14 cities that were surveyed by staff, only 2 cities actually mandate FARs and FARs only, and that's Phoenix and Sacramento. It seems to me that If the experts who create the California Fire Code believe this was critical or was an improvement in terms of safety, they would mandate it. If Chief Von Reisfeld, Chief McDonald, or a current chief felt this was an improvement in fire safety, they would mandate it. If we had similar opinion from a significant number of other cities, I think it would be very obvious to us. But we don't have that. What we have are opinions, for instance, from people like Ron Coleman, who sit on the board of this company. And that's what's cited on page 2. And so I'm concerned with any process in which we create a building code that creates monopoly opportunities for some companies to the detriment of other industries, unless we have a safety issue here. And if it is a safety issue, then there's no discussion. There's no discussion at all. I support it in a second. But it has become apparent to me after the research I've seen that there is not a safety advantage to this. And for that reason, we ought to keep it in the code as it exists now, which is to create an option.
Okay, so I'm going to make a substitute motion, and I think we just need to get it on the floor, and then we can debate it, because I respect my colleague's position, and I hope you respect, I know he does respect everybody's position up here, and then we just need to debate it. So I would like to move approval of this item with the changes and additional recommendations included in the memo co-signed by me, council members Campos, Chu, and CAMIS, and I'd like to speak to that motion if I can get a second.
All right, we have a substitute motion on the floor. Councilor Herrera.
So I see these systems as critical for our fire personnel. I do see it as a safety issue. And I think we have to do everything we can to ensure their safety. The firefighter air replenishment system is still the most efficient and dependable way to deliver air to firefighters. And what I don't understand is how an elevator can be compared to air. That's where I'm having a hard time here. The FAR system's not affected by power outage. If the power goes out, what happens with the elevators? And how do we get, how do we get air replenishment to our firefighters? My understanding is they got to go upstairs with canisters. So the idea of having a pipe there, a pipeline where they can get air and consistently know they can do that, I think is really important. We can see power outage potential if we have an earthquake. Now, my colleague, I respect him, I believe that he cares about safety. We haven't seen what a major earthquake's going to do, but we know what it's done in other places. We know power outages are likely. And I'm very concerned about what's going to happen when we have a power outage in a situation like this. I'm very sympathetic to the idea of not making this based on one company. And so whatever I need to do in this motion to make sure that that's not what I'm attempting to do here, I'd be happy to do that. I know that there's the ability for this kind of technology to be licensed by other companies, so there should not be, and I am not insinuating that this should be associated with one company. I know there's other companies out there that have elements of these systems. Mechanical Contractors Association of Las Vegas is one. Another one is Eaton Aeroquip. So we know that it isn't just one company, and that isn't what I'm certainly trying to suggest here. Also, you know, I think that whether we like it or not, politicians do have to make decisions on lots of different issues. And so we try to get the best information we can, and I think then we operate from our values and from what we feel is important, and for me, public safety is way at the top of that. We have heard from some other experts that support this, and that is the firefighters themselves. I believe the rank and file firefighters support this, and they're the ones that have to go in and actually face the prospect of not being able to hook up to air if the power goes out. So I'm basing this, supporting this strictly on public safety. And I also am very intrigued, though, by Councilmember LICCARDO's idea of incentives. And I'd be happy to include in my motion that the staff look into incentives to help building owners adopt this. So I think the incentive idea is great. I believe in that. I don't know that we have the money, where the money would come from, but certainly I'd be happy to support the idea of looking into incentives. So I would add that if the seconder would agree to that.
Are you suggesting to add incentives or to explore the opportunity for incentives?
Explore the opportunity of incentives.
We always explore opportunities for incentives for development, so that's fine.
Exactly. So
City Attorney had a comment on it.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on and I think it's both in the staff memo and the planning director, Joe Horvatal, alluded to it in his comments, and that is, and I just want to make sure it's clear what the fire code, state fire code is. With respect to buildings between 75 feet and 120 feet, you can require either the air replenishment system or an elevator. With respect to buildings over 120 feet, it is state law that you have to have a minimum of 2 elevators. To the extent you're adding on that, you need to make additional findings that there's something due to local climatic, geological, or topographical conditions that can affect the health and welfare of the citizenry that it requires the additional system. And so I just want to make sure it's clear that those findings need to be made.
Yeah, and I would add to my motion to have staff come back with that. We can have staff look into that. So
okay, so that would then come back with
those findings.
With those findings,
yeah.
And then for adoption.
Exactly.
Councilmember KALRA.
Thank you, Mayor. And you know, when this was first brought up under the developer in the downtown incentive program, at that time I felt it should have been bifurcated and dealt with separately as a safety issue, not as a incentive issue. And you know, there's clearly, you know, whether oftentimes we have technologies that we are trying to push forward, whether it be in the environmental services department, what have you, and sometimes there are just 1 or 2 or 3 companies that do that type of work. And although we prefer to have as many bids as possible in order for the bids to be competitive, the reality is that on some technologies, whether it's environmental, whether it's public safety, or what have you, there just aren't a whole lot of players in that game. It doesn't mean that they're not going to be into the future. This is not a code that's here just for 2013. This is a code going into the future as well. So there may be other companies, there may be new technologies where we have to revisit the code to see what other technologies are there. This comes down to safety, and it comes down to offering every opportunity, not just for our firefighters, but residents in these high rises to be safe. A secured elevator doesn't help residents that are trapped on the higher floors as firefighters are attempting to use the elevator to get close to them if they need oxygen. And there's one issue that really stands out to me on this issue that doesn't allow us to have a fair comparison with other departments because, you know, for example, in San Francisco, they have, I believe, over 1,700 firefighters and 44 stations in 47 or 49 square miles. We don't have that luxury. And so the reality is that we are instantly going to have less personnel that have the capacity to respond to situations. And so I was particularly, I took particular note in the memorandum of the discussion of the person power it takes in order to kind of haul up the tanks back and forth. That may not be as relevant in a department that has almost 2,000 firefighters, but it is relevant to a department that has less than 1,000 in a city that's 4 times larger, that has challenges in just keeping our stations staffed. And so even if there's an incident downtown, even if our downtown firefighters are trained on what to do to respond to high-rise fires, they may not have the backup as readily and as quickly as they'd like. And so we want them to stay there fighting the fires. And so I see this as an additional safety mechanism that's not prohibitive in terms of cost. I appreciate the folks that are concerned, whether it be the chamber or the developers, about the extra cost, but this is not an issue where we should be focusing on cost. We should be focusing on the safety and offering as much reasonable safety precautions as possible, given our limitations and given our unique geography in terms of being in the earthquake land and what have you, and our limitations in terms of staffing, which are unparalleled to any other department that may be facing the same issue as to whether they should have multiple or just one safety mechanism. So I think it's great if we have the elevator and we have this air replenishment system. I think it benefits the residents. I think it allows our firefighters the opportunity to have more than one option, especially when if they're dealing with a high-rise fire, and have the opportunity to replenish their oxygen. And one of the most intriguing aspects of the recommendation from my colleagues is item 3, which is the opportunity to have training, because that was also a concern when I was studying this issue as well. What's the point of putting these in if we're not getting our firefighters or other fire personnel professionals that are going to be first responders trained, then you're just putting these in and they're just going to sit there. And so if we have the opportunity to work with the contractor to have something installed in our fire training facility to better qualify our firefighters, and I think that allays some of my concerns in terms of having the practical benefit from a system like this. So I appreciate Councilor Herrera and other colleagues for putting this forward. I think at this time, let's maintain the language as it is, and hopefully we can get the opportunity to have our firefighters or the training facility add that component at little or no cost to us, so that we're purely just benefiting from the additional safety precautions that will be provided to our firefighters, as well as the residents that will be living in these high rises, especially in the upper floors.
I'm not going to support the motion on the floor. I've been through this conversation several times, all the way back, multiple chiefs back, when we first started talking about it. And I'm not going to support adding this requirement as an additional cost, something that only San Jose will require in the entire region, when it's untested, basically, and unproven and unnecessary. And I'd like to at least give the chief a chance to say what the chief thinks, because I know what Chief Moore thought about it, and what Chief Von Raysfeld thought about it, because it came out in the previous discussions, and I know what the fire chief of San Francisco thinks about it, because they have just taken it out of their requirements because they don't think it's necessary. So I'd like to give the Chief Torres a chance to say what he wants to on this.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. Ruben Torres, current fire chief. I need to take the opportunity first to just thank my staff. They've done a lot of work during this code cycle to really look at 3 goals that we had. And the first goal was to provide the highest level of safety for firefighters and the public. That was our first goal. It is always to provide the highest level of safety for the firefighters and the public. The second goal was to eliminate inconsistencies and redundancies between local and county and state requirements. And the third thing was to look at when we are being more restrictive, it should be reasonably necessary because of our local climate, geological or topographical conditions. So looking at it through that lens, we've said, are we being reasonable when we make things more restrictive in San Jose? I've shared with council during committees that the one thing that puts fires out, the one thing that provides for safety of the public is firefighters. They're the ones that put the fires out. They're the ones that do the work. And this is an auxiliary system. And the studies that I've looked at will say that in order to have an effective firefighting force in a high-rise building, you need to get lots of firefighters to the incident. So the more firefighters you have there, the sooner you front load a fire that's in a high-rise building, the more likely that you're going to actually be able to accomplish the things that we're trained to do. Fire protection systems like sprinklers and standpipes are things that also provide for us to be able to put the fire out. That's been proven in the memo by the council members. There's 3 fires that are quoted in there. And those 3 fires, as I've read the history of those fires, is because they didn't have sprinkler systems. If they actually had their sprinkler systems operating, the outcomes might have been a little bit different. But I think that over time we've gotten better at the codes and getting back to a place where our high-rise buildings now have multiple systems that are supporting not only protecting the public, getting them out of the buildings, holding the fire in check, and giving us an opportunity to get there and extinguish the fire if it gets beyond the sprinkler system. So I think the question in front of me was, and it's a very critical question for me, that I drove up this morning to San Francisco to talk to the San Francisco fire chief personally, to talk to her fire marshal, to talk to her deputy chief of operations, and I asked her the question. I said, you know, I'm a interim fire chief with 2 months on the job. You're going to have 10, she told me she's going to have 10 years in January. I said, this is about safety of our firefighters, and what do you say about that? And she said, you know, Ruben, this is actually a system that augments our operations. And we came into agreement on what it is that we're trying to accomplish. The reason why staff has recommended to have the either-or option is that I do not see this system as something that is the primary extinguishing. It's not going to put the fire out. It's not going to be the thing that we're going to use to rescue people. And what it is it's a system that logistically will help us, but we don't know. And we currently have 80 high-rise buildings in San Jose. 70 of those don't have this system. Our firefighters in San Jose train to the basics. We consider a high-rise building to be a 4-story or more building. So if it's 4 stories or higher, we go into high-rise operations. Most of those buildings are not going to have this system or an elevator. So what we train for is to use the stairwells, to use all the systems that are in place, and even with those systems in place, we train to the fact that they're probably not going to be operating. Because if there is a major incident, we're going to have system failures, we may have an earthquake, and we can't rely on those systems. So what we do is we train for the worst case scenario. We'll use those systems, we'll connect to them, but we bring bottles, we bring our air packs, we bring our tools, we bring our hose, and we bring a lot of firefighters to an incident. So staff continues to have that recommendation of the either-or option. We did not see it as a life safety issue. If that was the case, we would have put it at the top of our goal to say this is something we got to continue to have or change or mandate. So those are my comments on the issue of firefighter safety and this system.
Thank you, Chief. Councilmember Constant.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, first I want to say that having this discussion has been one of the most convoluted and confusing discussions that we've had in a long time. We've wrestled with this at the Public Safety Committee. And just to give a little context, as chair of the Public Safety Committee, I thought it was interesting when this came around the last time that when the memo came through with the changes, the memo and the presentation to the Community and Economic Development Committee talked about the FARS changes, but the same issue was heard by Public Safety Committee. It wasn't in the memo, and it wasn't discussed at the Public Safety Committee. And that was one of the things that I've spoke at length with the chief about it, and it irritated me then, but you know, we're here now, and we have a decision to make. You know, I've heard a lot of competing and contradictory information. And, you know, we've heard in some discussions that the air systems and the elevators are equivalent systems and redundant systems, and that they're equal and interchangeable. And that's the way the staff recommendation kind of treats them. I was wondering, Chief, if you'd be willing to discuss specifically that. I know we have a lot of systems that tend to be redundant, and that's for safety purposes. Where's the line between redundant and duplicative in relation to these two systems, in your opinion?
Well, I think from the premise where I would say that these two systems are similar is the question of where do you get your air bottles from, or how do you fill your air bottles? The system that is the air system that is currently an option allows you to fill air bottles in the building in a certain location. In our code, it's every 3 floors or above. And you continue to go up every 3 floors. For us, the fire department, we bring our bottles with us. So we fill them, we bring them full, and the question is, can we send them up an elevator and load up an elevator and get them to our staging location quicker? So I think that's the question about the similar use of what you're going to get out of either system. The flexibility, I think, that you get from an elevator, the difference is that you can actually send up your full bottles with your tools and equipment to the staging location. Even if we don't have a firefighter elevator in an older building that does have an elevator and we are able to recall it and recognize that it's working, we'll start to use that system. But for the most part, taking air bottles up, bringing in our own air bottles is probably the most logical system for us when it comes to filling our bottles. They come, we bring them, they're full. We know who filled them. We trust the equipment that we've used, and so we always bring our bottles with us.
So if you were fighting a high-rise fire, let's use our city hall. Everyone sitting up here works on the 16th floor or higher, and the choice that the firefighters had to make a tactical decision to use the elevators for evacuation and dealing with disabled persons that need to get out, or using air bottles, what decision would be made?
As far as bringing people down?
Bringing people down, moving people around, whatever you need to do, how do you, in the middle of a response, make those determinations?
Well, the primary thing would be to evacuate the building using the stairwells. That's the safest way for us to bring, using this building as an example, the exits. The stairwells are rated at a higher rating than your elevators are going to be. I think that what would happen would be that the alarm systems would go off, the sprinklers would go off, and people would start evacuating out of the elevators and stairwells. When we get into the point where we're actually in a firefight with, let's say, a fire on the 16th floor, we're not going to be bringing bottles above that fire floor. We'll be bringing the bottles to 2 floors below the fire floor. That's our staging location. So I don't see us taking bottles and saying, well, we've got people we're rescuing, and at the same time we're bringing bottles in. And the filling of bottles is after we've exhausted the 2 bottles that we brought. So you bring your own first bottle, which is a 45-minute bottle, and you put yourself in operation. After you're done with that 45-minute bottle, you're going to go back and pack up again and put another bottle on. After that second bottle, our policy is that you rehab. We're not going to put you back in for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours of fighting fire. We're going to be bringing in fresh crews who are also going to be bringing their bottles. So when it comes to at what point are we going to start filling bottles, I would expect that that's going to be deep into an incident that's been running for multiple hours, and we haven't been able to get a hold of it.
Okay, thanks. So I just want to bring up a couple of situations. There was a fire in Philadelphia, I think it's called the One Meridian Fire, where I understand it took over about 100 firefighters just in the support operations like filling bottles and things of that nature. And then the First Interstate Bank fire in Los Angeles, which took almost 4 hours to bring under control, required 600 air bottles, and just moving the equipment took 9 fire engine companies over 2 hours to move equipment up and down. And some people may wonder where I got those statistics, but I did find a study about the air systems that was done for Atlantic City Fire Department. It's got a lot of information, because I've heard a lot of people say, well, there's no research to support these, and the recommendation at the end, this is recent, within the last 2 years, the conclusion of this report was that the FARS is a good asset, and it is something that should be in high-rise buildings. Also want to point out that in Fire Engineering magazine, in their issue in January of 2003, one of the things that they point out is that the beauty of fire sprinkler systems are that they suppress fire, but the negatives are that those sprinklers going off create a lot of smoke, and that it creates the challenges of having excessive smoke in a building that requires the use of the bottles. And I think that that's something that we need to be taking into consideration. And I know, Chief, you mentioned that both the San Francisco chief and you had your discussion, and the quote I wrote down as you said it was that the system augments operations, and I think that's specifically why we should have them, because we need to provide all the tools that we should have. I want to just touch on the proprietary nature that has come up in almost every discussion that I've had with everybody who does not support continuing to have these systems or making these systems mandatory. And some of them are really blunt, that it's a patent and it makes it sole source and we shouldn't have anything to do with that. And I would just remind people that our valley is built on patents, and intellectual property is a huge asset for this area. In fact, we've been fighting to get a patent office in San Jose, and we're proud of the fact, and we tout the fact that we get more patents delivered or awarded to engineers and scientists in our city than anywhere else. But I also want to point out, I've got a letter that was written to CAL FIRE back in April, and it talks about Sacramento, and in fact it points out 4 specific projects in Sacramento: the Bank of the West Tower, the Natomas East Corporate Center, the CalSTRS headquarters, and the Thunder Valley Casino, all of who have air breathing systems. And what's interesting in this, and I don't know how to necessarily verify this, but it's written from Ronnie Coleman from a company called Fire Force. And in this, it says that these projects in Sacramento area were completed independent of Rescue Air's involvement, which means that it's not sole source. And I think that's something that we need to consider as well. And I would have liked to have some more, I guess, research by staff on this sole source issue if it was going to continue to be one of the main arguments against. I had the opportunity, as many of you know, I chair the National League of Cities Crime Prevention and Public Safety Committee, and I have the opportunity to meet with police officers and firefighters and elected officials across the nation. I've had the opportunity to talk to people who are in other cities, some that have the requirement and some that don't. And in each case, those firefighters were talking about the importance of these systems and saying that the ones that had them saying that they don't want to give them up, and the ones that didn't saying they wish they could get it into their fire code. And I do think that they are an important tool in the toolbox. I don't think it's the end-all be-all. I don't think that just because you have these systems you can take it easy and not bring enough bottles to a fire or any of those other things, because we all know the one thing you can guarantee about systems is all systems at some point will fail. And I know as a police officer and my work with the fire department, everything has always had redundancy specifically so that you can deal with those unexpected issues. So I really think that we should go forward with the motion that's on the floor. I will be more than willing to share this research report with anyone who'd like to see it. I will correct the maker of the motion that it was my idea to incentivize, not Sam's, although Sam mentioned it. He gave me credit, but I do think that there are a number of ways that we can incentivize behavior in our city, and I would much rather see us incentivize things in the area of public safety. If we were wildly successful and got 10 new high-rises in the next 10 years, which I think everyone would be happy if we had these huge high-rises throughout the city or the downtown, and hopefully in my district along Winchester or Stevens Creek Boulevard. I almost said Winchester. That would create all kinds of problems, so scratch that. Definitely on Stevens Creek Boulevard. The total cost for that type of incentive would be relatively minor, maybe $2.5 million. That was if the city decided to incentivize 100% of the installation, which I don't suggest, but I do think it's worthy of exploring and looking at. So it's a long way of saying that I'm not convinced by the arguments against. I think that we as an organization could learn more about how we bring these things through the process. I think that unfortunately there's been too much smoke, pardon the pun, in the way of the evidence and the discussions that's happened, and I wish that things were a little more straightforward in their presentation. But I know, based on my independent investigation and my discussion with people outside the area, I feel confident that this is something that we should do, and I've talked to some of the developers. I know they're not happy about it, and hopefully we can find a way to maybe help on the cost structure. There's a lot of areas that cost a lot of money to build a high-rise, and a lot of those costs, quite frankly, are directly generated out of the policies of the city, and those are the areas we should be looking to reduce the costs, rather than to take the chance that one time we have a situation where either firefighters or residents don't have the opportunity to be just a little bit safer because of a decision we make. So when it comes down to it, the economic development aspect is really important, and that's why I think we should look at the incentives and how we might incentivize it. But for me, the safety issues and providing the tools that we can expeditiously put out a fire are more important. That statistic of 600 air bottles, 9 companies, 2 hours shuttling bottles and equipment, I think that's something that we don't have the luxury, as Ash said, of personnel to be able to handle that type of thing in our city.
Councilmember Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. After that, Pete, I won't go that long.
You saying I talked too long?
Sort of. So I just wanted to reiterate the necessity of redundancy. I think that the flying public would be very, very relieved to know that those vessels that go into the air, planes, they have backups for backup systems. And as we start looking at our skyline and it's starting to develop, with more high rises, what we're going to be seeing are high rises that are actually going to be populated in the middle of the night. And right now, we've got high rises that, for the most part, with the exception of the hotels that we've had downtown, are not really populated in the middle of the night. And so I think it's our duty to provide these redundant systems, if that's what they're considered, for safety, and systems to augment, the work that our firefighters are doing up there. Fires, and Chief, you can correct me if I'm wrong, even though there's so much studying that goes into fires, and you try to figure out how to fight a fire better the next time, they're still unpredictable. You never know what's going to happen. You never know what's going to, especially in a high rise where you're up 20 stories, and there's only a few ways to get to safety. You want to make sure that you're going to have systems that are going to help you augment what you're already doing. And so I think that this system is something that we should be putting into our requirements moving forward, especially because we're going to be having buildings that are they're going to be people's homes. People that live in their homes, they create more risks in buildings, especially high rises. They're cooking, they're lighting candles, they're doing different things that different folks do in their homes. And so I think that we got to take all that into consideration as as we're making this decision. I was pleased to sign on to the memo authored by Councilmember Herrera, and we'll be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I wanted to thank Councilmember Herrera and my colleagues for the memo. Obviously, this is not the first time we're talking about this issue. This issue has actually been at the Public Safety Committee twice, and I want to also thank the Acting Fire Chief, Chief Torres, for providing all the information that's pertinent to this issue. A lot has been said already, but I concur with a lot of the things that Councilmember KANSEN had mentioned, and he actually mentioned a lot of these issues at the public safety meeting. But for me, at the end of the day, the FAR system is another tool to assist firefighters to combat fires. And that is the gist of the discussion here for me. We all have said at some point that public safety is the #1 priority. We wanted to do everything we can to assist our firefighters because they combat fires and they save lives. And if there is a tool that would help them to do that, then that's something that I would support. So I will be supporting the substitute motion.
Councilor LICCARDO.
Thanks, Mayor. I certainly can count the votes, but I want to at least make sure we've got all the information out, and I think that's important that we publicly vet some of the issues that have been asserted. And one is I want to go to this issue about the NIOSH study, I think that Pete mentioned. My understanding is the NIOSH study also raised concerns about the reliability of the air and potential contamination issues. Are you familiar with that issue, Chief?
No, I'm not.
Okay. You recall testifying, was it, perhaps, I'm not sure if John Dellinger was testifying about it or either one of you were at a prior committee hearing? Okay. The concerns that were raised by the San Francisco Fire Marshal about the reliability of these, what I understand is that there are fire unions throughout the country that are concerned about the reliability of these systems. Did you have conversations about that issue with the fire? And can you help us understand anything about those issues?
It was a concern that they had regarding maintenance of the systems. Our requirement is that an annual test be done to maintain these systems, that they get tested by a company, and I believe that here in San Jose, it's done quarterly. It's not a requirement by us, but for some reason they choose to test these quarterly. The discussion, I believe, in San Francisco was that they were not sure that they were getting tested as often as they should be, but that was the conversation that we had.
And in order to get tested, you need a business that's certified to test them. Is that right?
That's correct.
And who performs the certification?
I don't know exactly who does that.
Yeah.
I can look into it. I believe that the certification does come from Rescue Air, but from the ones that I've seen, those are the ones that are certifying, but I don't know if they have other people that would certify.
And you were there at the meeting we had yesterday with a representative from Rescue Air. There's some discussion about whether or not there had been any independent laboratory testing or certification from a national lab. And was there any indication that there had been any kind of independent third-party reliable testing that would enable anyone to be able to certify these systems other than from the company itself?
I did not hear anyone there say that there was any of that UL rating or NFPA ratings or who certifies these systems, and that was brought up at the meeting.
And in the past, I know there have been claims that other companies can install these systems, and I think several have been identified as other companies that can install the ARS systems. Did you or your staff attempt to find out if those companies are still installing them?
We were given a list of 5 companies that that installed systems by the lobbyist, and we contacted all 5 of them. 3 of them said they no longer do it. One of them said that they've only done one, and I believe the 5th one hadn't done one in California.
And in order to do them, they need a license, don't they? Or they need to be able to license the technology from the company.
That I don't know for sure what they would need.
And I guess as we talk about the issue of reliability, do you recall having discussions about risk of tampering with the air?
No, I don't recall that.
Okay. Well, I know you've only been involved in this issue for a short period of time. I think you're probably aware it goes back a ways, and I guess I wanted to just be clear about the history, because I think Councilmember KALRA suggested this was first raised by the high-rise incentive. In fact, that wasn't the case, was it?
No.
Yeah, in fact, I think in 2005, when then Vice Mayor Chavez led the effort to get this installed as a sole source unique requirement in our code, it was in 2007 that Vice Mayor Cortese, I think, authored a memorandum dated October 12th of 2007, seeking to eliminate that requirement. And then in 2008, staff, that was Chief von Raesfeld, recommended offering an option. And then in 2010, staff recommended adopting the California code that would provide the option for an elevator, a reinforced elevator. Is that your recollection?
That's correct.
Okay. So this is something we've gone back and forth on, and I'm sure we'll be back to revisit it again sometime. But I am looking forward to finding that elusive other company that can actually install these systems without a license or without certification from Rescue Air Systems. And by the way, it's not just installation, it's also maintenance and upkeep. In my understanding, it's those contracts for ongoing maintenance, which again remain exclusive to Rescue Air Systems or their licensees. And undoubtedly, as Pete mentioned, our valley is built on patents, but I cannot imagine our building code would ever mandate that every building be built with a single kind of LED light with a single brand from a single company. That's not what patent protection is about. Patent protection is about protecting innovation and allowing a market to be able to decide whether or not the innovation is helpful or not. And ultimately, the safety issues are not up to me. Those are decisions that are made by experts, but I'd submit they should be made by experts that are independent of the company, independent of the lobbyists who profit from this system. They should be made, in fact, by fire chiefs. And I think the decisions of fire chiefs throughout the country up to date are pretty clear. Of all the cities we've surveyed, only 2, Phoenix and Sacramento, have mandated this sole source requirement, or this proprietary system. And until we see evidence to the contrary, I think we ought to be reluctant to provide any company with a monopoly right over who buys their product.
Councilmember Oliverio.
Thank you, Mayor Reed. Joe, assuming that this passes today and then there's a second reading at some point in the future, which has to come back because you have to make this finding based on what the city attorney said, how's that work for projects that are already approved? If I'm, what's that new project on Market in Santa Clara, are they grandfathered now, or what's the status?
Right. Projects that have submitted for building permits prior to the end of this year would be reviewed under the current codes that are in place today and would not be subject to the requirement for the fire-breathing air. Today there is a base requirement for fire-breathing air in the city of San Jose with an option for elevators. With the motion on the floor, it would be mandatory for anything taller than 75 feet to have elevators and the breathing air. So
and which projects that you know of that are in the pipeline that would be affected by this?
We're working on 3 residential towers downtown right now that I doubt will be ready for building permits by that point. The Piri Arriaga property that we are working on in North San Jose, I extremely doubt would have their building permits on file. Those 7 or 10 buildings would be subject to this. So those are the ones off the top of my head. And then the Ohlone towers, and actually the possibly even the wood frame, depending on how tall that building ultimately goes.
Understood. I appreciate that. And then I would say this, that as a council, we act on this desire and dream for tall buildings, and we've made some economic business budget choices by, for example, exempting the crimp fee or tax, I believe, from buildings. And that has been something where we've decided to take a loss, for example, not paving roads, to incentivize the overall greater economic benefit. But in this case, doing something different, now we are saying, for example, I'm going to build a building and you're exempting me from $500,000 in crimp fees, which would go to paving roads, but you're going to throw on $250,000 in something else. So inevitably, we are, doing something different than what we were trying to do. And I know this substitute motion contains this idea of exploring, but I don't want to put one general fund dollar towards this. I mean, in the end of the day, I'd want to be let's make us a level playing field with every other city. Redwood City's doing a great job right now, building taller buildings in their downtown and other cities around us. And I think, if we adopt it, we adopt things statewide, because there's and I'll be interested to see the finding that you're going to say how this is geologically necessary when other cities around us aren't doing it. So, Fire Chief, thank you. Joe, thank you.
Councilmember KALRA.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple final comments. One in terms of incentives, and I've certainly supported incentives that we've had for commercial and industrial that have very well, taken funds that otherwise would have gone to things like pavement and what have you, in order to incentivize economic development. I don't think that public safety should be compromised in order to incentivize development, whether it be residential or commercial. And I know that Councilor LICCARDO has expressed concerned that there's a single source, there's only one company be doing this, and if there's one or more, I think it goes down to the technology. We've discussed it. We have a difference of opinion as to whether we feel that this added tool that will cost a couple $100,000 per potential of a couple $100,000 per high-rise is needed or not. Many of us feel that it's an additional tool that will be helpful to our firefighters and residents in the high-rises. A parallel argument has been when this council, before I was on, or most of the people here were on, outfitted patrol officers with tasers. That was a public policy decision and discussion that ultimately the majority of the council felt was in the benefit of public safety, both for the police officers and their ability to patrol. It was single source because that was the company that had the technology to do it. And so if there were other companies, then they could have checked them all out, but that wasn't the case. And there are going to be technologies at times, whether it be in IT or other departments, where there's going to be, in my council district, in fact, the very first road that we use recycled concrete for was the first company that had the technology to do it. Now there are more companies that actually have the technology to do it, but they were the first, so they got that contract because there was no one else that could compete for them on that very first road that we did on Monterey Highway. Within a year or two, other companies were able to compete because they had a matching similar technology that was able to compete with that. And so this doesn't go to who gets the bid. It goes to what technology we like to have outfitted for buildings in order to enhance public safety overall. If 10 companies come around next year that have the same or better technology to outfit buildings in this manner, then so be it. It's just a matter of making sure that all the technology is available and the public safety tools are available, given, as Pete indicated, whatever situation arises, whether they're all going to be available and working or not, we want to make sure that every potential technology is available as our firefighters do their good work.
City Attorney?
I just want to make sure I understand the motion because of all the paper here. As I understand the motion is to require that as to buildings between 75 and 120 feet, that the code would only require breathing air systems in those buildings. And anything above 120 feet, it would be the 2 elevators plus the breathing air system. And that is going to have to come back as a first reading. It can come back as consent, but you're going to have to make findings, and we're going to work with staff on that.
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. I think we're done talking about it because we're dying to get to the wild pigs. On the motion, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? I count 1, 2, 3 opposed. Reed, LICCARDO, and Oliverio opposed. Motion carries. Concluding our work on that item. Leaving before dinner, it's now 5:49. Oh, I feel so much better. My clock says it's 5:49. My watch says something different. Okay, good. We have plenty of time to talk about wild pigs without interfering with dinner. 8.1 is our next item, the urgency ordinance amending section of the San Jose Municipal Code pertaining to shooting of firearms, adding an exception to the ordinance. All right, we'll have a staff presentation before we get into the council discussion.
Mr. Mayor, David Sykes, Director of Public Works, joined by John Cicerelli, Deputy Director over Animal Care and Services, and Joe Horrido, Director of Planning, Building, and Code Enforcement. No real presentation today. Just wanted to note a few things to make sure the council is aware of it. The management of wildlife is actually under the purview of the department, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. So we, in essence, follow their rules when it comes to the management of wildlife. I will note, though, that we prepared a staff report for information purposes only, just to assist with your discussion and your decision-making process. And the three of us are available for any questions that we can help with.
City Attorney?
Yes, I want to note that, as set forth in our memo, there are two proposals on the agenda. One is an urgency ordinance, which requires 8 votes, and it requires findings that this is an urgency measure to take immediate effect in quote, for the immediate preservation of public peace, health, or safety, and we need to set forth the facts of the urgency. Now, the second issue, and then the second ordinance is a normal ordinance, a regular ordinance. There is a problem in that we don't have complete CEQA or CEQA completed on this issue. There are provisions in state law that allow for an exemption in emergency matters, and assuming findings can be made similar to the charter, that there's a need to take immediate action because of immediate need for public health and safety. But that's really what's before you. And so, if in fact you can make the findings for urgency, we would come back. We would get direction to come back, and I would propose on the 19th with a ordinance. Hopefully, then, and I'm looking at the planning director, we would have CEQA clearance by that point.
City Manager.
If I might add also on the, perhaps related to the CEQA issue, but more broadly, through the council's discussion, to the extent that you can clarify the circumstances under which the shooting of the pigs would be proposed, then that will help in the project description, as Mr. Horwedel and Planning, Building, and Code Enforcement staff would need to define the CEQA review. Originally, and perhaps through the course of discussion, one of the scenarios was limiting the shooting to animals that had already been trapped and then simply euthanizing. But depending on how the ordinance is written, it could be interpreted more broadly to allow shooting in, we'll say, unconstrained circumstances. So as the council proceeds with this discussion, that clarity would be helpful to staff in next steps.
Councilmember CAMPOS.
Yes, and you know, when I got elected, this was not something I foresaw that I would be dealing with. However, it is upon me, and I've dealing with a lot of complaints. A lot of people don't understand how big these animals actually are, how intimidating they look to the public, and how much damage they're actually doing. You know, when I had my lawn torn out and my mother's as well, I did not complain. I didn't want to do anything about it. I looked up online what to do. I put the grass back, put some more seeds out, and put cayenne pepper on my lawn, and I encouraged my neighbors to do the same in a newsletter that went out to all my constituents that I have newsletter emails for. So it's not my intention to go out and commit a pig genocide. So I am I'm only here to make sure that the public is not harmed from these very bold group of animals that have now come off of the more wilder areas in Almaden and have now started to destroy neighborhoods. And in fact, in one of the cases, one neighbor called and complained about having to push a pig out of the way with his car because he wouldn't move with honking, flashing lights or anything else. So they're not just a nuisance. They can be a hazard if somebody's driving down the street and going a little too fast. Some of them get to be up over 200 pounds and can do severe damage to the car and the inhabitants of the cars. And I don't want to be the first council member to have a casualty because we couldn't control this population of ravenous animals. So I've also received numerous emails and phone calls regarding this is during the Halloween season when they didn't want to have the kids go out trick-or-treating because they didn't feel safe. And so it's not a joking matter because people are feeling afraid. And so that's my main goal here. Again, I love animals and just as much as the next person. In fact, I've I'm very conscious of the way I live my life and not try to eat too much meat and all that stuff, but I'm not going to be a hypocrite either. I do eat meat, and so I know that animals are killed every single day for our food sources, and I'm hoping that people don't see this as a black and white issue. This is an issue where these pigs are not living in their native, or they're not even native. They're actually a species that have been brought here. They live in. They're allowed to breed unrestricted. In fact, the county. We looked at all avenues, including talking to the county, the Fish and Wildlife Services. We took this as a very serious issue. We found out that the county was actually euthanizing these animals long before this, and I estimate that the fact that the county quit euthanizing these animals in 2010 is one of the big reasons why we're sitting here today looking at an urgency memo, so that these animals don't run amok in our neighborhoods and hurt our children. So this is not just the country club that this had an issue, although the country club had more than $10,000 worth of lawns removed. So, and just to let you know, we are only trying to get rid of the most dangerous animals. We're not suggesting that we go out and hunt them. We're not asking we're asking people to get clearance from the Fish and Wildlife Services to trap them and then be able to discharge a weapon to euthanize these animals in a humane manner. Much as the slaughterhouses slaughter animals for our food. So I'm asking my colleagues to support this, because it is a danger to our community. I have let's see. I do want to clarify what the assistant city manager did say. This is not open season. In my memo, we were just discussing trapping and then being able to euthanize them in a timely manner, and not. We were even told that we'd have to get the lethal injection drug that at one point we were talking about the lethal injection drug that prisons on death row get, and I think that's ridiculous. To expect our neighborhoods, who are actually even paying for these trapping services out of their own pocketbooks, which is something even that we weren't asking them to do 3 years ago. So this is and I think if we don't do something, it could become a much bigger problem. And I also want to put on record here, I did have several emails from environmental organizations, one of which is the Audubon Society, who actually supports my memo. I'll just read you a quick excerpt. They are voracious, omnivorous, and their rooting activities are destructive in riparian ecosystems, oak woodlands, meadows, and grasslands. So again, I think this is a much bigger problem, but my main concern is the protection of our citizens. I also just received a letter from one of the members of the Sierra Club organization, also supporting me on this email. So I hope city council members will support me on this urgency memo, and so that we can try to get this situation under control.
Councilmember Constant.
I was just going to say, if that was a motion for your memo, I'll second it, and then I'll talk.
Motion to approve.
Okay. Well, first I want to say that the memorandum is really clear in the question that we had earlier, that this is for licensed trappers, trapping them, and then euthanizing them, and an exception to our Muni Code. We're not talking about a whole new Muni Code. We're talking about a exception language, much like we did at the airport. And I'd like to address the safety issue. What we're talking about are not cute little pigs like Babe or Hamilton that we've seen on TV that are pink and cuddly and run around and are fun to play with. We are talking about feral pigs. Feral cats may be a nuisance. Feral pigs are dangerous. If you've ever seen the teeth on these guys and gals running around, I wouldn't want my arm anywhere near them. And I think that it is important to realize that we not only have a situation where there is real and actual property damage occurring. We know that, we've seen that. But there is a clear and imminent threat to the public safety, not only from the inadvertent attack. I mean, I don't think these guys are on the prowl trying to find little kids to eat or anything, although they may be thinking about revenge for some of the other inverse work that we do on them. But they are out there, and we know animals are unpredictable, and we know that wild pigs are known to hurt people. It's happened many times before. What also concerns me is not only the attack itself, but the number of diseases that these pigs carry, the feral pigs, and the fact that we're not just talking about one or two pigs, we're talking about pack animals that run around and are extremely threatening and dangerous. So I think what's appropriate, and the city attorney can tell me if I'm wrong, but I think the motion, we'd want a friendly amendment to say that we find that the presence of these wild feral pigs in our community pose an imminent threat to the safety of our residents due to the fact that they have been invading densely populated areas that are densely populated by people, that they have been known to travel in packs, and wild pigs are known to have aggressive behavior, and wild pigs are also known to carry a large number of infectious diseases. Therefore, the City Council finds an imminent threat to the safety of our residents, and that's why we are requesting an urgency ordinance.
And you may want to add that in the past 30 days, there's been significant property damages caused by the presence of the pigs.
Yes, and I'll add that too. So, Johnny, I assume you're okay with that as an amendment to the motion. Okay, and then I would just urge my council, it's fun to make pig jokes, and I know I've made my share of them, but this is a real serious problem, and these pigs are doing serious damage. And there are people who are genuinely scared. And quite frankly, I'm glad they are, and that they're not comfortable enough to go up and try and pet these things because they're dangerous. And we can't allow this to continue to happen in our city, and I think the urgency exists. I hope that the required 8 votes on our council are here so that we can adequately deal with this in an expeditious manner. And I just want to reemphasize what Johnny said. We're not talking about hunting season here. We're talking about licensed trappers, controlled environment, and protecting the property and the safety of our residents. Thanks.
Councilmember Herrera.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just had a few questions. So in looking at the urgency ordinance, Rick, how is this different or the same as what we did with the airport? In terms of
well, it adds another exception. I'm trying to remember, did we do an urgency ordinance for the airport?
Yeah, I guess the first question is, did we do an urgency ordinance for the airport?
Yeah, I'm not aware that we did an urgency ordinance. We did cover it in the airport EIR that we would be.
Right. I think we just did a normal ordinance in the airport, and that was to take care of the birds causing a threat to flight safety. But I don't believe we did it as an urgency ordinance.
So I guess I just want to be careful when we're doing urgency ordinance to make sure that we're meeting that test. I certainly sympathize with the folks with the feral pigs. I know, and I have a few questions. So, and one of them is feral pig the same as the wild boars that are up above our neighborhood up off Quimby? Because we get them down in our neighborhood too. Is that the same thing with the big tusks? Or is this a different breed of pig that doesn't have the big tusk? So boar, pig.
Councilmember Herrera, John Cicerelli, Deputy Director. They're all the same.
Okay.
All sort of these hybrids. They're a hybrid between an imported exotic species and domestic pigs.
Okay. Yeah, we've had them down in our neighborhoods too, and And correct me if I'm wrong, is the boars, the pigs, are they going after the grubs that are in the lawns? Is that what's attracting them?
Yeah, and other insects and vertebrates, some roots, but yeah, that's what they're after. And there are some common treatments, like Councilmember CAMIS mentioned about cayenne pepper. There are also applications you can put on your lawn that kill the grubs and bugs so that pigs are less attracted.
And the raccoons seem to like that too, because I know our neighborhood, our lawns are all torn up too from raccoons. And when we call your department, you talk about trapping or just dealing with it. And I haven't heard anybody suggest that we should be out shooting raccoons. So I just want to be clear that the pigs aren't the only thing out eating grubs on the lawns. And I want to make sure that we're meeting the standard of urgency, because just having your lawn torn up is not a reason to go out and get guns and have people shooting animals out there. So, I understand lawns are expensive and all of that, but I know in how my husband and I have dealt with the grub issue in our neighborhood, we have used everything from lighting. He's a technology guy, so we figured out a way to attach motion sensors, and when the animals come out on the lawn, they get sprayed with water, and it's really effective. They leave. So I'm always concerned when we're going to have people shooting things. And so I know I've asked a few different questions, so I probably need to go back to Rick and say, did we use an urgency ordinance? We didn't. The answer was no.
No, and I think, there is a distinction with the airport. It's a common occurrence that the birds are always there. What we found in the municipal code is we did not have the specific exemption that allowed anybody to legally go out and shoot the birds. Apparently, they were doing it without the specific authority. This is the one distinction here, arguably, is that it is a uncommon occurrence. It's not as if they're there 365 days a year. It's a common problem. They're coming down, and this appears to be, at least from what I read in the staff memo, something that in the fall, I guess due to water shortages in the hills, that they may come down. We had a similar issue with coyotes 10 years ago, it is one of those things that it's an uncommon condition, I guess.
We see it seasonally, I would guess. Is that right? So they're not there all the time, just like the raccoons aren't. And we also see these issues in my district at the villages with deer, and there are people that want the deer out of there, and there are people that defend the deer. So we have different feelings about these different populations, because the deer out in the villages wreak havoc on people's front lawns and do all kinds of things. But when they have really looked at what should we do about it, the majority of folks didn't want anything more done about the deer. So there's differences of opinions. I just want to explore it a little bit before we rush into the urgency ordinance. So we know it's certain times of the year and they go away. Is there anything else that's causing, from your perspective, because you're the expert more in animal behavior, and I think we're looking here at what do we know about these animals and their behaviors? Are there other things we can do besides shooting them that could help us deal with this?
Thank you. There are. There are certain things you can do to either change your lawn or protect your lawn. For example, the County Parks Department, which has, manages a lot of open space and county parkland. In fact, some directly adjacent to the golf course that's having some difficulties in District 10. They have a lease agreement, for instance, with the Santa Teresa Golf Club, which is a little further over, which is actually in the park. But when that golf course says, well, we want to trap and shoot the pigs, that's not how the county approaches dealing with pigs damaging property. And they said, well, instead you need to build a barrier so that the pigs can't cross the barrier onto the golf course. So those are the kind of things. You can either do application to your lawn, you can change your lawn to natural landscaping, which then isn't so attractive to a pig, or you can protect your yard. But when it comes to a large golf course, those problems are a little bit harder and obviously a lot more expensive to build something like a wall around a golf course.
Yeah, and you got more golf courses probably in the Almaden area, I imagine.
Those are the two that we get the most
two?
So the Almaden Country Club and the Santa Teresa ones are the two that really get hit the worst because they're really right next to open space where the pigs live.
I haven't heard the pig complaints so much. I'm just curious. The Villages has a golf course, so have we been hearing complaints? I usually get the phone rings off the hook for me when
we get complaints every year, including in your district, all alongside, basically from the Villages south in your district. The pigs can't get in to the villages, though, because they have strong enough fencing to keep them out. But the deers can get over and through that fencing, so that's why the deer get in there. And they, of course, do fairly extensive property damage. Just like pigs do, it's just different kind of property damage. They don't uproot the turf, but they eat all the ornamental vegetation and so on, which can be expensive. So those folks that are further south, some of them have done some things like modifying their lawns. Some, like Councilmember KHAMIS, just sort of shrugged and said, oh, well, there's not a lot I can do. I'll put down some cayenne pepper and hope they stay away. This is not an easy problem to resolve. And it's a continuous problem because the pigs that actually get into the city are a tiny, tiny % of the number of pigs that are actually out there. And so you can remove those pigs, but there'll just be more pigs to come in next year and the year after and so on.
So what's professional staff's answer to this then? What is your thought on this idea of an urgency ordinance to have trappers come and shoot them or trap them or whatever?
We did look at the urgency ordinance aspect, and one of the reasons we were having difficulty providing the basis for that is that there's been a permit currently issued to the golf course to transport the pigs and then euthanize them outside city limits. So given the fact that they had initiated a strategy to mitigate the pig problem, we were having difficulty coming up with the basis for the urgency ordinance.
And if I could just hear, Sean, right? Cicerelli, yeah. What are your thoughts? I mean, you guys are the experts in the animal behavior. Is this the right approach, or?
Well, I appreciate your confidence, although I'm not an expert in
more
in
expert
wild
than
pig
we
management.
are up here, I'm sure.
I probably am. Yeah, I'm probably more knowledgeable. But there is a state effort right now, a task force that's been assembled, that's looking at this very issue across the state, because this is not a problem unique to San Jose. You know, my opinion is that we should take our lead from that process. What they're trying to look at are some of the issues and difficulties that surround managing feral pigs, because they do a lot of environmental damage. They are an invasive species. There should be a way to try to get them out of the environment. But in some cases that makes sense in San Jose, in some cases it won't, right? So if there's minor yard damage, it might not make sense to trap and shoot them. But if there's significant damage all over the place, then that's a bigger issue. Or if they've taken up residence inside a residential area, that's a problem. But typically they won't. You know, pigs are very skittish by nature. They come in town for a month or two while the eating is good and it's not so good out in the wild. But as soon as it starts raining, they'll move back, and then you hear less from them until the next year. But that state process, I think, will be more informative, and we could align our efforts with that process in terms of here's what we see as good pig management practices for a jurisdiction.
And so that would be not doing an urgency ordinance, but then working with the state in kind of working with them on more of a statewide basis?
Yeah, perhaps taking our cues from them, you know, learning from their findings. You know, they're going to have a more in-depth analysis. It's not that we couldn't do similar analysis here in preparation for an ordinance, but I think you know, if you look at the memo that we provided, there's some things that we think need to be considered rather than perhaps making an immediate decision about this right now. Since the immediate issue with the Almond Country Club, they found a solution. They can start managing, and in fact have already started doing that there. Okay, that's time, then we can take a step back and let's look at some of these questions and make sure we feel comfortable moving forward with what we're going to do.
What about the residential folks that are saying they're afraid of the pigs and the encroachment? I mean,
fear is a very real thing.
How do we address that?
It's extremely uncommon for a pig to injure a human being. And in fact, the game warden for this area couldn't even recall the last time such an incident was reported. Same thing with health issues. Vector Control, who's a county agency but monitors wildlife for transmission of disease from wildlife to human beings, hasn't really monitored feral pigs since 2000 in terms of looking at their blood or samples from them to look for disease, because there aren't any real connections between pigs giving disease to human beings, although it's entirely possible for any wild animal to give any human being a disease.
Why did the county quit doing their process?
I do want to apologize to Councilmember KHAMIS. That's been reported, and we talked about it yesterday. He asked me to do some follow-up with the county, which I did. What the county doesn't do is pig depredation management, meaning pigs that damage property, they don't manage those pigs. Pigs that present a public safety threat, they manage those pigs. And since 2010, they've trapped and euthanized 17 pigs that they've determined to be significant public safety threats. And that means pigs that tried to bite people or charge people, that did something that actively was aggression. It was unprovoked aggression. And that is typically in their campsites in the park areas, so like Grant Park, which is over the hills.
Yep, above us.
Right, or down near Anderson. I can't remember the name of that park down there. But near the reservoir, there's a large park down there where they have a lot of pig issues. And it happens in their campgrounds because people are kind of there on the weekend and they go away during the week and the pigs sort of set up house in the campsite and then people come back and the conflicts occur. But you can see they're very minor, and from their perspective, and I've talked with their natural resources manager who's in charge of these programs, you know, trapping and shooting pigs is the last resort, and what they look to do when pigs are causing a problem, a nuisance problem, is fix the problem. So say it's a barn that had feed in it, put a barrier around the barn so the pig can't get into the barn, because obviously if pig's inside the barn and you walk into the barn, now you've cornered the pig, and that is a dangerous situation. But they won't do any mitigation of the pig until that other mitigation is done first. So put a fence around it or something like that, and then they might remove an individual.
And so why wouldn't we want to have a similar policy as the county then? So what is our policy now? We don't have a policy on?
No, we don't. And that's sort of part of what we're just putting out there for your consideration is that if this is something that we're going to allow, then maybe we need a little more discussion and direction about what exactly we're trying to accomplish with doing something like this.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be interested in seeing what we should do, but I like the idea of looking what the state's doing, and I think it's instructive what the county's doing, and I'm not hearing the need for this urgency ordinance. You know, if we were coming saying, well, human life was threatened, these pigs were contaminated with serious, you know, illnesses that were going to be posing a threat to humans, which I hear you're not saying. If the county was trapping and killing, you know, hundreds of pigs, this was like an imminent danger, I think I would be more moved by that. But I'm not hearing it rising to that level. So I'm having a hard time justifying in my mind why we want to do this.
Rick KALRA.
Thank you, Mayor. And my district is not foreign to this issue. The entire time I've been on council, we've had an issue with wild pigs and boars, and we've dealt with them in a number of different ways that have had some mixed results, but in general have had some pretty good results. I know that, in fact, just right at Metcalf Park, Basking Ridge Park, fencing is put up, and you know, we've had certainly at different times, as you mentioned, it's a seasonal thing. It's not like it's all year round, but there are certain times at which, I think, as mentioned prior to the rainy season, where you might see an influx of some of the wild pigs. So currently, the county doesn't have a policy in which, unless there's as mentioned, unless a particular pig is of danger, they don't have a policy of depredation. And right now, from what I'm hearing, the country club has a plan put in place right now where they'll trap pigs and move them outside city limits to dispose of them. And what this will allow them to dispose them or anyone else that's licensed by the Department of Fish and Game to dispose of them on wherever they trap them, but not out in the open, just shoot at pigs. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's correct.
And as Councilor Herrera raised the issue of the urgency ordinance versus going through the regular ordinance process, what is the distinction between the two in real terms, in terms of timeline? In other words, let's just assume that urgency can be justified. What's the timeline distinction between the two?
The timeline is that if you adopt an urgency ordinance today, which takes 8 votes, it takes immediate effect. The normal ordinance procedure is typically first reading, then 2 weeks, second reading, and then not effective for 30 days after, so it's essentially a 45-day period.
Okay. And
give or
Rich,
take a week or two.
You'd also alluded to the fact we still have to do the EIR work, so regardless, it's going to be a couple weeks.
Yeah, I think, I don't know if it's an EIR week, but it's CEQA.
Yeah, sorry, not EIR, sorry, I apologize. CEQA work that needs to be done that may cause a 2 or 3 week delay, even if an urgency ordinance were adopted.
Well, there's a couple things there. It's the CEQA plus the fact that you're meeting only twice in November and then in December. So it's the time of the council meetings plus CEQA.
And there's certainly been issues both in District 10 and 2 have routinely felt the damage of property over the years, and certainly our parks. Metcalf and Basking Ridge, as I alluded to in particular, but there have been others as well that have received damage at different times over the years, and then they've done some mitigation measures, and we've worked with residents on other mitigation measures. Right now, if this urgency ordinance were not passed, what would be an allowable way to dispose of these pigs or boars?
It's primarily governed by Fish and Wildlife, so they have to approve the method of death. You could inject them with euthanasia drugs, and it doesn't have to be the kind that they use in death sentences. You know, you can tranquilize the pig in the trap and then just give it an injection. So it's not maybe as cost prohibitive as thought, but it is probably more expensive than just shooting them, which is cheaper and easier, and you can argue equivalently humane as long as it's done correctly.
And the Department of the Fish and Wildlife, they currently, what would they allow a country club or a resident or whatever it might be do right now? Or are they not permitted because of city ordinance? City ordinance doesn't allow for the shooting of firearms, but the other methods would be allowable under both city rule and Fish and Wildlife rule?
Well, lethal injection would certainly be allowable. The question is whether or not under the terms of the permit issued by Fish and Game, whether they would permit it. And that's not entirely clear. That would be something that we'd have to investigate further.
Okay. And
from my
yes.
perspective, I think that what Fish and Wildlife are doing is they're respecting our local requirements. So they'll issue a permit, they'll allow for the trapping and transport of the animal so that it can be euthanized outside the city limits, respecting our current requirements.
Okay, but it could be euthanized within limits if a firearm's not involved. So if there was some kind of injection or other, other mechanism.
Potentially, but we don't have verification for certain that that's something they would allow.
Okay.
So we've not, I guess my point is we've not specifically asked Fish and Wildlife if they lethally injected it, would it be okay with you to issue a permit?
Okay, because this has been an issue for quite some time, and so obviously there's some urgency in terms of affected neighborhoods, which again are mostly in South San Jose. There's always going to be some urgency whenever an incident occurs. There's a sense of urgency, but whether it falls under the category of urgency as opposed to taking the time to get some of the questions answered is another. And so I definitely, as Councilor CAMIS and Constant put forward the memo, I can definitely relate to the issues that are posed by these wild pigs, because our own city parks, we've invested a lot of money to deal with the issue, and our residents have invested to deal with damage caused by this issue as well. But as indicated, the pigs they don't seek human interaction. They're usually wandering around at nighttime for that reason, when there aren't as many cars and people out and about. They don't see them in the middle of the afternoon. There may be occasions where that's happened, and again, if the county deems their requirement is that if they pose a danger, then there are certain rules that abide by those that oppose dangers as opposed to those that don't. But I'm definitely interested in hearing more from my colleagues, the public, and staff before I come to a final decision on this matter.
Councilor LICCARDO.
Thank you, Mayor. John, I'm trying to understand what a state licensed trapper. I don't know anything about state licensing for trapping. And I know while we're authorizing someone to go shoot porky, we don't want anyone else caught in the crossfire. And so I guess my question is, what does licensing mean in terms of their training to use firearms?
It's not something that we've had enough time to investigate. This issue sort of came up quickly and got here. I know that a licensed trapper does, by the state, have to take an exam, but I don't know whether that exam includes demonstrating proficiency with firearms or anything along those lines. So it would be something that we could investigate further, but I don't have a good answer for you today.
Okay. And if we were to go forward, what we'd be authorizing is the shooting only of those pigs that have already been trapped, right?
Well, the ordinance basically just defers to Fish and Wildlife, that if Fish and Wildlife issues a depredation permit, that then whomever that permit was issued to would be exempt from the firearms exclusion. So it's not so specific to say the methodology. So for instance, if you were a large landowner, you could just go out and shoot them with a shotgun on your land because you have the space to do that. My guess is that in their process, Fish and Game would look at the proximity of residents and say, okay, in your area, you can only trap them and shoot them. You're not allowed to just shoot them on your lawn. But I don't know for sure if that's part of their process.
And council member, I think we probably want to get clarity. I think the assistant city manager asked for that clarification, and I understood the motion to be for those trapped only. So if the ordinance itself leaves room for interpretation, but that's how I interpreted the motion, and we would want to clarify that.
Perhaps the maker of the motion might want to clarify.
Yes, I actually have answers to a lot of these questions that you're asking, and I'm being quiet because I'm not allowed to speak until called on. But
well, I'm happy to take your answers.
Sure. No, the motion is to trap them first, and the people who are licensed trappers have experience in euthanizing animals. They do it for a living. We have a licensed trapper in our area that's working on one of the parks, killing the rodents and we've killed 300 rodents in a humane way, and that's not and the city actually pays for that. So we do have licensed trappers that do deal with animals in a humane way. The distinction with Almaden Country Club, the Almaden Country Club was allowed to circumvent the city ordinance by taking the trapped animal and moving it to a county facility where it will get shot, and that's the difference there. The ordinance that we have is well, we were told that it's more distressful for the animal to be moved in captivity. In fact, I've gotten letters from the humane organization saying that it's actually more stressful on the animal if it is taken to a different facility. So the whole point, I'm trying to do things as humanely as possible, and if the point is to shoot the animal and kill it quickly so that it's not suffering on long execution periods, right? And quite frankly, there's nothing out there that's been helping us deal with this issue. We've asked the county to help us, and I have the actual memorandum from Supervisor Cortese in 2010 asking to stop the program. Right here, I have it, you can see it, because he was objecting to the sale of the meat of the pig. Not because he thought it was a bad program, but here, his statement, this is the slaughter of trapped pigs versus euthanizing is a profit for freshly killed pig meat, and that's what his objection was. I don't really care whether anybody. In fact, I think if people use the meat, it's a better use of the animal than not to use the meat. But that's not the argument I'm making. Right. I want to make sure that our citizens are being protected against animals that are going rogue, if you will.
And Johnny, just to be clear, it would only authorize a shooting where the animal's trapped.
Yeah, that's all we're authorized to do. In fact, when we talked to the Fish and Wildlife Services, we could not even if you trapped it, you could not move it to a different facility without a special exception, other than to release it. So, and that, we could try releasing it if that's something that person who trapped the animal wants to do. But in order to release it, you have to find out where to release it to.
I'm less focused on that. The reason why I'm really interested when you have to trap it first is I don't want it just to be open season on Porky and having folks out there shooting. We want to make sure if it's close range, contained, the bullets aren't going anywhere where they're not intended. That's my.
It'll be focus. Execution style, and the people who are dealing with who are paid to deal with these types of issues are the ones who are best to answer that. But I would defer to them, although none of them are here. Right. But the ordinance asks for licensed trappers, and I'm assuming that they know how to dispatch an animal.
Councilor Rocha.
Thank you, Mayor. I've been struggling with this issue quite a bit, trying to figure out where to land on this and if this is the best approach. I think Councilmember Herrera spoke to a couple of the issues in terms of the urgency and necessity. You know, oftentimes in a case like this, I would assume that we'd have some sort of analysis on the amount of reports that we received, and is there a significant issue, comparatively speaking to past years, and is it progressively getting worse, and the necessity for this. And given how this has moved quickly, I just don't feel that I have that kind of support from staff. I saw the supplemental, and I appreciate some of the issues you raised at the end of it, but that still, again, leaves me with a number of questions about discharging firearms in a residential area. And I'm trying to understand, you mentioned licensed individuals, but what's more dangerous, a feral pig or somebody shooting a firearm in the front yard of a residential neighborhood? It sounds to me out loud that discharging a firearm in front of somebody's home is more dangerous than a pig that's digging up a lawn. So I still, honestly, listening to the discussion from my colleagues, am not sure where I feel we should be on this issue. You've talked a little bit about allowing for some more time for you to do a little more analysis and bring to the council some more information. Am I reading that correctly? You've mentioned that a couple times or alluded to that.
Well, what we did is just to do our best in the short amount of time we had to provide you with information for consideration. If the council wanted more work on this from our part, we would do that work.
And what work would that be in your mind of where the gaps remain that you weren't able to get to, so to speak?
Well, I think what we would do is explore the issues that you wanted us to explore. I mean, we raised the issues that we could think of and just presented that to you for your consideration. I don't know exactly where we would go absent specific direction from you in terms of things you want us to look at.
Okay, and an issue of a sunset, and forgive me if I didn't read that somewhere as far as you folks are concerned, or maybe Councilmember KHAMIS had raised that issue, but is there a sunset provision with this, or we're just going to permanently allow discharging firearms in the city of San Jose for licensed individuals related to this issue, if I may ask?
So there is no sunset that we're envisioning as long as it maintains to be a problem. And I don't know if you've ever stared at one of these animals, but to me, having a licensed person with a gun shooting only at an animal which is contained in a confined area is far less problematic, especially if people receive notice that they are trapping the pig in advance. So
okay,
it's a lot less problematic to me. But and I don't envision, I don't envision a sunset because at this point I've actually gotten some statistics about how fast that they breed, and unless the county and the city do start working on this problem, we're going to have an intensified issue in the future. Apparently, they, and please correct me, I'm not sure, but I did get some preliminary statistics. They have 1 to 5 litters per year. Each litter has up to 6 piglets. So we're talking about, 30 new live animals per year from each female pig. So this could become a huge problem, and that's why I think, legitimately, I think John is concerned as well, because they actually have no real natural predators out there right now, with the exception of a mountain lion, and we don't necessarily want the mountain lions to become the next problem because they have an abundant food source. So unless we start taking care of that problem, I mean, yeah.
Which leads me to the larger picture here, is that this action, in my mind, probably is not going to solve the problem. So then, are we taking action today that's really going to be helpful, and would we be better served looking at other alternatives, or again, taking a little bit more time to talk about this issue and find a solution, whether it's partnering with other agencies? I really just feel we haven't explored that.
Well, and to that point, Councilman Rocha, I did want to note that one of the features that's within the Habitat Plan, our favorite document, is that it does in fact deal with feral pigs as being a significant threat to habitat, and that there is within the implementation strategy the lands that would be under the jurisdiction of the Habitat Agency. That would be one of the things that they would be looking at, is control of feral pigs on those lands because that agency doesn't own land at this point. They haven't started it, but part of that is working with county parks to manage habitat lands in the park system and provide resources. So I think over time this may kind of circle back around with some other solutions, and that's the piece. I apologize for today where we weren't able to get all that sorted out from a CEQA standpoint. Is I think we'll actually use the habitat EIR as the basis to adopt this ordinance because they will have lands inside the city limits that on an ongoing basis I think they will need the authority to go through and control pigs.
Thank you. To some folks have raised the issue about the seriousness, and I don't think the debate is about whether it's serious or whether this is a problem. I think it's just a matter of, is this the right solution? And that's where I've been butting my head against the wall here. So with that, I'm going to end my questions here, and I would encourage my colleagues who are suggesting this action to at least think a little bit about what staff talked about and some of the issues raised and maybe some of the items that they had listed at the end of their memo that talked about recommended changes or things to consider. Thank you.
All right, we're going to go through the council again. I'd just like to point out that it's 5:35 with my adjusted clock back to standard time. So we have another meeting at 7 o'clock, and somebody probably wants to eat dinner along the way, but let's try one more time. Councilmember Constant.
So I know our discussion kind of veered off to the golf course, and we had some discussion about fencing. And yeah, golf courses can put up some fencing. Golf courses can go get their permit and go through their process. But we're talking about our neighborhoods, and we've spotted these feral pigs way outside of the golf courses. And as John mentioned, if you corner one of these guys, they get mean. In fact, there's been 17 situations, as you mentioned, or if I remember the number correctly, where there has been threatening behavior that had to take immediate action. These animals wander into yards, and for the homeowner who goes into their backyard and that animal feels trapped, you are going to have an aggressive situation. You simply can't fence off an entire neighborhood to deal with this issue. And the state process is great, and I hope that the state, as they're reviewing it, comes up with a way for us to deal with it. And when that happens, we can revisit this and change our ordinance. But it's really waiting months and months for the state to get around to doing something. We all know they don't do it very quickly. We have that threat in our neighborhoods, and if you get children going out in the backyard that a feral pig has wandered into, you're going to have a confrontation. And I think the 300-pound pig is going to win. And while the arguments about the deer and the raccoons is an interesting argument, it's not the same as a 300-pound feral pig. And I know I've stared at these things in the past, and they're not very friendly-looking animals. And in regard to the safety, our police department has dispatched many animals over the years within our city limits. They have to do it when we have seriously injured animals, whether they be horses or deer or any type of animal within our city limits. And I'm not aware of any instance where there has been a threat to the safety when the firearm is discharged. These are well-trained people. And again, I know there's been questions about, are we talking about trapped or not? Are we talking about whatever? But the memo is very clear that it's euthanizing wild pigs that have been trapped within the city of San Jose under the authority of a duly issued and approved depredation permit from the California Department of Fish and Game by a state licensed trapper. And that's very, very tight. It's not saying I'm going out there and I find one in my backyard and I decide to grab my sidearm and shoot 3 times or 4 times until I hit it. So I think we need to keep that into perspective. And you know, if there's not enough votes for the urgency ordinance, I hope that there is support to get a regular ordinance so that we can deal with this. We can't simply allow our residents to keep living in fear and wait for what inevitable thing is going to happen. And hopefully we can move forward and get a vote here before the evening session.
City Attorney.
Rick?
Councilmember, I want to clarify that the ordinance as proposed says any person authorized by Fish and Game pursuant to a depredation permit under the Fish and Game Code, and it cites the code. It doesn't say licensed trapper because we don't have a definition of a licensed trapper, but yet you have to have a permit from Fish and Game.
Right, okay. Well, hopefully everyone understands that. I do think it's urgent. I do think it's serious, and I do think it's an immediate threat to safety. And I really don't want to go start fencing off entire neighborhoods. And I know Johnny's had them in his yard, and Johnny, you don't live on the golf course, I don't think, because I've been to your house. I think we need to look at the golf course issue and the residence issue as two separate issues.
Councilmember Herrera.
Yeah, I would like to know, I guess, from our police department what they think about it. Do we have anybody from the police department here that can address this? Pierluigi, could we have the police officer come down? Excuse me. I would like to hear from the police department what they think about this, since they're the ones that are. Dave. Thank you. Sorry to make you run and come all the way down.
Absolutely. Dave Knopf. Well, I think really it comes down to doing what's the right thing. So I know that we need to look into this ordinance, I think, further. I don't see it. I know that feral pigs, I've been around them. They can be very dangerous. I know of no incident in the city where anybody's been chased by a pig. Typically, they are at night. They come out early morning or early evening to do their rooting. We do see them up in the villages area, in the Almaden Valley, mainly through, we get them as vandalism reports. If we get a call of a pig, they're usually gone by the time we get there. But I don't know of any cases where people have been chased down a street or anything by any feral pigs that I know of. I mean, it'll be your decision as far as whether to do the urgency ordinance of it. But I do think some things need to be hashed out between Fish and Game, the Fish and Wildlife organization, and our main concern is who will be firing these weapons. The permit that can be issued, the depredation permit, as I understand it, can be issued to anyone over the age of 21. It's not just a trapper or organization. So if we were to hash that out, figure as far as who has the ability to take this permit and trap these animals, I think that would be wise. Because as it stands now, I'm not sure that we can control who Fish and Game can issue an actual permit to. So those would be mainly mine and our concern as far as moving forward. I think it's going to be necessary to some point because of the type of damage that these animals do is significant.
Thank you very much. And so my concern is, again, it's the urgency aspect of this, and because we're moving it forward so quickly, we're not able to get the answers and kind of work out some of the things that Dave Knopf is talking about and some of the issues staff has. And those are serious issues when you're talking about having somebody go out in the community with a weapon and kill something in a residential area. So I'm not saying I'm concerned about the problem, and I think we need to solve it, and we may well need to have somebody go out there and do this. It's not getting all these details, significant things worked out before we implement this. Because again, we started this conversation saying licensed trapper, and now we find out it's not a licensed trapper, it's somebody who can go get a permit from Fish and Game, which could be anybody. So I recall in my neighborhood, and when I was talking about this, there's not just raccoons in our neighborhood, we've had pigs in our neighborhood too. And I recall an incident many years ago where one of our neighbors decided to take on one of these pigs with a gun and missed. And the pig got pretty upset. I think he wounded the pig, didn't kill him, wounded him. He ended up inside an RV with a pig on the outside. I mean, so I don't think it's a good idea to enact this in haste without getting this worked out. I'm concerned who's going to have the gun and who's going to be allowed to do this, and what are the things that our our own city staff realize that we need to work out. So I'd rather see us go back and work out some of these details and bring this thing back. I'm not saying I won't support an ordinance, but the urgency aspect and not working these things out makes me a little concerned.
Any more questions for the police department? We have some other comments, but you probably already heard all that already, so you're not going to go very far.
I did have one.
Okay, Councilman Rocha.
Can you elaborate a little bit more on the individuals? As far as we understand, there's no background checks on criminal convictions or...
I don't know the process of Fish and Game and how they issue the permits. Okay. I know that there is, I believe it's in state law that says that they can't have certain convictions, and so there is some type of process that they do go through. But like I said, I haven't had a chance to really delve into it real deep yet, so I'm not sure the whole process as far as Fish and Game. That's something we would have to actually work with Fish and Game.
Thank you.
Councilor KALRA.
Thank you, Mayor. And it seems like because this came up as an urgent request, that there's a lot, whether it's police department or their staff, there's a lot of questions that still need to be further investigated. And, especially given the fact that, I see the language being suggested in the ordinance, the amendment, and it doesn't, although the memo may say trapped and what have you, I don't see anything in the language that says the animal needs to be trapped. And learning more now about what it means to be authorized under California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and maybe we would want to have more stringent standards than simply just being authorized under California Department of Fish and Wildlife. And maybe we want to make more stringent standards than just being authorized and say they need to be trapped in order to allow it. So there's still some questions to be answered. It sounds like from what Rick said, we still have to come back for further CEQA analysis anyway. And so I would support just coming back, and it could still be under urgency if we get the question satisfactorily answered to the majority of the council, or it's Councilor CAMIS's call if he wants to make it go under the ordinary ordinance process. But either way, we have to come back anyway because of the CEQA analysis that still has to be done. And so either way, it will allow for more opportunity for some of these questions that a lot of us have to be answered, so that we know exactly what it is that we're going to be approving and whether it's the best and most feasible option right now, or if there are other alternatives, or if this could be part of one tool of a larger solution. It just seems like because of the way that it was brought forward, that there's still a lot of questions that many of us have, and a lot of questions that haven't yet been fully addressed and answered yet, because staff hasn't had the opportunity to do so. So that's just a suggestion I'm making, because it looks like we may not be able to get 8 votes to support the urgency, but we all feel this is an important issue that shouldn't be dropped, that we should deal with it sooner rather than later. And so if there's a suggestion from Rick as to how long it might take for you to do the CEQA analysis, maybe we can table the urgency until that date, and then we can decide based upon further elaboration of whether there's a consensus on the urgency.
The CEQA issue is a planning department issue, and Joe, I don't know what you...
I think we were prepared to be back next week, but we don't have a meeting, so it would be in 2 weeks. We just needed a couple more hours of research and just really ran out of time.
Sure, and so really comes down to Councilor CAMIS and his call, because in 2 weeks, maybe there won't be enough questions answered on the other issues for 8 votes, but if you go through the ordinary ordinance process, maybe that 30 to 45 days will be plenty of time for everyone to have their questions satisfactory answers. I don't want to suggest which one's better. It's more of a strategic, because I frankly don't know where I'll be in 2 weeks in terms of whether I'll support urgency or not. It would depend on what the answers are, as opposed to coming up with in 30 to 45 days an overall plan on what we do, because I know that we did a lot of mitigation measures in my district. I'm sure you have in yours as well, that don't involve allowing firearms to be discharged. Maybe we can incorporate firearms being allowed to be discharged in certain circumstances as part of a larger solution. That will require a little bit more time, but at least then we'll have a plan, because this has been an issue that's been going on for a number of years. And so I think it seems like just from the discussion, I fall into the same place a lot of others up here are falling in as to whether it's urgent or not, and whether this is the best solution or not. And so I'll leave it up to you, Councilor CAMIS, as to how you'd like to go forward, but I think you can read the hesitancy from a lot of us, and I just want to make sure we have a policy put in place that solves the issue in every way, not just in terms of the firearms issue.
Before we go through the council again, I'd like to at least let the folks who came down to speak on this issue talk for a few minutes. Roland LeBrun, and then Mark Ubois. Mark here? Looks like it's just Roland LeBrun.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and City Council. There's really nothing for me to add. It's very clear. I really appreciate the discussion that took place here. I had planned to show you a video, the least graphic one I could find, that shows you what actually happens when things work according to plan. I will not do that because it's very clear which way you're going. There's one thing I can tell you is the rain is coming. 2 weeks from now, the problem will have gone away. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Oliverio.
Thank you, Mayor Reed. Listening to the discussion, I'm curious if some of my colleagues would be more inclined to support this with the modification was made in the motion, and the motion would simply be it's an urgency based on the council member who represents the district, who's most in tune with what the residents have to deal with, but we make it expire. And then once have the expiration after the rainy season hits for certain, because we're obviously in a more of a drought environment than ever before. And then next year we can take all the time we want to discuss every facet possible of this issue. But let's solve the item right now that the council members brought forward from his residents. I've gotten a variety of emails and actually took the time to call some friends in Almaden, and they're pretty certain that they'd like this to be taken care of and not wait. And so I would just maybe offer that modification to the maker of the motion. You might be able to get maybe someone that has hesitancy on the item to support it.
Well, I'm inclined to, to accept that motion. All I want to do is provide my residents with a tool. That's it.
Well, you have the motion, Councilor CAMPOS. You want to modify the motion? I think Pete's got the second, I believe.
Yeah, I will modify the motion to include an expiration date till after the rainy season begins, and hopefully we'll take up the issue in a holistic manner and work more to look at the long-term effects of the population growth of these animals and the dangers that they pose in the future.
About if we have a specific date for the rainy season thing, instead of being December 31st, it'll certainly start before December 31st. I don't know. It's your motion. I'll just suggest a specific date.
I would say maybe 3 months from 3 months from today.
Okay, that's your motion. So the motion is to approve an urgency ordinance effective for 3 months from today. Good enough, City Attorney? Clear enough?
I take that as February 5th.
Okay. Further discussion on this modified motion, Councilmember Herrera.
I really appreciate Councilmember Khamis' willingness to modify the motion, but we still have the same issue here. I don't think this policy is ready for prime time, and it doesn't make it better if it happens for 3 months or whether it's continuous for me. So we have the same questions we need to answer about who's going to be doing this, and I guess I do have one question to satisfy the people that are dealing with this problem right now. If there is a wild pig, a wild boar, whatever you want to call it, feral pig, in somebody's yard, who do they call, and what is the response right now without this urgency ordinance?
They call Joe Horvital.
Yeah, give me your phone number. We can tell everyone. No,
He's retiring, though. They frequently will call us or vector control, but really the jurisdiction lies with the state in Fish and Wildlife. And so we will, as a city, as a response, we will respond to any wild animal that is immediately and directly threatening a person's safety. We will also respond to any wild animal that is injured or sick, but we do not respond in person to animals creating nuisances, whether that's property damage or climbing on your roof or something like that. We don't respond to those. We do have a contract with the Wildlife Center here in San Jose where they will give people advice on how to do some of the different modifications to the environment to discourage animals from being around, and that's any kind of animal. But nobody in general will respond just because a pig's standing in the front lawn.
So I do think we need to come together with some policy around this issue. We've heard that from everyone, including the police department thinks we need to do that. And so I would support, if the motion became bringing it back to staff, something similar to what Councilmember KALRA was suggesting, I would definitely support that. I want to see some policy on this. I just don't think that an urgency ordinance is the way to go. I think we have a few more things we need to work out here. And we're going to have this issue every year. This is a cyclical issue that we're going to have every fall. We already know that. It's not new. It's been going on for a while. And so I'd like to see us approach this in a thoughtful way. I'm very sympathetic to the concerns of the residents. We have them in District 8 too. But I think we just really need to make sure what we're doing before we have people out there with firearms at residences.
Councilmember Liccardo.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to ask one last question of the maker of the motion. Johnny, please forgive me because we don't have a lot of wild boar on 7th Street. So I'm just trying to understand, if we've got to trap them, whoever it is who's authorized to shoot has to trap first. From the residents' perspective, in terms of their safety, what do they get out of shooting that they don't already get out of trapping?
Well, once you trap the animal, what are you going to do with it?
I don't know.
Yeah, so you're not, it's not a, it doesn't
idea.
become the family pet all of a sudden. So basically, we have to get rid of them. And other than releasing them immediately, which is what the State and Wildlife Services advise us to do, you could trap it, then release it. So what good is it? So that's the point. Again, the only reason I put this on the agenda is because I was trying to find a tool. We ran into the problem where nobody wanted to help anybody, and so not the city, not the county, not Fish and Wildlife Services.
I get that part. I just want to really hone down on this. There's nowhere to take a wild pig.
No, there's nowhere. In fact, if you try to move it to a different area, you're actually breaking a new law. So you can't even move. You can't not move a live pig or a live animal and relocate it anywhere. You can't even do it with a squirrel. So just be careful.
Not that I intend to.
No.
But you could dress them
I
up.
found out a lot more than I cared to know.
As we all are. Yes. All right. Thank you.
All right. It's almost 6 o'clock. We could take a vote on this, or we could just keep going through dinner. So the motion on the floor is for an urgency ordinance that would have 3 months effective date. And then I presume that we would work on the issues for some sort of a permanent ordinance in the meantime, because they're unresolved. But the motion is for an urgency ordinance with a 3-month effective date. Three months of effect, which would become effective immediately because it's an urgency ordinance. Okay, on that motion, all in favor? Opposed? I got count 1 opposed, 2, 3 opposed. KALRA, HERRERA, and ROCHA opposed, so it passes on an 8-3 vote. We need 8 votes to adopt the urgency ordinance, so we're done for tonight. We have open forum before we adjourn for dinner. We will be back at 7 after that. So open forum. If you have any requests to speak on the open forum, now is the time. Richard Calhoun.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. I'm Richard Calhoun. Linda Kincaid and I have been working with the City of San Jose for over a year now, trying to get the San Jose to update their elder abuse police policy. It hasn't happened. So today, I'm going to start bringing individual cases to you. Today's case is a Willow Glen resident. She is currently in the process of being charged by a single vendor $15,000. This single vendor has overcharged 16 out of 16 elders for $142,000 since May of 2007. If I or anybody else did it, it would be financial elder abuse. We would be investigated, we'd be prosecuted, and we'd be in jail. The reason today's abuse is working is the key factor is the vendor is hired, controlled by the Santa Clara County Public Guardian. I am here today to request this City Council advise, revise, do whatever they need to do with the police department response so the police department can protect the elders in San Jose. This has been ongoing since 2007 and probably longer. It's time we do something. Thank you.
Thank you. We've heard this issue before. I'd just like to refer it to our city manager to talk with the police department to figure out if there's something that might need to be brought to the council. With that, that's the end of the open forum. We're going to take a recess until 7 p.m. to call the meeting to order. It's a continuation of the meeting we started many hours ago, and we still have a few hours ahead of us this evening to get through the agenda. We are taking item 5.1 first. That's the bond-funded softball facility update. And then we're getting into the land use items. We have several of those, but we are starting out with the funded softball facility. And then we'll be done sometime tonight. I can't promise you when. There are a lot of people here. A lot of people want to speak. And we'll get to that public input in a moment. We're going to start on item 5.1 with a staff presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Julie Edmonds-Mattes, Director of Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services. The City of San Jose is a vibrant and attractive community for many reasons. Our thriving economy, our innovative business climate, and of course our abundant natural resources. The Department of Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services, our mission is to build healthy communities through people, parks, and programs. We continuously strive to sustain an active and enhanced livability in our rapidly urbanizing city. This goal can be challenging at times. The PIERLUIGI team is here today to discuss with you the creation of a new recreational amenity, a softball complex. For many of our residents have been tracking the Measure P bond progress over the last decade, and it's many recreational amenities that we've built. We appreciate the patience of those folks who are interested in this last particular amenity. The PIERLUIGI team here today to help support this program is Matt Cano, Deputy Director, Mary Beth Harris, Division Manager, and Scott Davidson, Planner with PMC. This team, I believe, has done a yeoman's job in dealing with a lot of data and information and providing you with helpful information to make this important decision. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Matt.
Thank you. Matt Cano, Deputy Director of Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Services. As Julie mentioned, we started back in the year 2000 with a $228 million park bond. We've completed approximately 93 projects in total throughout the city of San Jose, and we have 2 projects remaining to complete. One is a soccer complex that it's currently about to start construction on Coleman Road near the airport, and the last is a softball complex, which we'll discuss a lot more later tonight. We've constructed a lot of projects, many community centers throughout the city of San Jose, the award-winning Happy Hall Park and Zoo renovation as well. The slide here just shows the top 20 on the right by funding source that make up, these top 20 projects make up about 90% of the funding in the bond. So again, we've done a lot of great work over the last 13 years, and as Julie mentioned, we're looking forward to finalizing that last project. On the slide in front of you is the actual language from the Measure P bond in the year 2000. The language in bold says, constructing new recreational sports facilities. This is different than during the lead up to the bond and the early days of the bond, we did talk about a public goal to initially build 8 softball and 6 soccer fields. However, we never put away the actual funding to buy the land for those soccer and softball fields. We never had enough in the bond in the first place. So we've always been looking for free land or land that we can partner with somebody on for that for those complexes. So again, we definitely want to build as large a soccer and softball complexes as possible, but the bond language that was actually voted upon does allow the city some flexibility in the size of the facility that's built. Another item I wanted to mention is in the year 2008, we did a citywide sports field study that showed at the time we had approximately 94 sports fields throughout the city, rectangular for soccer or diamond-shaped for baseball and softball. But per national standards, we actually were short 129 fields. Over the past 5 years, we've either built or are in the design and construction phases for 16 new fields, 10 of which are artificial turf. So we still have a long way to go to fully serve our residents, but we do feel that we've been making significant progress over the past 5 years, especially with the artificial turf fields. To the softball complex. Over the past 13 years, we've probably looked at every large vacant parcel in the city of San Jose and wondered whether we can put a softball complex. Some of those parcels we have investigated more diligently than others. And then on December 18th, 2012, we came to the City Council and received some specific direction. One was to enter into an exclusive due diligence agreement with the Hopkins Big League Dreams Partnership to investigate a combo retail and sports complex at Singleton Landfill. As was reported to the City Council back in August, Big League Dreams and Hopkins have determined that the retail and/or sports complex at Singleton Landfill won't work at this time within the available budgets that we have available, and so that they are no longer pursuing that partnership, and that is on hold at this time. In addition, we received direction to analyze 6 sites specifically for the softball complex, and those are on the map in front of you right now. They are Alviso in Council District 4, the Arcadia site in Council District 8, the Singleton and Santa Clara County Fairgrounds sites in Council District 7, Shady Oak site in Council District 2, and the Columbus site in Council District 3. We went to the Parks Commission, Neighborhood Services Committee, and to the City Council and reviewed the criteria that we would be using to evaluate these 6 sites, and they're on the slide in front of you right now. Location and access, ownership cost, the financial sustainability of the site itself, as well as the economic development potential of the entire site, and the constructability of that site. This slide has the key findings for each of those 6 sites that are in, there's much more detail on each of these in our very thick report. For the Alviso site, we have 1 existing ball field at the Alviso site right now, and the most we can fit would be 1 additional new field for 2 fields total, and it is very close to the existing Twin Creeks Regional Complex in Sunnyvale. The Arcadia site we have found offers the best opportunity for the city to move forward with the most fields in 1 location in a timely manner, and we'll discuss that a little more in the next few slides. The Columbus site, which is in the Guadalupe River Park, we have 2 existing fields, and we would be renovating those if that was the project, and so it doesn't add any new fields to the inventory. We've, over the past several months, since last December, we've been talking with the County of Santa Clara staff about the county fairgrounds. In our report, we mentioned that we have a very high level of uncertainty regarding what the site acquisition costs or leasing costs would be, as well as any parameters or development timeline associated with that project, since they are planning to start their master planning process for the site. This was heard again today at the county supervisors meeting, and we have received some correspondence, which I think you have in front of you today, from the County of Santa Clara staff. They did vote 4-0 with 1 abstention to direct their staff to continue to work with us and talk to us regarding the feasibility of softball at the fairgrounds site, and report back within 60 days. As mentioned before, we have been in these discussions with the County of Santa Clara staff for several months now, and they are still working on starting their master plan process. So based on what we know as of right now, we still have an extremely high level of uncertainty regarding our ability to develop any hard parameters and timelines regarding the Santa Clara County Fairgrounds site. The Shady Oak site down in Council District 2 off of Highway 101 we'd feel is constructible. However, there's been an extremely high level of community input or opposition to this site from the neighbors of the site, and for that reason we are not recommending moving forward at that site. For the Singleton site, as I mentioned before, the Hopkins Big League Dreams partnership has deemed that at this time it's cost prohibitive to build there, and we are recommending not pursuing that site at this time as well. Our staff recommendation that is in our council memo is to pursue negotiations with the owner of the Arcadia site in Council District 8 for a minimum of 3 adult-sized softball fields. When I mention adult size, I want to be clear that these fields would be for youth as well as adults, youth softball through adult softball, as well as for Little League baseball. But we would build them so that they're big enough and can be used for all of those different levels of play. The land for those 3 fields, according to the developer, would be free to the city of San Jose. That's approximately 12.5 acres that we would not need to pay for. And we returned to the city council in 2014 with the results of the negotiation and discussions on the reuse of any remaining park bond funds. We do feel strongly about this staff recommendation, and we do feel that this is the most feasible site for the city to move forward in a timely manner to deliver softball fields to the residents of San Jose. It is also very close to the Ocala site that we're currently entering into a partnership with the Alum Rock Union School District so that we could have tournaments that would use both of those sites. Ocala's about a mile away. This slide shows a layout which is included in the staff report that shows what the 3-field complex could look like at the Arcadia site. As you're aware, this morning we issued a supplemental memo. We are happy to report that the developer representative for the Arcadia site has indicated that they are interested and willing to talk to us about developing a 4th field on the Arcadia site, which would, the more fields the better. And consistent with our staff recommendation, we are recommending to continue to negotiate with the consistent with our prior staff recommendation, we are recommending that the council provide us direction to negotiate with the Arcadia developers as our #1 choice for bond-funded softball sites so that we can put a 3 or 4 field complex at that location. With that, we'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Before we get into questions, I'd like to get some public testimony. I want to recognize Councilmember Herrera. First, I'd like to get a motion on the floor, and we'll take the public testimony, and then we'll get into the council discussion and questions.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to, at this time, move my memo signed by Mayor Chuck Reed and Sam LICCARDO to accept the staff's recommendations and proceed with the recommended steps towards implementation, with added direction to negotiate a 4th ball field at the Arcadia site, and also to continue to engage with the county staff in their efforts to include a softball-baseball complex in their fairgrounds master plan, with the possible use of remaining bond funds for development of ball fields.
Right, we have a motion based on the memorandum. Everybody's awake here. We've been here a long time, and my lights are all working, so I think if you we'll be fine. So I'd like to take the public testimony now. We have a motion on the floor so the public knows what we're talking about. And there are a lot of people who want to speak, so when I call your name, please come on down, wait on the steps there so that you're ready to go. When it's your turn, I'll call 3 or 4 names at a time. Joshua Barus, Jerry Soriano, Pat Pizzo,
Hi, good evening, Mayor Reed, Vice Mayor Nguyen, friends of the council, members of the public. Of course, thank you to the PRNS staff for such an extensive and thorough study of the most feasible site for a softball complex of this nature. So my recommendation, you are going to hear from so many community stakeholders tonight, folks from the local Little League, of course, small business owners, and of course, residents and neighborhood leaders. You know, District 8, I think that we have been neglected as far as any projects from Measure P funding from 13 years ago. I think this is an opportunity to put San Jose, give us another amenity to put San Jose on the map. And of course, it's the best site as you know, the land is it's shovel ready. Of course, if you consider the fairground site, you know, do you want to really engage in further litigation or, you know, more pushback from the county? So please consider the Arcadia site. Again, we can have 3 to 4 softball fields within 2 to 3 years, and I really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Jerry Soriano, Pat Pizzo, and then Barinder Ahulawali.
Council. Yeah, I've been, I live in the area. I've lived in the area for over 40 some years. And that site, the Arcadia site, has been there before it's been there, okay? I've been president of East Ridge Little League for something like 43 years, so I know something about how the field would impact children in that area. It's a dream come true, so why not make it a Christmas present as soon as possible, okay? Why get into a political debate about why it shouldn't be there? I mean, this is something that in the long run is going to benefit, I think, kids on the east side more than anything. There's 9 other leagues on the other, in that area, and it definitely is going to benefit not only guys and girls, baseball and softball, but benefit in the sense that we'll be able to host tournaments there at multiplex times so that you can get the games over as soon as possible and get kids out of there when they do have it. Thank you.
Pat Pizzo, Barinder Ahluwalia, Michael Gross.
Pat Pizzo, District 10. Follow the promise of Measure P. Build 6 to 8 field complex for adult and senior play, so to open city fields for youth sports. The right place for the complex is the fairgrounds. This sports complex is not entirely about baseball. It is a means to market the city by sponsoring national tournaments, and if done properly, it will be self-sustaining and bring economic boom to local business, hotels, restaurants, sports, and entertainment venues. Request Big League Dreams to perform an independent financial assessment of the two plans, considering the net annual loss, gain, or break even, and the projected economic gain to the community, which is the better plan. In parallel, two council members should partner with Chavez and Cortese of the county to outline appropriate commitments. A 3-month period is reasonable to complete both actions. I've been attending public meetings concerning Measure P for at least 11 years. Another 120 days or even another year would be well worth it to get the right decision. Thank you.
Verinder Alawali, Michael Gross, Brad Durga.
Honorable Mayor and Council members, thank you. I represent District 4. The question is not against spending money on development of Arcadia Sports Complex, but equitable and fair spending of the remaining Measure P bond funds on the restoring worsening condition of the long neglected Alaviso and Trinity Park that makes 2 soccer and 1 softball field. No money had been spent on the park in the last 9 years. City cannot afford to establish parks and leave them to turn into slums. Allocating some portion of the remaining bond fund money for Alaviso and Trinity Parks is only fair and responsible way to sharing the remaining Measure P bond funds. Arcadia may be developed partially from the remaining Measure P bond funds. Fairgrounds development can be taken up when land and funds are definitely available. And thank you all for the opportunity.
Michael Gross, Brad Durga, Andrea Fredana.
Good evening. Michael Gross, Anchor Road Landfill. Up in Alviso, we actually have a ball field right now, and it's in a sorry state of affairs. It doesn't get a lot of use, and as part of the site selection, one of the options was actually looking at dividing the ball fields out throughout the city. And I would really like staff and council, of course, to take a look at that again, because this will give an opportunity for the citizens of Alviso, my employees and their children, to take advantage of a field that isn't there right now. And you could actually end up putting 2 fields in that area. So that's one proposal I think that you guys should kick around a little bit more. Thank you very much.
Brad Durga, Andrea Fredona, Steve Soto.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I'm Brad Durga with Arcadia Development Company. I'll try to be brief, and I just want to go through a couple of things. We have an application actively in for our site that we've been processing. We're really excited about, we have agreed in the past that the initial 12 acres that we would donate that to the city. But from day one, from my perspective and our perspective, a part of that offer was that the city had to have the ability to develop it and the ability to maintain it financially, because I can't afford to put what we're going to put there and then have it sit fallow. So that was one of the things that we've talked about. This last few weeks, we've been talking. We were talking about the 3 fields, and we had an opportunity over the last couple to look at the ability to put a 4th field. You've seen the map. That's something that we had our engineers do. We think it's feasible. We're comfortable working with your staff, who's done a spectacular job on this, to see if we can make it happen. And I can tell you that we're developing, ready, willing, and able to go. We broke ground on Bass Pro in Almaden. We intend to do the same here and get this development going. Not only is there a residential component, and we're look forward to hopefully doing some softball fields. We've got a commercial component with rooftop restaurants, and hopefully we'll bring a little life to a part of town that deserves it. So if there are any questions, I'd be glad to answer them, but thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask a speaker a question?
What I'd like to do is we'll bring him back after we get through the speakers.
Okay.
I know there'll probably be some questions.
All right, thank you.
We'll do that. All right, our next speaker would be Andrea Fredono, and then Steve Soto.
Good evening.
The reason I'm here is I have given you each copies of a petition that was circulated around the Singleton neighborhood, and this is out of District 7. Most of us have lived there a long time. I personally have been there over 36 years. I have seen the good, the bad, and the ugly of the disposal site. The neighbors were very upset about the lights, the noise that this would involve, and of course, you folks have been interested, of course, in the expense going into having to clean up the neighborhood. We are not secure in the knowledge that we are going to get your attention. We do not want that in our neighborhood. It's going to be for adults. The children in the area will not benefit from it. Parking on the streets is already at a very high level. I just want to know if you have any questions. The petitions, everyone who put a signature down on the petition, and I talked to every single petitioner, requested that I get back to them with the summary of this particular meeting. If you have any questions, I did give a copy to the city clerk and one to each of you. Thank you very much.
Steve Soto, Richard Santos, Autumn Jewel McNeil.
Good evening. My name is Steve Soto. I'm a husband, a father, local resident, and I'm a youth baseball coach. I'm not here on behalf of any particular league or organization. I'm here because I care about the future of our youth and have a great understanding of how sports can change a child's life. Baseball is fun. Sure, you can get a hit, you can hit a home run, but for the most part, baseball is a game of failure. In baseball, you strike out, you make errors, and that's what makes it challenging. Life certainly has its challenges, and we've all made errors in our life, and how did we respond? On these fields, kids learn how to face adversity and how to respond if something bad or disappointing happens. These are the types of things that you cannot teach at school or in a classroom. I spend quite a bit of time on ball fields to see these kids focusing and learning the game of baseball and softball while experiencing some of life's lessons actually provides them with the type of education and an outlet that you can't provide anywhere else. And to me, that's priceless. Please don't let this opportunity slip away. The funds are in place, the land has been donated, and there has been extensive research and an in-depth report that recommends the Arcadia site for a new baseball and softball complex. It's time to act now. The kids are growing up quickly, and they need more outlets now. Please provide for our youth and our community. Let's not waste any more time. Let's put the ball in play.
Richard Santos, Autumn Jewel McNeil, Steve Soto, second.
Mayor, City Council, Richard Santos. I really believe that the Measure P language basically says, facilities, not a facility. And it says neglected parks. And so Alviso meets all that criteria. And then I came here and seen all this, and I was really disappointed. Because, again, we're being left out. And of all people, Mr. Mayor, you are a council person. You know that. We don't have no softball field. We have a worn-out hardball field that has gopher holes as round as this table. Nobody uses it. Somebody said it's being used. It does not. Softball lights were taken out in 1997. There is no stadium lights. There is no softball. We used to have Monday night softball. So what I say is this, give us all the same opportunity to have, if you're going to have a tournament play. But it's not for the privilege. According to the measure, it's for everybody, from children to seniors, that everybody should have the right to play softball and enjoy their parks. 45 years of neglect of Alviso was way more than enough for anybody to take. I would just say this, if you are going to have a complex of some type, then I think Arcadia should have 3 fields, Columbus should have 3 fields, and Alviso can have 2. We have 31 acres, and the due diligence by this staff was terrible. You got 2,600 acres out there in the water treatment plant. It's your land. It wouldn't cost you anything if you want to put 8 complexes there. But why take all the money for one spot? The taxpayers deserve to have the same opportunities as everyone else. I urge you to defer this and do a real study to make sure everybody has opportunity. Thank you.
Autumn Jewel McNeil, Steve Soto II, Rose Amador.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am very relieved to hear that you are taking Shady Oaks off of consideration. I do want to highly urge you guys to consider never developing that site. It is an amazing site with wildlife. There are vultures, there are coyotes, there are rabbits. There are all sorts of animals in that area that you propose to bulldoze, dig up, and develop. It is very important to me and is one of the reasons that I chose that neighborhood as my home and the home for my future children. I am hoping and highly urging you all to never develop that site and to hold it as a reserve to wildlife and to preserve it for our children, where there are other highly desirable sites that would make much better place for softball and games to be played. There is already a softball complex very close to our neighborhood next to Lowe's. There is no reason to further develop this area, and I hope that you highly take that under consideration and do not do so in the future. Thank you.
Steve Soto, Rose Amador, Nicole Idraos.
Hi, my name is Steve Soto. I am 12 years old, and I've been playing ball ever since I was 2. I support the Arcadia softball complex, and I would like to soon be able to play a tournament there. Many of my friends aren't able to play a tournament because they don't live close by to a softball complex, and this would solve the problem. If these fields are built, I would be able to bring many more of my friends and family out to learn, play, and watch the game of baseball. Thank you for listening to my opinion.
Rose Amador, Nicole Idraos, Lynchie Nguyen.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, San Jose City Council members. On behalf of La Raza Roundtable, I wish to express our support for the staff recommendations to pursue construction of Measure P bond-funded softball facility located at the Arcadia site. However, in addition, El Viso should also be included for a ball field. La Raza Roundtable strongly supports youth activities in these two underserved, often ignored communities in San Jose. Please consider both the Arcadia site and El Viso as the most needy communities to be considered for bond-funded softball facilities. Thank you.
Nicole Idraos, Lynchie Nguyen, Toby Straight.
Thank you. Can we show the slide prior with the 4 fields? Is that possible? Thanks. Good evening and thank you. I'm a resident of District 8, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the Arcadia project. Beyond the overwhelming objective merit of Arcadia as a shovel-ready site, already in development with donated land, recommended strongly by our city staff here tonight as the #1 site, it's important to note that Eastside has received 0 Measure P funds to date. This may sound surprising given the huge amount of money already allocated citywide to other districts over the last 13 years, but it's true. For the past 13 years, District 8 is the only district in San Jose which has not received any Measure P bond funds. Projects developed under Measure P are important citywide amenities we all enjoy, such as the gorgeous park with 4 fields up there, just as Arcadia will be. A snapshot of funds that were allocated include $2.9 million spent in District 1 versus $0 spent on the east side to fund improvements to San Tomas Park and Saratoga Creek Trail. $9.9 million spent in District 9 versus $0 spent on the east side for Camden Multi-Service Center. $10.4 million spent in District 10 versus $0 spent on the east side for the Almaden Library and Almaden Lake Park. $15.7 million spent in District 5 versus $0 spent on the east side for the Mayfair Community Center and the Emma Prush Memorial Park Lefebvre House. Finally, District 7 has enjoyed the investment of a whopping $82.5 million for Happy Hollow Park and Zoo, Seven Trees Community Center, and Los Lagos Golf Course. East side. Anyone? $0. The residents of East San Jose have waited too long, not just for ballparks, but for Measure P bond funding. the council must accept the strong and independent recommendation of the team here today
Sorry, your time is up.
to build the site you see today. Thank you.
Lynchy Nguyen, Toby Strite, Aurelia Sanchez.
My name is Lynchy Nguyen, and I live in District 2, just 2 blocks away from Shady Oaks Park. I walk to the park every day where I see neighbors exercising, children and families playing. I wave to the couple at the corner that sit on their patio with their morning coffee and afternoon tea. On Wednesday afternoons, Jose gives soccer lessons, and from Monday through Friday, when you drive by, you'll see Jackie either by herself or leading 2 to 3 volunteers in planting flowers, caring for the lawn, or cleaning up the park. The adjacent field blooms in March with mustard flowers that paint our greenbelt a bright, beautiful yellow. Shady Oaks is a gem within our urban landscape of industrial and commercial buildings, and a special place for the residents in our neighborhood. To build a softball complex on this land would negatively impact the nature of our neighborhood and decrease the access to open space for all San Jose residents. I feel fortunate to live near a park such as Shady Oaks, and I understand that some communities are not as lucky. In attending the community and commission meetings, I've heard community members from El Viso speak up for the lack of neighborhood services in their community. I hope you will support the idea of spreading the funding among multiple groups to ensure that neighborhoods that are lacking in services get what they need: a space to be with and learn from nature, to rest, to gather, to serve, to play. Thanks.
Toby Straight, Aurelia Sanchez, and John Garside.
Good evening. I'm representing Evergreen Little League in Southeast San Jose. I'm going to reread the letter I sent your offices yesterday. Before they do that, I noticed there's a lot of kids who brought their homework here tonight. And I'd just like to recognize all the kids who showed up. Go ahead and stand up, kids. Our neighborhood Little League would like to express our complete support for this facility in the Evergreen community. We're dismayed by the memos from some council members that are arguing against the viability of this complex. Some of the girls behind me tonight traveled all the way to Colorado to play a tournament televised by ESPN on a 4-field facility. It's a complete red herring that we cannot host world-class tournaments in the facility that's proposed tonight, especially when you combine it with the 2 fields 1 mile away and the 14 fields that Evergreen Little League, East Ridge Little League, and others have within a narrow radius. That's the way these tournaments are run. There's a base facility, and you branch out to satellite fields. So we vehemently disagree with the claim that this is not a right site for a successful tournament destination. We want these people to spend their money in our hotels and eat in our restaurants instead of sending our children away several hours each weekend to Stockton so they can pursue their passion for softball. Our kids have waited long enough. It's time for action, and many of them have come here to see that from you tonight. Thank you.
Aurelia Sanchez, John Garside, Lonnie Gross.
Hello, my name is Aurelia Sanchez, and I live in District 3. First, I would like to applaud Councilmember Herrera. I think she is correct in trying to obtain open space for her district. However, I think that she also needs to consider, other than the ball fields, parks, open space for the public. Not a lot of people have money to participate in sports. Sports are very expensive. I also would like the council to consider the fairgrounds. The fairgrounds should be considered because it's near shopping centers, it's near downtown, we have a lot of hotels and motels, and it's also near transit and right off the freeway. I also think, I love Councilmember Chu's idea where he stated, why not have a couple of ballparks around the city? I don't know if you've ever transported children to and from sports practice, but you know, it's tough out there. Traffic's terrible. I also would like, I think I also have an issue with just when Councilmember Herrera or the council is considering Alcala School for a ballpark. You know what? Schools are for the public. They should be open and for the public. And I don't think anybody has a right to sell off public land. And if this is what we're going to do, we need to take it to a vote, to a city and county vote. And I think that's something everybody here should consider. We are slowly selling off our schools. For what? Money? That's not the way it should be. And also, I do kind of take offense when people mention Happy Hollow Park. Let me tell you something about Happy Hollow Park. It costs us $10 to park there. There's no playground. There's no place to play soccer. There's no place baseball. And there's no place to play anything there. So when people say they spend a lot of money and that, you know, people in District 3 have this.
Sorry, your time is up.
Not. Thank you.
John Garside, Lonnie Gross, Bob Gross.
Mayor Reed, council members, I speak on behalf of West Coast, a community-based athletic organization. More importantly, I speak to support any athletic facility built in San Jose. In particular, though, we support the city staff and their findings for Arcadia. The time is now. We would ask that the proposal is moved ahead. Over 10 years, the bond money has lain unused. Others have had the opportunity. There is a real opportunity. There is facilities, and there is improvement. Intransigence is the enemy of success and progress, and that should not be what we teach today's youth. Thank you very much for your time.
Lonnie Gross, Bob Gross, Jeremy Barus.
Good evening to you all. My name is Lonnie Gross. I have been in Alvison for 48 years, which is predominantly the majority of my life. And I'm glad tonight to have the opportunity to have some input to you because I haven't been able to have any. There hasn't been any community input on this issue. I have served on the master plan for Alviso, which was 6 years stint, and it was completed in '89, and Measure P seems to complement it. And it's good for the community. The land is there, the 31 acres, I understand. It fits our master plan, which had 4 general principles, and if you have an opportunity, please read it. 4 principles there. They're very important, and they have been followed in Alviso. The place that you want to have it in Alviso is good because it was designed for it, and we like that idea. And we do not like the idea that we have this tremendous amount of traffic, of which you can all verify, where you have to go all the way to the fairgrounds. Wow, that's about 40 miles round trip. I can't see our young people driving cars there when they should be playing a little ball and staying out of trouble, and would be very healthy for us all. So that is my proposal tonight, and I hope that you will listen to it and remember Alviso because it's important. It has been a neglected area, and we continue to try to follow up on it. Thank you very much for the time, gentlemen.
Bob Gross, Jeremy Barus, Alex Tirado.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I feel rather in a good position here. I can be the last one to speak before my wife. So I think you might have got me in a little trouble here. But anyway, I really strongly urge Alviso, but one of the things that I recall as a kid, ballparks were there for the neighborhood. And I hope we don't put economics in front of sports and recreation. I'm very concerned over that. And I'm concerned that kids today need to be able to run out the back door with a baseball glove and a ball. And I hope we strongly consider the human needs far more than the economic needs. Because great cities do things for their people. You have 10 districts. You got to serve a lot of people. 10 districts put money into those bonds. And so I just say this, I hope you choose wisely. With that, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Jeremy Barus, Alex Tirado, Angela Tirado.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am here with Amparo, Rosalinda, and Rocio. Sorry, they are mighty Meadow Fair mothers from the Meadow Fair neighborhood in District 8. And I'm Jeremy Bruce. I'm the president of the District 8 Community Roundtable. As president, I've had the privilege to go deep into communities and into people's homes and having serious, intimate discussions with neighbors on how we can improve the quality of life for our families. From our conversations, we can see that we all want to receive our share in our neighborhoods. The District 8 Community Roundtable has voted unanimously to locate the proposed bond-footed facility at the Arcadia site in District 8 and have sent out support letters to your respective offices. We strongly support this location, not out of bias, but frankly because it makes the most sense. We feel that the Arcadia location is conveniently located away from residential housing with ease of access near a major expressway and is enough donated land, shovel-ready land, that can accommodate the proposed fields with a strong recommendation from city staff. In closing, I humbly ask you to make the right choice in your recommendation for the site, the choice that makes the most sense. What is the best quality for the best quality of life for the residents of our city? And that will be the Arcadia site. Thank you.
Alex Tirado, Angela Tirado, Nathan Bao.
Hello, Council. My name is Alex Tirado. I'm 16 and I go to Overford High School. So over the years, I've been playing travel ball, and most of the time, we have to travel to probably the closest facility is Twin Creeks, or the main one in San Jose where we can play is Powell Stadium, but most of the time it's taken. Arcadia is a good choice because, you know, the land's free. A few months ago, the land caught on fire, and when the land catches on fire, I mean, it's not doing any good to the community. And with the fields being there, it'll generate revenue. Like Twin Creeks makes a lot of money, and that money goes towards the facility and making it better. And I remember when I was first starting, I heard of BLD, and their fields are nice, and that was the dream fields. And, you know, these could be our dream fields, and we wouldn't have to travel that far. And, you know, why not have a close facility for baseball and softball that could be our dream fields in San Jose, instead of just an open field. Thank you.
Angela Tirado, Nathan Bao, and Juan Kwok.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Angela Tirado. And before I make a quick presentation, can I please ask anyone who's supporting Arcadia to please stand? Thank you for your support. I'm here tonight representing Eastridge Little League and also a community advocate. And I believe that Arcadia is the best site, and as my son mentioned, that is a closer facility for us. Also, one thing that is important is baseball and softball, especially in the Foothill Division, that defers gang activity. And actually, when my son was younger, he was approached, but he was too busy playing baseball. So besides the education that it gives kids by building character and loyalty, it also gives them an outlet instead of having gang activities. So again, I'd like to thank everyone, and please consider the Arcadia site so that our kids can play ball.
Nathan Bao, Juan Kwok, Angela Nguyen.
Good evening. My name is Nathan Bao. I'm currently a senior at Evergreen Valley High School and also part of the District 8th Youth Commission. And I highly support this bond in building these athletic facilities because I myself actually do play sports. And what I learned from sports, besides how to keep myself healthy, how to eat healthy, is more important that I learn how to make friends, how to be social, and most importantly, how to work with other people, how to be able to improve my teamwork skills. And that's what I've learned from sports. Besides from that, I've also, on top of being athletic, learning how to be athletic and eating healthy, it's a great way to build character. It helps me to be determined, motivated, and inspired to do something better for myself and people around me. So that's why I highly support this in building athletic facilities, and I hope that all the members do vote for the athletic facilities for the youth and for the people and for the community. Thank you.
Juan Quack, Angela Nguyen, Francisco Valenzuela.
Good evening. My name is Han Quach, and I'm a senior attending EVHS, and I'm also part of the District 8 Youth Commission. And I would like to show my support regarding the Measure P bond fund. I believe that with this softball complex, both the young and adults will benefit as a whole. I myself am an athlete, and I cannot imagine a community where all sports are not present. Sports are something you do with a passion. Without them, the youth will not be able to express themselves physically. As you may already know, the use of drugs and fights are very popular amongst middle school and high schoolers. With this opportunity, there will be a new extracurricular activity that the youth can enjoy, and while having a decrease in trouble among the youth. Therefore, on behalf of the future of our youth, I would like to highly advocate the idea of the construction of a softball complex. Thank you.
Angela Nguyen, Francisco Valenzuela, Sterling Presley.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. My name is Angela Nguyen, and I am the Youth Commissioner for District 8. I would like to show my support for the Measure P bond funds because it will be beneficial for both the youths and adults. For many, playing a sport is a way to express themselves. With this baseball complex, many youths will have the chance to be themselves. As we all know, generations are passed down from one to the next. The youths will be the future leaders of tomorrow, and we should consider what will benefit them. Thank you.
Francisco Valenzuela, Sterling Presley, and Christian Lopez.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, my friends. I'm actually here more to talk about the big picture of what this complex will provide the city of San Jose. My daughter, Melissa, plays travel ball. I've been coaching her since she was 3. For the last 2 years, she's been playing travel ball. We actually have a tournament this weekend. But every weekend, we're traveling to another city because San Jose doesn't have a 4 complex or more softball field. The Measure P, when it passed, it was a great opportunity to provide residents of San Jose an opportunity to have their kids play softball, especially softball, because in most leagues, baseball is a priority. They get most of the resources. The girls are left out. And so if this park is built, especially if it's 4 fields, it'll suit more travel ball tournaments opportunities. Of all the fields I've been to, most of them have 4 or 8 fields. The one in Manteca is amazing. You got to go online, look it up. A 4-field softball complex will be more viable for travel ball tournaments that will generate revenue for the city, as well as allowing kids to play. I grew up in East Side San Jose. We played on the street. It would have been amazing to have something like this down the street from our neighborhood. But a 4-complex field would definitely be the best way for the city to go in hosting potential tournaments, whether it's for baseball, softball, as well as providing the opportunity for the kids in San Jose to have somewhere to play. The last thing I'll say is, and I don't know if there's lights going to be on there, but in softball tournaments, we play up until 7, 8 o'clock. With those fields that have lighting, it allows us to play. And again, it generates revenue because you're charging the teams to come in. Parking, lighting, and security is the key things you want to make sure it has to have a safe environment for kids to play in. Thank you very much.
Sterling Presley, Christian Lopez, Emma Ramirez.
Good evening, members of the council. I represent District 7, home of our distinguished Vice Mayor, Madison Nguyen, future mayor of San Jose. Our area consists of approximately 500 homes, and a canvassing of our neighborhood showed that homes that live within 1,000 feet of the Singleton landfill had not received written notices of the proposal. Also, I'd like to say that we lost a park in our community, in our neighborhood, to a development, home development of about 60 homes. The residents who purchased those particular homes were promised a new park, and they're still awaiting. I would like to propose that we earmark some of the money from the contingency monies, at least half, for a park in our neighborhood, and also suggest that we try to use or apply for some of the super funds dollars to clean up the landfill so that we can replace the park that has been sorely needed in our neighborhood. We would like to also suggest that you set aside at least half of the land between the Singleton Road and the Sylvandale Avenue for that community park. Thank you very much.
Christian Lopez, Emma Ramirez, Jackie Paget.
Hi, my name is Christian Lopez. Measure P bond funded for a softball facility. I consider Arcadia property for the development of the fields of baseball and softball. I am a member of the Melfair neighborhood, and we believe they deserve the development of the fields. I really hope you can give us this field. My friends and I do not want to continue to play baseball on a street or a dead end. Thank you.
Emma Ramirez, Jackie Paget.
Good evening. I live in the Shady Oaks area, and I've lived there 24 years, and I certainly don't want the ballparks in our neighborhood because it is a very, like one of our neighbors said, we have a lot of wildlife, and we would like to keep that protected. So put it where they really want it. Arcadia, I guess that's a site. Thanks.
Jackie Paget, Daryl Osspring, and Bob Perales.
Hi, my name is Noreen Williamson, and I'm speaking on behalf of Jackie Paget. The Shady Oaks Park site is owned by the county and leased to the city. The city can only make minor modifications to the site plan. Any modifications have to be approved by county. Shady Oaks is classified as a natural area and is in the riparian habitat corridor. A softball complex is too high impact and not appropriate for our area. There are very few places where wildlife and people share the same area as Shady Oaks does. Many of us treasure the special environment and vow to protect it. A softball complex at Shady Oaks, the Coyote Creek Neighborhood Association, which represents 864 homes, votes no. Thank you.
Daryl Lee Osspring, Bob Perales, Kevin Nguyen.
Good evening. I'm Daryl Osspring, Coyote Creek Neighborhood Association, current secretary and former past president. I want to thank all of you for taking this situation and this vote very seriously. This has been an ongoing issue, obviously, for 13 years now. Our history in our neighborhood dates back to the early 2000s when our park in our neighborhood was looked at very seriously for the soccer complex. Our neighborhood worked really hard. We have a lot of really good people that came forward, and they spoke their opinion at that time as our area being inappropriate for a large field complex because of the riparian corridor, the wildlife, and the preservation of the history, which is the Muakma-Ohlone village and the burial sites that are the historical value in our neighborhood. I want to highlight our council member because KALRA has listened to our residents, and he's been wonderful to speak on behalf of what we have said and what our requests are. I want to ask everybody in our neighborhood and our residents of D2 to stand up who are here in support of other more appropriate sites. We have quite a few, and quite a few that couldn't make it because of their work schedules. And I also want to ask on the council, how many of you have been out to visit actually all of the sites, of the 6 sites proposed? Because I really appreciate if you have. Madison said yes. Rose, thank you, and thank you. We took the time to go out, and it's obvious to us that there are absolutely more appropriate sites. So thank you so much.
Bob Perales. Kevin Nguyen, Sandy Bowman.
Mayor Reed, council members, good evening. My name is Bob Perellis. I represent San Jose Sting. It's a girls fast pitch club organization. We've been in existence over 15 years with the simple goal of putting student athletes into college. We've placed over 100 kids ranging from junior college to Princeton, Harvard, MIT. So we've been doing this quite a bit and we know what we're doing. One thing that I do realize is San Jose is in need of a multi-facility, multi-park, multi-field complex, and to raise revenue for the city, the community, you can bring in Twin Creeks. Right now, I run a tournament once a year that brings in anywhere from $30,000 to $50,000 to Twin Creeks, and that's with 68 teams, and we have over 140 teams registered to try and get in. If we do, Arcadia, I think, is a great idea. I think the fairgrounds would maybe build out 4 with the possibility of expanding to 4 more to see how it works would be great just for the local economy and getting these kids at least seen in front of some college coaches, and that goes for baseball as well. I partner with the Little League over at Willow Glen High School where I coach, and it's been a great partnership, and I believe that whatever decision is made, I think the consideration does need to be taken into the neighborhoods. Because the parking it's got to have adequate parking. The noise at night, yes, I do agree. We got kicked out of Santa Teresa High School one year just because it was too loud for the local neighbors because the field butted right up against their backyard. So whatever decision is made, I'm all for anywhere from a 4-field to an 8-field complex that could be managed correctly. So thank you very much.
Kevin Nguyen. Sandy Bowman, Eugene Castillo.
Good evening, Mayor Reed and council members. I am from Evergreen Valley High School, and I am a senior, and I'm here to support Measure P, Bond 5.1. And although I am a swimmer, I support this measure because softball is also a sport like swimming, and I know where swimming is a place where I make most of my friends, and they're really close to me, and I couldn't replace them for anything else. In class environments, it's not really easy to make friends as it seems, but when you're outside doing sports, you're able to connect with one another like in different ways that you wouldn't be able to in class, where you're just raising your hands, asking for answers, questioning your questions. And I believe that all sports should be equally represented and that sports is a place to make friends, and this would be a great place to do it. Thank you.
Sandy Bowman. Eugene Castillo, Diane Johnson.
Hello, everyone. I'm representing District Number 2, and my name is Sandy Bowman, and I'm the president of the Coyote Creek Neighborhood Association. And I'm basically just going to speak from my heart. I've been living in my neighborhood off of Coyote since 1985, and this is an amazing neighborhood. I have people come and visit me from all areas and out of state, even international people, and when they see our park and they see our neighborhood, it is an amazing area, especially since we have endangered species in our area, and we, not only myself, but everyone that visits me and everyone who lives in our neighborhood, we love our neighborhood. It's an amazing place. It's amazing for everything that you can do there, walks and see the wolves and then see the coyotes and everything that comes in and out of that place. It's an amazing place to live, and I would hate to see that go away, and so would all of my other neighbors. So please protect our park and please put it somewhere else. Thank you.
Eugene Castillo, Diane Johnson, Steve Navarro.
Hello, my name is Eugene Castillo, Mayor Reed, council members. I'm from Shady Oaks, so I don't think I have to go over things anymore. I had a big old list, but it looks like it's been covered. I just would like to say that you guys have the opportunity to make a crown jewel of a low-impact area of growth in Shady Oaks. It's beautiful there. We've got foxes, red-tailed hawks, peregrine falcons, woodpeckers, coyotes, raccoons, skunks, possums, you name the critter, we've got it in that area. And it's a very nice area. And I think if you guys, like I said earlier, you guys can make a crown jewel out of this. Mayor Reed, it's going to be one of your going out things, you know. But anyway, that's all I want to say, and thank you very much.
Diane Johnson. Steve Navarro, Christian Wong.
Good evening, council members and mayor. My name is Diana Johnson. I represent, or I live in the Singleton landfill area. We've been a family that have lived there for over 40 years, along with some of the other people that are with me here tonight. Along with the gentleman that was here before me, we do not want the sports complex to be built in the Singleton landfill area. There's concern of congestion, traffic congestion that is now created, although we appreciate the charter school. There's a ton of traffic that's created because of that. There's concern about the noise that would be generated, along with all of the other things that might come along with the sports complex. I've been sitting here since the beginning, and it sounds like there's other locations that are much more favorable for this type of a complex. But we just don't want, we struggle a lot in District 7 with a lot of the things that happen there. And I feel like this will be the final nail in the coffin for a lot of us that don't want to leave there, but will probably have to leave if they push something like this in our area. If you can spend money for a park in that would be great, because we don't really have a park, a neighborhood park in our area other than Hellier Park. So if we can have a park with some nice trees and a playground for our children, that would be preferable. But we don't want Singleton to become a sports complex. Thank you.
Steve Navarro, Christian Wong.
Good evening, Mayor Reed, council members, and the public. My name is Steve Navarro. I'm a resident of District 7, but I'm also a volunteer in District 8. I actually run an employment center for the local church there. I wanted to make some brief comments. Actually, my first observation was I had real difficulty walking into this meeting and as far as what kind of message to put out there, because I live in one area that's underserved. I also work to service another area that's also underserved. In my heart, I would love to have a complex, the Santa Clara Fairgrounds in the district that I live in. However, I also acknowledge the fact that there's an opportunity there to be able to build on a site where you have an existing company that's willing to cede the land to the city. I'm also a pragmatist. I understand that business conditions being what they are, things may not always be like that. You may not have an opportunity to be able to act on something like that, or have the charity of a company that's willing to go in with you and donate that land. I recommend that you seriously consider that. The other thing is, there was a number of other concerns that were voiced tonight in a variety of different districts. I'm hoping that the council members seriously take that into consideration and put the same effort and dedication into addressing those other needs as well. Because I don't want this to be the one thing that we put funding towards, build, and then that becomes it. All the other voices kind of fall silent. And that's basically it. Thank you so much for your time.
Christian Wong, Bao Nguyen.
Good evening. My name is Christian Wong. I am a senior at Evergreen Valley High School, and I am for this new sports facility because I grew up playing baseball in this area, and I remember having to travel back and forth from every other elementary school trying to find the game I was supposed to be at, and practice was always at a different field. And I believe this will make it a lot easier for the local sports teams to have their practices and games. And that's it.
Bao Nguyen.
Hi, my name is Bao Nguyen. I'm from EVHS, and I love to watch baseball at my school. It's really a fun and entertaining to watch baseball. The atmosphere on the field where people are screaming for a home run is just amazing. I really hope that this baseball field get built so more people around the city can enjoy the same amazing feeling and emotion that I experienced, because they deserve it. Thank you for listening.
That concludes the public testimony on this item. We'll come back for additional council comments and questions. And I'd like to recognize Councilmember Herrera to start.
Thank you, Mayor. And first of all, I want to thank every member of the community that came here tonight to speak on whatever project you came or whatever your preference was. I really appreciate it. I think it's very important to hear from our community. And so, again, thank you so much, all of you, for coming out here tonight and letting us know what you think and what you think we should do. I also want to start off by thanking the city staff, our park staff, for the work that they've been doing. This bond measure, as everyone knows, was passed 13 years ago. So there's been work ongoing for the last 13 years on Measure P. And of course, we're focusing in on the last year specifically because we have the opportunity now to find a site for our softball complex. We had really two ball field complexes. One was soccer and the other is the softball complex. And so that's certainly what's at issue. We've been looking at 6 sites, the staff has, as they've already said. And what did this evaluation entail? We're talking probably over 1,000 hours if we look at staff time over the last 13 years, definitely hundreds of hours on this, multiple community outreach meetings, looking at other sites. So my point is that staff did not do a cursory look. They've done a very thorough job in analyzing these sites. Council looked at first, the last site that we were sort of focused on, the staff was focused on, was a Singleton site. And I think that we looked at that, voted to pursue that, as well as look at other sites back in December. And then in August, we learned that that wasn't going to work out. And we had, in fact, an operator at that time, Big League Dreams, that was interested in pursuing Singleton and actually talked to the fairgrounds, too. And we learned then that Singleton was not going to be feasible. I supported that. I voted for that back then to look at those sites and would have supported Singleton if it had been the preferred site. I've been waiting for staff to come back with a recommendation. Staff today is not lightly recommending this particular site. Sometimes staff comes and, get a 100% recommendation, more like a 60-40, because maybe there's some hesitancy. But I think if we ask them, this is not with hesitancy. The recommendation tonight is 100% that they are supporting their decision. They're the professionals in this discussion, and they've done all the evaluation. And they set forth, as you saw earlier, the criteria that they base this on. And this criteria was actually voted on once by recommendation. Neighborhood Services sent it forward to council, and council voted on this on August 13th. We supported looking at this criteria, which is location access, ownership costs, financial sustainability, economic development, and constructability, as was already said. And they use that criteria in as an objective way as possible to look at these sites. And so in looking at location, why Arcadia? Well, Arcadia is located off Capitol Expressway, a major thoroughfare, and Quimby, across from East Ridge Mall. In fact, the new transit mall is under construction. We're going to have bus rapid transit coming in there soon. If we look at the other site that's been mentioned by other council memos, the fairgrounds, it's bounded by Monterey Road, Tully, Umbarger. There are some future transit improvements planned but not funded, and it's many years in the future. Now, what about ownership costs? Because that's one of the things that our staff is really concerned about. We want to have those lease costs to the city. Arcadia is donating the land. 12.5 acres. There's going to be some additional land now when we're talking about the 4th field. The city will own the land, and even as important, they'll have site control. So they'll be able to really make sure that we can do what we think we can do on this land. By contrast, the fairgrounds is owned by the county. It's very unclear what the land costs would be and whether the city would ever have site control. Why is site control so important? Well, lack of site control is why an earlier proposal years ago to build the soccer complex at San Jose State didn't happen. We couldn't agree how to share the fields with the athletic department. Financial sustainability. 4 fields are going to generate enough money to make it sustainable. Adult fees are going to help cover some of the overhead costs and will subsidize the youth play. In looking at economic development, which isn't the major reason, but it certainly has to be considered as part of the package, Arcadia has a clear advantage. With East Ridge Mall across the street and Arcadia Commercial Development, As a neighbor, these fields are going to bring customers to Eastridge and other local businesses, bringing additional sales tax revenue to the city. Not to mention that the commercial development that's going to happen at Arcadia is going to add to that. What about constructability? Arcadia is ready, as already has mentioned, as shovel-ready as you can get in these projects. It's flat, it's ready for construction. The city will have ownership and site control at Arcadia, making the time for this project to be constructed and finished within the next 2-3 years. And again, we simply don't know how long or if ever the fairgrounds site would take. But we can look at the past history of the fairgrounds. We have 25 years of that history, and we know they are going through a master plan process that they're undertaking now. They've hired a consultant, and I wish them well, and I do think, I look forward to the city being able to continue our discussions with them, because we should be able to make a great project happen on that property. And they need to make something happen to help economic development and bring revenue into the county. While I appreciate my colleagues' concerns for finding the exact match to fulfill all the criteria in the ideal site for softball fields, I would like us to recall our vote to pursue the use of Measure P funds for community soccer fields. Because as I started off with this conversation, we have 2 fields projects. We have soccer fields and baseball fields, softball complex. They can play baseball there too. The language, the bond language for both suggested 6 to 8 fields. 6 to 8 soccer fields was the ideal, 6 to 8 softball fields was the ideal. But we voted unanimously on June 19th, 2012 to pursue the Coleman soccer site, even though it did not match the ideal set forth in the bond measure with only 4 soccer fields. We didn't object then and want to go look at another site because it didn't meet 6 to 8 fields. We knew that we had a good project that worked, and arguing for perfection over what was possible didn't benefit our community. There's many similarities here in our choice for ball fields at the Arcadia site. And the Arcadia site has been a subject of discussion about sports fields long before I came to the City Council, when Dave Cortese was a council member back in District 8. The site was discussed as part of the visioning project. There's probably many people in the audience right there that were part of that. It has been and is still a good opportunity for softball fields. And how did it become the subject of Measure P? Since 2009, staff initiated a GP amendment change, which then allowed 12 to 14 acres of recreation land on the site. And that is when our park staff became more seriously interested in Arcadia. Internal legal issues with the developer were finally resolved in 2012. Those issues slowed down Arcadia's ability to develop their site. And at the end of 2012, they filed a PD zoning and signaled their intention to move forward with the project. They've agreed to donate the 12.5 acres and additional 2 acres at another location on the property near Leyva School. That 2 acres could end up being a community center, could end up being part of an additional school. What's great is that it's being donated to our city for something good for the community. And then today we saw staff published in a supplemental memo today with the new information on additional plans for a 4th field. This project will do an enormous amount of good in this community. Near an SNI neighborhood, Meadow Fair, across the street from Eastridge, near many schools. But let's analyze this from the citywide perspective. The developers have indicated they're willing to donate enough land to have 4 adult fields. That's the same number as the number of soccer fields we're building at Coleman. And in one of the memos, I appreciate that my colleagues were concerned that 3 fields were not enough. And so they talked about coming back and making sure that we looked at the possibility of 4 fields. And so I'm happy to say to them, we will be working, and this motion contemplates working on 4 fields. No, we're not building the 6 to 8 fields that the bond language talked about, but we're building what is possible at this site. What is the most possible fields in the best site to build of the 6 sites we considered? If the fairgrounds had been mentioned back when we proposed the soccer stadium at Coleman, would we have agreed to delay our soccer fields on a possible, maybe, opportunity at the fairgrounds 5 to 10 years from now? I don't think we would have. Representatives from Arcadia are here tonight. They've already spoken, Brad Durga. But I do have a question for Brad about the fields and delay on the field, so I'd like him to come down to the microphone if he would. Thank you, Brad.
Kind of scared.
There's some that are talking about delaying this project, and what I want to know from you is what would that mean for Arcadia? What would that mean for our ball fields if council tonight decides to enact the delay that has been contemplated by the memos of the council members?
What I can tell you about what's going on with our site is we've owned the site for almost 50 years. It's time to develop it. We have an application in. We've spent a ton of money. Staff likes our application that we've submitted without the fourth field. We're moving forward one way or another. So if we can make this work and it's good for the community and everybody, we're all in. We'd love to. If not, we're going to go forward with the project the way we have submitted it.
And I'm assuming particularly the fourth field, so we'd lose the fourth field basically.
Again, the way we're set now, I have a building there, and we're going to move forward one way or another.
Okay. Thank you, Brad.
Mm-hmm.
I'm interpreting that to mean if we don't move forward, we are really in jeopardy of losing the land that has been promised to us by Arcadia. They're going to move forward with their project, with or without City Council approving this. And so we have a likelihood of losing it. We also have overwhelming support, as you've seen tonight, for the ball fields at Arcadia from all of our East Side ball clubs, including East Valley Softball, East Ridge Little League, East Valley Little League, East Hills Little League, community groups, and members including District 8 Roundtable, Kathy Gomez, Superintendent of the Elementary School District, Bonnie Mace, former County Supervisor Blanca Alvarado, the list goes on, and a lot of folks are here tonight to speak about that. My colleagues have also spoken, and we've heard it tonight, about equity and the possibility of spreading the funds for the softball fields around the city. I want to note, and I know some folks in the community tried to address this, that none of the top Measure P projects, and there was a list that staff put out of the top 20 Measure P projects that actually spent 90% of the funding, none of those projects were in District 8. Now, that's not a reason by itself to approve this for District 8, but it is, since it got brought up in memos talking about equity and where money should be, I think we need to address it because I think it's instructive. And actually, I hadn't even looked at it until I read the memos when they talked about that issue got brought up, and I thought, yeah, where has the money been spent? So I put a spreadsheet together, and I think it's down there. If you can put that spreadsheet up. Can we get it where everybody can see it there? And we can see actually where the money's gone. Now, there were some public art displays, but as far as I know, talking to staff, District 8 received very little of that. But all the other projects, as you can see, District 2 received not as, was on the bottom end of this, 1.8 million. But you just go down, those are the totals. District 1, 2.9 million, Guadalupe Trail in District 3, and other projects, 27.9 million, District 4, 4.1 million, District 5, 15.7 million, District 6, 15.8 million, District 7, 82.5 million, Camden, which is District 9, 9.9 million, District 10, which got a new community center, library, Almaden Lake Park, 19.4 million, and District 8 got 0 out of those projects. So just in terms of just making sure that we understand where money's been spent, I think that's instructive just to know that. Again, as we state in the memo, the Arcadia site offers the best opportunity for the city to build the most fields. The most 4 full-sized fields at one site with a reasonable project delivery time, because we don't want to wait another 15 years for this. Our kids want to play ball, and we have the opportunity to have a site where we can do tournaments. We've already heard that from folks who actually have to go drive out of the area to go to tournaments, that these 4 fields will work. We have public transit to the site and adjacent public park, nearby retail, restaurant amenities, and again, the ability to host tournament play. Now, the fairgrounds has been brought up, and I think the fairgrounds is certainly a site we need to consider what's going to happen there, and I think the city should, if it has the opportunity to be involved in planning, that's great. And today there was a meeting at the fairgrounds, and there was a letter sent out that everybody has, but I got a chance to listen to that meeting. That was item 32. And what the item was about was to accept a report. That was the action item. There was no action taken today that made a firm commitment to ball fields by the supervisors. They talked about discussing with the city to see the feasibility. There was no firm commitment. And in fact, 3 of the supervisors wanted to make it very clear that they were not signaling by their vote that they agreed with putting ball fields over at the fairgrounds. They were especially concerned and wanted people to know that they needed to do a master planning process, that would take a long time, and that there was no certainty at all that ball fields would ever be on there. And that's what was done today at the Board of Supervisors. So there was no commitment, there was no land given, there was no commitment that even ball fields would be there. And so no one here should have any other expectations or understanding of what happened today. What's the history of the fairgrounds? There's a chronology. If you go to the fairgrounds website and look at their history, they've got 64 pages of it, of history, and many different things that have been attempted over the years at the fairgrounds. At one time, they wanted to put the arena there. They wanted to put soccer fields there. They wanted to put an entertainment complex with a House of Blues. They wanted to do affordable housing. They wanted to do a lot of things, and there's a long, long history of things not happening there. And for us to believe that suddenly at the 11th hour that there's going to be a Hail Mary pass, pardon the football analogy, at the county, and that somehow we're going to get this done is more like, I got a better baseball analogy. Boston just won the World Series, but wait. 2 politicians in St. Louis have sent a letter to Major League Baseball saying, give us 120 days and 2 more games. We're certain our team can win. Picking Arcadia leaves us with some contingency money that could be used at the fairgrounds when that project is further along, or it could be used at another site. We need to use the money where it can do the most good. The community's wishes should have impact. The community's here loudly and clearly saying what they want to happen. I ask my colleagues humbly and earnestly to support the staff recommendations to pursue negotiations with Arcata to develop the ball fields at the recommended site. Thank you.
I'm going to support the motion. I signed on to the memo with Councilmember Herrera and Councilmember LICCARDO on this because I think this approach is the approach that gives us the best chance of getting 2 softball complexes. I don't want to walk away from the Arcadia site on the hopes of getting something done at the county, but I also don't want to give up on the county. We have money, they have land. A deal could be made, but I also have a lot of years of experience of hoping that we're going to do some projects at the county, and it takes a while. And realizing that it takes a while and they're going to do a master planning process of some kind, that will take a while. And if we delay, we have pretty good probability of losing the chance on the Arcadia site. I think staff's done a good, thorough analysis of the sites. The county fairground site would be a great site in many ways for a sports complex of any kind, but specifically something here. And I think this is a way to get both. And we ought to pursue both, and that is why I'm supporting the motion. Councilor LICCARDO.
Thanks, Mayor. I want to thank so many members of the community for coming out. I think there's one thing that unites all of us, regardless of how we feel about this issue, which is we all would love to see more ball fields in this city. And I think that's a goal we can all work toward. particularly for these fellows who are sitting up here in the front so patiently in their athletics uniforms, and I really appreciate them wearing athletics uniforms. I want to just ask a couple questions of staff here. Matt or Julie, if you could help us. The $7.9 million that's in reserve, assuming we built out the Arcadia site and some portion of that $7.9 million is remaining, hopefully more than less, can that money be dedicated to another site like the fairgrounds?
Yes, it can. So our current staff recommendation is to take, and if there's any remaining funds after the Arcadia site, is to come back to council with a recommendation to use that somewhere else, and so that could be used anywhere for parks and recreation purposes. I do want to mention that if we do 4 fields at the Arcadia site, that it will likely take a very, very large portion of that funding.
Okay. And with regard to, when you say a large portion, you mean large portion of the 7.9 reserve as well?
Correct.
Okay. But some portion may be remaining that would help us at least with planning, site control, other elements of another park site.
Correct. We do hope that there is some funding left in the reserve for another park site.
And if not, we also have park fees in other districts as well, presumably. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So I think it's important to recognize that what was being proposed is not an or, but an and. And this is obviously a necessary step that we actually have to go with the bird in the hand, which is a very promising one. That is to have a 4 softball field complex. And we simply haven't, in the last 13 years, identified a suitable site until now. And so history would tell us that we can keep hoping and waiting, but we may be back here again in 13 years. I guess I want to ask a little bit about Measure P. That was way back in 2000, this passed, so we had this money for 13 years. In that time, how many projects have we completed within the Measure P bond funds?
We've completed approximately 93 projects.
Okay, and this is the last one. I mean, soccer's already under construction, so this is it.
Correct.
And in that time since 2000, have we had conversations with the county before about fairgrounds?
Over the past year, we've had a number of conversations. Prior to that, I do know that I'm sure there have been conversations, although in my time in the department, have not been in-depth negotiations.
Okay. I guess what I want to address is the concern that was expressed, I think, in the media by one supervisor who said that we haven't given the fairgrounds a fair shake yet. You know, as long as I've been in the council, well before I've been on the council, I think we've all waited a vision for the county fairgrounds. And I guess to play homage here to the athletics, since we've got a few A's fans here, we could call, in all things related to ballparks, the universal measure of indecision could be called the C-League. That is, it's been 4 years since Bud Selig's had the opportunity to decide about whether or not our A's could move to San Jose. And so naming this measure of duration of indecision after the patron saint of indecision as Bud Selig, we could count that it has been over 3 Seligs since the citizens of the city of San Jose have provided millions of dollars for us to build softball fields as well as soccer fields here in the city of San Jose. Almost 2 Seligs ago, the House of Blues was considered and rejected as a potential development opportunity at that fairground site. It was about 1 Selig ago that Supervisor George Shirakawa, who's then a supervisor, floated the idea of putting a Raider Stadium there. It was various Seligs ago that housing developments have been proposed at the county fairgrounds. And the one thing that all these proposals have in common is that not a single one of them actually came to fruition. And we now learn from staff through their interaction with the county, and they've been talking to them now since the end of 2012, that they are now contemplating the beginning of what they're calling a visioning process for the fairgrounds. And let me apprise anyone who's curious about what a visioning process is. We went through a 3-year visioning process for the 13 acres on the former San Jose Medical Center site, which of course now sits under county control and has remained undeveloped. for many years. So at some point, we've got to make a decision. And the residents of this city, appropriately, are frustrated at the fact that 13 years later and 93 projects later, we still haven't moved forward with a softball complex. So I think it's really important when we recognize a good opportunity, we take it, and we don't make the perfect the enemy of the good. Undoubtedly, there are other sites where we might find an opportunity to build more softball fields. Those might involve lots of years more of planning and building and litigation and who knows what else. We've got a great opportunity here. So let's go forward with this opportunity, and with whatever we have in reserve, let's explore other opportunities too. And let's ensure that our friends here in the front row, some of whom have already gone home because it's late, have an opportunity to actually play on a ball field before they have kids. Thank you.
Councilmember Rocha.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll join the echoes of thanks to those folks who came out to talk about what they'd like to see in their community. I think it's very important to the process. You know, for those who have attended many meetings, it's pretty rare that I would toot my own horn, but the suggestion that folks are trying to delay this, I would take a leap here to say that I've been the most vocal person on this dais about delivering fields, whether it's soccer or softball, and to suggest otherwise, I'm a bit offended, got to be honest with you. My experience, and let me speak to that, my daughter played in the Twister tournament. Her team, I'm proud to say, won that tournament. I was one of the coaches. My son plays Little League Baseball. So I spend, sorry, get a little riled up when folks question those items. So I spend a good amount of my summer not only taking my kids to games, but out there on the field coaching, whether it's Little League for my son for the past 8-9 years, whether it's my daughter, West Valley Slammers and softball for the last 4 years. I go to soccer tournaments. My kids, I'm blessed enough to say, both make all-stars. So they play comp soccer, they play all-star baseball, all-star softball. So as far as experience on this dais, I'm pretty comfortable to say that I know what the experience is like and what makes a good tournament, given that I spend my summers doing it. So again, I'm really struggling with suggestion that I would have any other intention otherwise about delaying this at all, as opposed to having a vision for San Jose. As I understand it, this complex is not going to serve, we're not building this complex to serve Evergreen. Are we?
You're correct.
Okay, so we're doing this complex to serve the city of San Jose. So any suggestion that I have an interest other than serving residents of Evergreen or residents of Cambrian, which I'm not advocating for any fields in the district that I represent, fields in 10, 3, 2, whatever the case may be, I'm advocating for a vision for San Jose for having a complex where we can all be partners in. My interest is suggesting that we talk to the county because we have a potential public partner in this. My interest is also that we have the opportunity to see the public served in this, not a private operator where we might lose public access, where kids, the kids that we're talking about here, don't have the opportunity to play, such as Twin Creeks, which prices these kids out. I know that quite well through travel ball. So my interest, again, at the end of the day, is kids and having a complex to serve kids in San Jose. Nothing else whatsoever. I don't consider myself a politician at all. I consider myself an elected official and a public servant, first and foremost. So now that I got that off my chest, I have a number of questions, and honestly, I'm probably a little heated to ask those questions, so maybe I'll come back to them. I think I'll just start with a substitute motion, and I'd like to make a motion to move the memo as written by Councilmember Khamis and Constant.
Right, we have a second, Councilmember Campos. So we have a substitute motion on the floor. We'll continue with the debate. Councilmember Khamis.
Yeah, well, thank you. A little surprised, and I wish I had kids that were athletic. I coach Lego robotics, so so my interest also is to look out for the general community. The reason why I drafted the memo, I actually sit on the Neighborhood Services Committee, and I actually looked at these proposals, in depth. And I have, no public fields are in my district. In District 10, there's no baseball fields. There's no soccer fields. Hopefully, we're going to get them eventually in the next couple years, I hope, because a generous donor donated money for soccer fields. We don't have any skateboard parks. We don't have any community gardens even. So District 10 is really not a place we want to, or you have a lot of public services. There are private swimming pools. There's no public swimming pools, etc. So I don't have a stake in this. Nobody's proposing to build these fields in District 10 either. And so obviously there's very few people from District 10 here to speak because there's nothing being proposed in my district. That being said, I'm trying to look out for the taxpayers and the people who actually are going to use these facilities. That's the only reason that I and Pete did this memo. We were under the impression, first and foremost, that it was only going to be 3 fields, not 4. This fourth field was proposed today, to my knowledge. This didn't come, it wasn't proposed to us, but when we were writing the memo, and I still don't know if 4 fields would be adequate. I would have to look to see if there's going to be adequate parking. Has anybody thought about parking when it came to these 4 fields? I know the 3 fields actually included parking, but the 4 field didn't look like it had a single slot for parking.
Councilmember, on the graphic up ahead, it's definitely something we have to explore further, but that yellow portion that's partially cut off by the graphic that we have is a contemplated parking.
Okay. So, and I really want to thank Arcadia for their generosity. I'm not here. I'm in awe of the generosity here. And again, I'm not here to belittle this project. In fact, I'm kind of excited about it, except that I don't think it fulfills the need of Measure P fund, the bond. I wasn't, I didn't think it was very central. In fact, if you ever traveled on Capitol Expressway, you know how hard and how traffic bound it gets. In fact, I hate traveling on Capitol Expressway so much, I often I avoid it, and I'd rather be on Highway 280. That being said, that's one of the problems I had with it. The scale's not big enough. It might not attract national play, which is one of the objectives that was stated. And I don't know that it would be self-sustaining. As many of you, especially the people in Aviso, know that if the city doesn't have continuing funds, they often neglect the fields. So if there's no stream of revenue to take care of these funds, these will not be self-sustaining, and the maintenance will fall on people who can't afford to maintain it, and eventually they might be neglected. They might look good for the next few years, but in the future, that's what we got to look for. So when the supervisors proposed this, I was actually kind of shocked, and I didn't think that they were interested in it. And so the only reason I want to go forward with this is to understand a little bit more about what kind of commitment there is from the Santa Clara County, because it is the ideal place to have it. If in your own words, you said you haven't really been serious about talking to them. This project has been here for 13 years, and I'm surprised that we haven't had serious discussions with them up until the last few months. Maybe it's the fault of the county, and I'm not blaming you, but I think that that we should look, and I'm not saying to postpone this forever. I think we should take 2 to 3 months to analyze this and make the proper decision. And I would, if we come back 3 months from now and you say that this is not going to work out, then I'm willing to vote for the Arcadia project. But at this time, I want to, I've seen some commitment here. I know it's not exactly what I'm looking for, but I have seen steps in the right direction from the county, and I'm hoping to postpone this decision long enough so that we can make a real educated and well-researched decision, and something that's going to affect the future and the economic future of this city. So that's the only reason we drafted up this memo. I'm again, thank you all for coming out today, and I really appreciate all the emails and letters and even text messages that have come in on my cell phone. So again, thank you all for your time, and respectfully, that is the reason why we wrote the memo.
Thank you, I apologize. I just want to mention one thing. Thank you, Councilmember Thomas, for your feedback. I definitely want to clarify one comment. Over the past, since last December, since we received City Council direction, I feel we have had a lot of serious conversations with the county staff. And after those conversations, we still have a high level of uncertainty about the ability to move forward on a near-term project there.
So, do you think that this letter that was given to us today by a majority of the supervisors gives you any more comfort, or is it still?
It doesn't give me personally any more comfort. I do feel that we have had a number of conversations. We have had a number of conversations with the county staff, and based on those conversations, I do know that they have a master plan process they're about to start. And based on my listening of the county meeting today, I still have that same understanding.
Well, again, I merely want to go forward and look to see if we can get, I'm not ready to make a decision today. And that bottom of the line, I'm not going to be voting in favor of the Arcadia project today because I want to do more research. I think when I looked at it in the neighborhood services meeting, I thought that the county property was the our best effort. And so that's why I want to make sure that we make sure that this dialogue continues long enough for at least for me to be comfortable. And I'm still not comfortable. Thank you.
City Attorney.
Yeah, I just want whatever decision is made, the council needs to keep in mind there is a certain time sensitivity here, and that is per IRS regulations. Measure P bonds were authorized in 2000. The bond issues were 2006, 2007, 2008. They're tax-exempt bonds, and under the IRS guidelines for tax-exempt bonds, the city finance director has to certify that the city intends to expend those monies within 3 years of the issuance. It's been 5 years since the last issuance was 2008, and the monies have been sitting there. We're advised by our bond counsel that we need to move as quickly as possible. So how much time the council wants to take on this, I just want to alert them that there is a time sensitivity, and the sooner the better.
No, I'm hoping that 2 months would be adequate. 3 months at the most. I wanted to see if at least we can get a hard yes or no answer from the county, and that's what I'm looking for.
Thank you. We did ask them for specifically several times over the past year about what it would cost for us to either purchase or lease the land, as well as any definitive time frame for carving out acreage for softball fields. And unfortunately, since they're in the early stages of their master planning process, those are questions I don't think they'll be able to answer for us for a while. Thank you.
Councilor Kansen.
Thank you. First, I want to say, I think Sam said it, but the great thing, and I think the best thing about this is we can all agree we need ball fields, and we need them in the city. And you can tell by looking at Don, there's a good chance his kids are athletes. You can't tell that by looking at me, but all my kids are athletes, and we spend all of our days doing the same thing, except if I was coaching them, none of their teams would win, so I stay out of that. But it really is an important thing for our kids. And I will say no one was probably more surprised to hear Don make a motion on a Y sign than me, so thank you. I want to just say a few things. I know that we've been going on for a long time here, but from some of the testimony, you would think that the Arcadia site and the fairgrounds are 20, 30 miles apart, but they're 2.7 miles apart. So I think it's important to know that when we're talking about making the fields accessible to people, it may not seem like a long distance, but when you're moving it closer to the center of the city, it really makes it accessible to a large number of people without moving it that far from the folks in Evergreen. I'll have to say that wasn't really moved by the Measure P spreadsheet. I'll tell you, if you were to do a spreadsheet and match up all our districts by CNC funds and investment in city facilities and all that, we all know which districts would come out at the bottom for overall number of everything that we have in our districts. And this isn't about district versus district. It's really about serving the residents of San Jose and making sure not only the kids but the adults have recreational facilities. And that's what's really important. And I do not think the Arcadia site is a bad site, and I don't think anyone here is saying that Arcadia is a terrible site and we shouldn't have fields there. But I think, and no one is really saying that we need to come back in 13 years or in a CLIG. I'm not sure exactly what that amount of time is, but we're not saying come back, 3, 4, 5 years from now. I think what we're saying is that the supervisors made a commitment today to get a report back in 60 days. And I think that that's the minimum we should wait. I don't think the maximum should be that far after. And I'm going to ask Don if you'd be willing to accept an amendment to your motion, because I think one of the things that's missing from our memo that was in your memo was a time frame. And I'd like to just set a date of like mid-January, like January 15th. That would be, what's that, about 75 days or so down the road, so that the county has an option for their time to get their 60-day report back, and we have time to discuss with them in the meantime. And then second, to say that on number 4, that's our goal, but I don't think we should eliminate any other possibility that's less than 6. So it'd be 2 minor amendments. One, setting a date somewhere around January 15th of next year, that we need to have a sense that it is going to work or not, because like Johnny said, I want to get this done, and I want to vote, and I want to get this project moving forward. And I know the county has a great knack for dragging things out. And my intent's not to come back in a fortnight or a CLIG to deal with this. And then the second is just to state that number 4 is really a goal of what we'd like to achieve, not necessarily, because if you take this verbatim, it would eliminate the Arcadia site, and I don't think that's what we intend to do.
I'll accept both, and as far as the timeline, I think I'd be a little bit more comfortable with 90 days, given that we get into the holidays in December. Sometimes in the government world, not a lot of work gets done between December 15th and January 3rd. Okay. So if we can, instead of 120, instead of 60, if we can do 90.
February 1st is about
Sounds
right
good to
there.
me.
Okay. I think that will help, and I know Arcadia, thank you again. I know everyone appreciates everything you're doing, and I know I'd love to think you get your permits in and get it approved in 90 days, but we know that's not going to happen. So I think we got the 90 days to work with, and I hope that you can hang in there with us, because we really want to do the best thing for all the residents of San Jose. And we might be back here in February, and we're all going to get a big serving of I told you so, that the county's not going to do anything, and that's okay. We'll take a vote that day and move forward and press forward as quick as we can. Because again, I want to get these ball fields. I want kids playing balls. I want adults playing ball, and let's get moving. Thanks.
All right, so we have a substitute motion that has been amended by friendly amendment to add the date back by February 1st and make clear that item 4 is a goal, not a hard direction from the council. So that is the substitute motion on the floor. Councilmember Chu.
Thank you, Mayor. I also wanted to thank all the community members that are here or sending me email, calls, and letters. Thank you very much. I very seldom that I agreed to everything the community member has said, and tonight's the night. I do believe we're all here to to support sports, and I appreciate my colleagues' effort on the Arcadia side, as well as considering the fairground site. I had a memo out pretty much because over the last 13 years after we passed from Measure B, the city went through some real difficult time. We have cut a lot of park maintenance fees, as a result, many of our fields are really disrepaired in very bad shape. Like Dick Santos mentioned that in El Visto, those baseball fields, softball field, has gopher field holes as big as I don't know how they're just very in bad shape. So that's what I suggest with the remaining of the Measure P money, we should just set up like a matching grant. Any a district or any baseball park that needs a repair can go to talk to their council members, and then with you're using the district CNC money and match with this whatever left over from the Measure P to get as many field up to the usable level as possible. But my goal is that I want all the residents of San Jose to have the opportunity to experience and take advantage of the softball field in their community, regardless of their skill level, whether they're playing at Don Rocha's kids level or P. Constant's kid level or my kids level. My kids they're just not very good at baseball. But again, when they were younger, we as a family were still enjoying going out to a neighborhood a baseball park, hitting some balls or throwing some balls. So I wanted to make sure that we have that opportunity to vast across the city, to the residents across the city, not just to concentrating on the tournament field. Later on, when all of our neighborhood baseball fields are in good conditions and a lot of kids are playing out there, and then I think the next step is to have a grand tournament field. I don't think if the economic return is one of the reasons that we need a tournament baseball field, so the baseball players don't have to travel to other cities, and we'll be able to also attract other teams to come to San Jose to play and make it into an economic case. I would like to ask the staff, have we ever considered other sports besides baseball, or namely, can we consider adding a couple sheets of ice in the San Jose Sharks on Ice to have a total of 6 sheets of ice? That would be the best ice hockey tournament complex in the West Coast. I mean, that you're talking about economic return. My calculation is that if we put the economic return as a part of the main goal, we should consider adding 2 sheets of ice to the San Jose Sharks on Ice. But because economic return is not the biggest reason that we have the discussion here, I really like to see that the money gets spread out to all areas inside the city, so neighbors and kids that with any skill level have an opportunity to enjoy the game, to support the sports like many of our community members stated. So at this point, you already have a substitute motion, so I cannot make a substitute motion.
That's right. Can I add something on your point about the Sharks Ice? I think the bad news is I don't believe Measure P monies are eligible. The good news is the Sharks are already talking about doing an expansion sometime in the future, and Nancy Klein's very well versed in it if you ever want to
There's
speak
a
with her about it.
limitation on that. No, I wasn't really suggesting that, but I'm just making the case to say if the economic return is our number one goal, then I will look at investing in Sharks on Ice. So I wasn't really suggesting that. I like to see more softball field, and that's really where my proposal is. But I guess I'm not being able to put it off for a vote.
Well, Councilmember Chu, to Councilmember Constance's point, if we return and the county discussions don't play out, the discussion will then be about a site, whether it's Arcadia, and if that's the best site, then we move in that direction. Or I think the memo that you submitted would be a good opportunity for us to have that debate about whether or not we want to pursue this and look at maybe just distributing this citywide and trying to do improvements in all the districts. Again, I'm not suggesting one or the other, but again, when we return, we'll have that opportunity to have that discussion again, and I think it's a good discussion.
Okay, good. Thank you. I'll be supporting the substitute motion. If we're really going to put all the eggs in one basket, I'm hoping that fairground site, which is 2.7 miles further away from my district, will yield a real, probably 6 to 8 a diamond, a real true tournament type of complex. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Thank you very much, Mayor. First of all, I wanted to thank staff for your extensive work on this issue and also for your thoughtful recommendation. And I also want to thank all the members of the public who came to share with us your concerns and interests tonight, particularly those who do not want this to be in their neighborhood, which is good because that helps us with the process of elimination here. I also wanted to thank Councilmember Rose Herrera for her passion and her leadership on this issue. The way I see it, this is not about District 8 and what District 8 is lacking. This is about what's lacking on the east side in the central part of San Jose that has been lacking a lot of community recreation amenity for many years. And so I think this is an opportunity to bring a softball complex into an area where recreation amenity is very much needed. And one of the things that actually is very got me to think twice about the Arcadia site is that we receive numerous communications from not just community members, residents, but also Superintendent of Evergreen Valley School District, Kathy Gomez, and also coaches and representatives who actually deals with softball and baseball on a daily basis. And so we ought to take that into considerations when we're thinking of building a softball complex. Who are we building this complex for? Obviously, the people who came out tonight are the people that are going to use it and the people that are going to recommend to the friends and family to use this softball complex. And so to me, when we're trying to build recreational amenities in the city of San Jose, the people that we should focus first and foremost is for residents, not people that are coming from other parts of the United States to come for a tournament. That's important, but we have to serve our residents here first. And obviously, the folks who came tonight really want this complex in their neighborhood because it's something that's been lacking. To be honest, my faith in the county's ability to move anything forward in regards to the fairground just has been so diminished in the last couple of years. I serve in this district for the last 8 years, and I've seen so many different issues, matters, and ideas that come forth for the fairgrounds site, and it's just not happening. And it's not that I don't believe that they wanted to do something with the fairgrounds at this time, but it's just something that we can't really trust. And if we have a property owner who's willing to donate 12 acres of land for the city of San Jose to build this complex, we should really take that opportunity and just to move forward with this. And the last part I wanted to talk about in regards to Councilmember Herrera's memo is that this is not either or. This is really an opportunity to select the Arcadia site and also have an opportunity to come back at a future date, hopefully soon, to really consider whether the fairgrounds is a feasible site to build the rest of the 2 or 4 fields that we wanted. And also the Aviso site, who knows? I mean, if the fairground site doesn't work out, we also have that opportunity. But to give up an idea, a site that is ready to go, is something that this council should not even consider. And I hope that my colleagues will really consider that. And again, I just wanted to thank Councilman Herrera for your passion and leadership on the issue. Thank you.
Councilmember Oliverio.
Thank you, Mayor Reed, and thank you for all in the community that spoke on the item tonight. You know, you've been talking about $17 million for fields, but you should know that City Council has exempted affordable housing developers from paying park fees for a long time, and we lost out on $100 million. So there's a lot of decisions that go along the way, and you could have had a lot more fields had those exemptions not been granted. I wanted to mention, first of all, to Joe and to Matt Cano, the offer by Arcadia that's on the table, is that in excess of what they would put forward for their park dedication, since they are market rate housing and all that?
Yes, correct. Based on their 217 unit count, they'd owe approximately 2.0 acres of land. They'd probably less than that once you take out private recreation credit.
And they're offering how much?
12.5 acres in the northern part of the site, plus a potential additional 2 acres adjacent to Meadow Fair Park.
So, in my experience, and Joe, you would know, you've been here longer, is that unprecedented generosity as far as that amount of land that's donated?
That's a pretty exceptional amount. Yeah, I would say it's the largest I've seen.
Okay. And then, Joe, remind me of the project. It's a combination of 217 housing units plus a retail strip mall or retail what?
It's 217 residential. It has several large format retailers, and then it has a cluster of restaurants and smaller scale commercial that's in the middle of the new neighborhood. It's on the screen above here. It's that area. It says Retail D, which is predominantly restaurants. So I think it's a nice cluster that they've created that makes it really walkable to the neighborhood and to the ball fields.
And then as far as them being able to move forward, based on the size of the parcel, is it possible that they could move forward on a portion of the project and not be bothered by the council's potential final decision 90 days from now?
I think what you heard from Mr. Durga is how they would want to proceed, which is moving forward with a decision on the zoning. We are working on the environmental documents right now, so my expectation is about that same time frame we'd be in front of the Planning Commission and Council bringing the project forward, one way or the other.
Right, so there's no, it's not like they are ready to dig a shovel today to start building a house or a retail pad.
That's correct. It would be springtime at the earliest before they could go really start digging.
And then it was mentioned earlier, someone talked about the water treatment plant. That's coming to council the 19th. Correct me if I'm wrong, November 19th. And maybe not for Joe, but for whoever else.
Right, we're bringing the plant master plan and the EIR, though we did just get an appeal on that on Monday for the EIR, so we're working through that, but our plan is on November 19th.
And so, and Matt or Julie, is that a potential for recreation? I can't remember the details on that.
Thanks. Yes, there is a potential for recreation. However, that site would be a joint planning process between us and the other cities that have an interest in the plant lands. And it is, as far as softball specifically concerned, it is very close to the existing Twin Creeks complex.
To your point earlier during the presentation. And then, did we picture, whether it was Arcadia with 4 or a complex with 6, that this would be sort of a privately managed, kind of like our golf course, and then with that is opportunity for food, beverage, retail, or are these relying on people to go shop at the surrounding areas?
Councilmember Oliverio, it's a good question. We haven't determined the operating model yet. As you're aware, at the soccer complex, we sought through an RFP process an operator, and we have the San Jose Earthquakes partnering with us at that site. What we intend to do is bring forward for council consideration an operations model within the budget process.
But that's sort of after site selection.
Correct, and
Right.
after we're clear on the amenities and the potential.
And then on soccer, did we anticipate the fees will cover the maintenance? Remind me of that agreement.
Yes, in soccer, that's an operating and management agreement, and yes, we have forecasting to make a profit there.
So we're at least revenue neutral on that, on soccer.
Correct.
And then the forecast on softball depends on how many fields and where?
How many fields, what the amenities are at the site, all that goes into the forecast.
And then, if you can answer this, I would imagine then 6 fields by themselves would run at a profit or no cost loss on that one. Pardon me, that wasn't the correct English, but no loss of revenue there. But did you picture that the 4 fields at Arcadia could run at a revenue neutral type of proposition?
It's possible that it could run at a revenue neutral proposition. It's also a matter of whether what the O&M is, and we could look at the fees and put the operating model in place so that it would be financially sustainable as a site, whether it's a 4-field site or a 6-field site. The more the better, but we can do it in either case.
And then, do you believe with the substitute motion that's put forward that, and I guess I'm looking for candor here, would the county be responsive and responsible?
Councilmember Oliverio.
If y'all want a round robin on that, that'd be fine too. No?
That's fine. And the direction that we have from that Bruce Canal forwarded us this morning, that gave a summary or midday, was to engage in a discussion with the city of San Jose regarding the feasibility of developing softball fields. So we've, over the past year, been very specific about asking what would be the cost of accessing those fields, whether it was purchase, lease, or whatever other terms they had in mind, because they've indicated to us that they're looking to make a revenue off the site. And so to date, we have not been able to get them to respond with a fiscal answer. And so I'm unsure whether or not we'll be able to do that within an extended period of time.
Thank you for your candor. Any other comments from staff based on the questions I had? How about you? You're just smiling. No, just teasing. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember KALRA.
Thank you, Mayor. I recommend Shady Oaks. Just kidding. I want to wake Daryl up really quick. Anyway, I appreciate the Coyote Creek neighbors for coming here and expressing their thoughts on the matter anywhere but Shady Oaks. And you know, my council district has I think 1 public softball field and 1 soccer field, and so you'd wonder, like, why wouldn't I be in support of having a soccer or softball complex there so that the local kids could access and all that. And it's because what's been mentioned, that this is a complex. It's going to be a draw for the city. It's going to be a way for us to, as mentioned by many folks, I think appropriately, so for us to host tournaments instead of people going somewhere else, instead of our own residents going somewhere else for tournaments, and maybe we can get some folks to come here and actually get a hotel room and spend some of their tax money in our city. So regardless of where we end up, that's a very admirable goal, because not only are we providing the desperately needed fields, which we all recognize, but we're also had that additional economic development component, which is one of the factors that certainly is mentioned for consideration. So, you know, we all support and are anxious for the use of all the Measure P funds. You know, I commend the Parks Department for completing 99% of what was asked of them by completing the 93 projects, 1 left to go. It's been a really successful program, I think, all in all, throughout the city, and we have some district, local, neighborhood-specific projects, like maybe some community centers that got renovated, what have you. Then we have regional draws like Happy Hollow as an amusement park, which the residents in District 7 can't walk into, but it's been, I think, an overall good project for us to have as a regional draw. So we have a combination of both that these funds have been used for. And so, you know, on that point, you know, it's whether it's young boys that are here from Evergreen or a league in Alviso or South San Jose, no matter wherever we're going to put it, it's meant for everyone to have access to. And that also means that there are going to be many occasions where some of our little leagues are not going to be able to be there. You know, neighborhood kids aren't going to be able to just walk in and play whenever they feel like it, as opposed to, you know, Ramac Park, which was built by Hitachi in my district, 10 acres where there's a softball field, a soccer field, there's picnic benches, there's barbecue, so it's an open park where anyone can come and use whenever it's not being used. It's not, that's the kind of open space I think a lot of neighborhoods, especially that have lacked open space, seek, that kind of open park space. That's not what's contemplated here. And so I'm approaching this from a much different perspective. First of all, I'm not suggesting the one in my district, but I'm looking at this in a similar way that's been discussed by others as an amenity for the entire city of San Jose and what works best for the city of San Jose. I don't have kids, so I don't have anyone that I shuttle around to league games, but I've played in a number of different softball leagues. I've played at Twin Creeks on a number of occasions, many years in softball leagues, and I played at Columbus Park. And so I have some understanding. I played in tournaments outside of the city as well, and more as a weekend warrior than anything else. But there's no doubt that a complex can be a draw, whether it's 4, 6, or 8 fields. It's going to have the capacity to have tournament play. That brings with it the traffic. Some of the games at Twin Creeks go on past 11 p.m. So traffic, noise, lights, there's heavy congestion. On the Arcadia side, there's heavy congestion around the fairgrounds. So, those are things that maybe are unintended consequences that sometimes folks don't think about when you're building this kind of regional draw. It was certainly a major consideration when I supported my neighbor's contention in Coyote Creek. Why they didn't want it there it was because of the neighborhood and the environment that's there. They didn't want that influx of people coming from all over the place into their neighborhood to use fields that they may or may not have access to. And so it's really important for us to understand that we're all in support of access for kids to play more sports. We're all in support of more adults to have access to play sports. It's not a district versus district issue or an Alviso versus Evergreen issue. This is the opportunity for us to build something that everyone has access to. Twin Creeks has 10 fields, I believe, and it's used heavily. Whether 4 fields or 6 fields or 8 fields, I think, Julie, you made reference to the fact that 6 fields certainly provides more revenue opportunity than 4 would. That's just numbers, so there's no surprise there. I do have a couple questions. I think there were some questions that were brought out by Councilman Oliverio regarding timing, that it seems like the generous offer from Arcadia, that the timing of the motion on the table, does that, whether that would interrupt the opportunity for Arcadia to go forward with their generosity. Now, that being said, let's go under let's go down the path of 3 months or 2 months, 3 months we come back, and it's very likely, as many have said, that the county may not work out for whatever number of reasons, but you've alluded to that fact. And a lot of people have been waiting a long time for these fields. There's no doubt about it. It's 13 years. The bond program's been in place, but up until August, we were all excited about Big League Dreams at Singleton. That was less than 90 days ago. So when we talk about how long we've been waiting, we've all been waiting a long time. And it was less than 90 days ago that we all were looking at a different site that now appears not to be feasible. So I'm not as concerned about an additional 60 or 90 days unless there's a clear obstacle to us, having this generous offer here. What I heard when you were answering Pierluigi's questions was that there's still some time in the process. I think Joe was answering that question before it goes through permitting, the zoning, permitting, and then shovels in the ground. Now, does that equate to the fact that there's more time, that there's still time before we have to make this decision and still get that generous offer? And because from when I heard from the developer representative is that plans are going to be submitted regardless. And the plans being submitted, I think, have 3 fields. Is that right, Joe?
The sketches that my staff have seen have the 3 fields. So we see the 4th field version today. And so I think there'll be some more discussions with the developer about what that might mean while we're moving through the environmental process and the zoning process. But I think we would accommodate the flexibility to go either way.
Now, with your knowledge of the current application, what is contemplated for the site of the 4th field right now?
parking lot for the other 3 fields that, and then parking for a major retailer tenant, something probably the size of a health club.
I'd like to add there's also a building there that is off the page that is contemplated by the developer.
Yeah, that would be the size of like a health club. So it's probably about a 40, 50,000, 60,000 foot building.
But this site then it would be contemplated to be parking, according to current plans.
It would be parking for the fields as well as parking for commercial use.
Okay, so it's going to be either parking or it could potentially be a 4th field, according to the plans that have been brought forward today.
I'd like to just add that where the 4th field is showing is parking today for the 3-field option, but in the yellow is where the new parking would need to be to accommodate 4 fields, and that area would be taking over a current building on their plans.
Okay, but the shovels, whether it's for the parking lot or for that current building, the plans, the shovels wouldn't be moving in the next 90 days.
What is being talked about is not going to significantly affect the schedule of us getting in front of the council and then moving forward with actual construction. I think we're going to run with 2 parallel paths that keep moving.
But what if the council, and again, even if there's a small percentage of it happening, what if the council says, you know what, we think the fairground site's better and plans have been put in to build 3 fields, then what?
That if we're not doing any fields at all.
Okay, so then what happens with that?
Then that's would be an alternative use that would be built into the zoning for this property. And it may be some other open space use because it is in an area that's controlled because of the Reed Hillview Airport. It's in that safety zone. So there are restrictions in that area. So the softball fields actually are one of the types of uses that we've thought about out here. Parking fits with that.
Okay, so softball fields, parking, essentially, if that land is lost, if softball doesn't go there, then it's not necessarily just going to be 6-story towers.
It will not be filled with retail now.
It won't be filled with retail.
Or residential.
Or residential, but it could be a park.
Could be a park, it could be some other types of outdoor activities, could be outdoor storage or things like that, other low-intensity uses.
Just to add, so the developer would no longer need to dedicate that many acres of parkland. Part of the dedication was under the assumption that we'd be spending the bond dollars here. So it would have to be a question to ask of the developer.
Yeah,
I see. So part of the dedication was the land was the understanding that softball fields would be built.
Correct. The reason that the city would be getting these extra 12, 13 acres is because the city would be investing dollars to build the sports complex. Otherwise, it's not worth their while.
If the city does not, what would happen with that land?
Is the developer would retain that in their development site, and it would be some sort of private activity, a low-intensity type use, but a low activity, or private activity.
Okay. So part of the exchange is the idea of the investments coming there.
Correct.
Okay. And so, and the plans are going to go forward with through the softball fields. That's the plans you have.
Those are the plans we have, but again, I think the developer's going to want to have some certainty that if the softball field funding doesn't come through, what are their ability to do things, and so we'll also build that in.
Got it. So if the softball funding doesn't come, then they're going to have to amend what their plans are, and then you will accordingly also amend what the plans are. I mean, a lot of this, including the 4th field, I mean, the 4th field just it came to us today as far as the plans for it and the designs for it, which is great. And so I just want to ensure that there's with the plans being put forward, and I think that's an important factor, is that additional land being given is certainly very generous, but it is contingent upon Measure P. But at the same time, it's not like the land, I imagine, is clearly devalued because the developer can't build homes or stores on it. In terms of if they had to sell it on the private market, they're not going to get the same value for it as they would if it were if you could build a 2 or 3 story retail or 2 3-story residential.
Councilmember Nancy Klein, Economic Development. Certainly the land would have a lower value, but by no means is the developer required to give it to the city, and not having the land under our control, of course, makes a very large difference.
Sure. No, absolutely. And I think that that's been made clear that they're doing it, they're going to be giving the land, and the contingency as to whether they're going to give the land or not is the Measure P funds. If there aren't Measure P funds there, if they decide Alviso, Fairgrounds, whatever, the city council decides some other location, then all we know is that that land may not be retail or residential, but it's not going to be city land. It's going to be some permissible land in the safety zone.
That's correct.
Okay, and then, but the 2 acre to the park is a separate issue because that is the in lieu fee.
That's a separate issue.
Oh, not in lieu fee. That's the dedication.
Approximately, that's
okay. That's a separate. That's going to happen no matter what because that's a park dedication. That doesn't fall under. This is a unique arrangement that's being made just for the fields.
correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'm happy to hear more from my colleagues, but that helps to understand how this arrangement is occurring, because I think that the intriguing part about what's been raised by colleagues about fairgrounds or other locations that could be 6 or 8 fields is that it is more palatable for heavier use, for tournament use, what have you. Monterey obviously has restaurants as well, has more motels, hotels than this area does. But then the flip side is you get less fields, but then you get a dedication of land. So I see the balancing that the staff had to go through, and would remind the public as well that we just got, the staff report came out a couple weeks ago, October 18th, I think. So we've had a pretty short period of time to absorb all of this when less than 90 days ago we were thinking about big league dreams. So there's a reason why people are suggesting more time to kind of absorb all this. It's not because people don't want parks or fields, or that they don't want it in Arcadia. It's just that this is a very unusual arrangement in Arcadia, and it's a very rare opportunity for the city. And so I think that's where I'm kind of gauging some of the interest to really take as much time as we can possibly take without losing the opportunity for potential land dedication. And so there seems to be a very narrow window in which to allow for that dedication that is closing. May not be closed yet, but is certainly closing. And so my hesitance in terms of a delay is the length of delay, because at some point there is going to be a point where developer has to make decisions, and the city planning has to make decisions as to what is or what is not going to happen. But there's nothing there's no one that suggested that Arcadia is off the table. There's a suggestion to see if there's hard numbers you can get from the county. Likelihood that's probably not the case. It probably won't happen, but if it does, it's going to have to happen in a very short order. And so I don't know if that's realistic for the county to be able to do that, just given the work that we've all done with the county over the years. At the same time, my hesitance is that the windows are completely closed. If there's an opportunity to look at something that might be a more effective, real complex that can not only kids from Evergreen can use, but all over, and we now either get 50% more fields or 100% more fields, we double the number of fields, there could be great opportunity there. And if it's just a matter of a short delay to determine if that opportunity exists or not, that's not going to prevent a land dedication, then that's kind of where I'm kind of stuck in between those the dilemma of those two decisions.
Councilor Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. I won't be long. I know folks have been here for most of the night. One, I just want to thank everyone that's come out here to, voice your preferences and your opinions. I think each and every one of you that are here, as you walk away tonight, after the council decision, softball fields are going to get built. That's the bond requires that, and I think that you all need to know that it's this discussion and debate is where does it make the most sense that is going to create that vision that Councilmember Rocha was talking about. And I think that we owe it to you to vet this out as best as possible. There's a number of things that have been developed in this city that had a lot of opposition, and then once it's built, you know, you would think everybody was on board with it because it was, you know, it was thought out and it was done very well. I think the other thing that you all need to know, you know, late last year, I was approached by NVIDIA that wanted to do a big investment in East Side, you know, to look at how do we rehab some public facilities. You know, I approached Councilmember Herrera to, you know, let her know that, you know, I was willing to put up $250,000 in CNC funding. She matched me, and December 14th, NVIDIA is going to come out and redo at a high quality the Ocala softball complex. We're going to get 4 new softball fields right there on Ocala Avenue. You know, so you're going to get softball fields sooner than you think. And these are going to be youth fields. They're dedicated youth fields. You know, so you know, I don't want you to walk away feeling, well, you know, if the council doesn't decide tonight which direction they want to go and they want to put the decision off and make a better decision in 3 months, you're still going to have fields that are going to come out. But with that said, I do have a couple of questions for you, Julie. And what I would like to see, if this does come back in 3 months, based on your staff report, once you, on the section that has the recommendation and the section that has outcomes, you know, it reads, acceptance of the report will allow staff to proceed with implementation of recommendations that would result in the construction of softball facilities to serve demands for organized adult tournament play that is presently overburdening neighborhood fields. Now, that sort of tells me that your goal is to provide fields for adults and adult leagues, and you know, it doesn't give me the comfort or satisfaction that if we build these, regardless of where they're at, that youth are going to have just as much access as adult league, you know, as adult teams and players.
Thank you, Councilmember Campos. Yes, that's one of the key themes that's been talked about since the beginning of the bond program. And the thought behind that was that we do have overburdened fields. As we mentioned earlier, we have a shortage citywide in terms of fields. And so if we are to relieve the adult play, then more youth will be able to play. But this complex is intended to serve youth and adults. When we've done our benchmarking analysis, what we find out is that the fields get utilized in the afternoon by the youth. They get utilized in the later evening by the adults. And then on the weekend, it's both adult and youth get played.
So that doesn't give me that much comfort, because intentions and actual operations are 2 different things. Mm-hmm. And so what I would like to see is the staff to put more direction in there, that if there is going to be youth use, that needs to be in the recommendation and in any sort of agreement, you know, if someone's going to operate the fields for us. You know, because, you know, I think also in your report, you also, you know, stated that, you know, which sort of does give me a little bit more comfort, that you were acknowledging that the Ocala fields are, you know, are going to get done, and, you know, youth will play there as well. So if you could just, you know, clean that up, because I would hate for this to get done wherever it is. And, you know, I mean, youth leagues are pretty aggressive as well in terms of organizing and, you know, and scheduling that youth are not scheduled out or not have the ability to play in these fields.
Absolutely, Councilmember. And the last part of our outcome does say that the softball facility would provide a venue for practice games and tournament for adult softball, youth softball, and youth baseball. And you might be aware that we have a very collaborative process for reserving our fields in the city of San Jose. We bring all those sports leagues together, and in the past we used to give them allocations. Well, now we have them actually work together to decide who will be utilizing it. It's a really effective facilitated process. So we'd envision something like that again in the future to ensure that everyone is served.
Right, but it's good to have it in writing. Because if you look at our parks that are, getting overburdened by soccer play on fields that were never intended for soccer play by adults, adults are pushing kids out of being able to use these fields, and that's why you see a bunch of fields getting deteriorated. Look at Capitol Park, look at Hillview, look at Mount Pleasant Park. All those fields have fallen apart because adults are mostly using them over youth. And, so I would like to see that, if this comes back.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and those are my comments, Mayor.
Councilman Rocha.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to, there's been a couple comments or statements from staff about your concern or lack of certainty around the county and references to how long it's taken them to respond or how long you've been talking to them. Let me start with, I share the same skepticism, but I'm also interested in exploring that, especially now that we have some direction from the board. I remember, and contrary to what Councilmember KALRA thought about the Field of Dreams issue, we gave some direction in December, I think, last year, and it took you to report to committee, 4 or 5 months, and you had 6 bullets for us. So in terms of folks taking time to do work and the references to the county and how long it's taken them to respond, a little troublesome for me because we've had to push and nudge a little bit for us to get moving on this and get really serious about this issue. I also would look to you to say, how comfortable are you giving out numbers or commitments without your governing board approval? Most public employees are pretty reluctant to do that. I would suggest that the county staff had no governing board approval to do anything or suggest anything or give you terms. So the suggestion that they were acting in any other way, that most public agencies might respond with no governing board direction to do that on public land. But let me again go back to, I also have skepticism on whether or not we're going to have any different action, regardless of what just happened today at the county board. So that's where I'm a little stuck with this and how we portrayed this interaction with the county, and why I've been very hopeful that if we do have some governing board approval from the supervisors, that we'll see something different. So I'll leave it at that. Yes.
Thank you, Councilmember. And I just clarify that the county staff that we've been working with have been great. They meet with us, they talk to us. They just, as you said, as you indicated, they didn't feel that they had the ability to do some specific actions with us.
Thank you. And my last concern I'll share is that if we're going to walk into a room with this kind of skepticism, that we don't think you're going to do anything when we walk in the room, we don't think you're going to step up, we don't think you haven't done this, you haven't done that. I don't know how a positive interaction can happen as a result of that. So I would encourage you to find it in your heart or soul to walk into that room the next time you have a conversation with a little bit of hope that we might have some different outcome. And if it doesn't happen, then it doesn't happen, and we move back to looking at other sites or looking at other opportunities. So thank you.
Councilmember Herrera.
I wanted to ask Brad Durga, or somebody from Arcadia there. I see them just shaking their head. My concern is that if we don't move forward on this thing, if we don't take advantage of the opportunity in front of us with a dedication of land for sports fields, that we're going to lose that opportunity. Arcadia is not going to lose their development opportunity. They're going to proceed with the development. We're just going to lose the opportunity for the land dedication. And that's what I'm most worried about. And I just want to have Brad address that again.
First of all, not a fair question.
Okay.
What I can tell you is, no, we're not shovel ready. That's right. But I'm not stopping the application for 3 months no matter what. So that's what I can guarantee you and promise you. We're moving forward with the project one way or another. That said, I don't have a project, so I'm not comfortable going any further or saying anything else with that.
The idea, though, to dedicate the land was looking at being able to actually produce some ball fields, produce something from the city. That's why you were amenable to dedicating the land, right?
We're comfortable with where we are, and like I say, if it's gonna delay, I'm not willing to stop the application for 3 months. I've spent multiple hundreds of thousands of dollars on this, on top of the 7 figures we spent the last planning process we went through with the city. We're not waiting any longer. We're going one way or another. So and that's Brett, all I can tell you.
And Brett, is the ownership, is the is the process of dedicating the land, that's part of the process, right? That has to be at the front end. Can that be an afterthought later on or something? Or?
I don't know. I don't know at this point.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Councilmember Liccardo.
I wasn't finished.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were.
I want to ask Nancy Klein, who spoke with, I think, Nancy, you had some conversations with the county today. Is that right?
I did speak with Bruce Knopf of the county.
Can you talk to us a little bit about what you learned and what your impression was of where they're at in this process?
The specific conversation we had was that we were hoping to ask for specific information, that if there was a delay, we would very much like to understand what the price that would be charged, what the time frame for delivery, and there was some conversation about who would control the land, who would be able to actually determine what residents or who would use it. It wasn't at that time clear from county staff that in the time frame that they could provide that information. So again, these are very preliminary discussions, but just wanting from a staff position, as we have been instructed to do previously, to obtain that information as clearly and as quickly as we can, understanding that they have a master plan process which staff has concerns about getting out ahead of.
And I think that's what we're talking about here. I certainly am not here to impugn the county or the county's desire to do something. But what I think we have to look at realistically, and I was actually very impressed with the discussion that the county had today. I sat in and listened to that. On my computer, I was able to listen to their discussion. I don't know how many other people sitting up here were able to do that, but it was a very thoughtful discussion. And at least 3 members of the Board of Supervisors wanted to be very clear that there's a process. And that's what we're really talking about here is what is the county's process? The county's at the beginning of a master planning process. There are stakeholders at the fairgrounds. There are folks that need to weigh in. It's a big process. It kind of reminds me of doing like a general plan or General Plan 2040. Were we able to do that and, you know, target specific things and piecemeal that plan? No. And in fact, that was one of the questions that were raised by the supervisors, is not wanting to piecemeal the plan. Ken Yeager brought that up. Joe Simidian brought that up today. They were very concerned that their vote not be considered agreeing to put ball fields on the county fairgrounds. They wanted everyone to know that there needs to be a process. And that process is going to take time. And then even with a delay, they don't want to circumvent that process. They're certainly willing to have our staff talk to our staff about the potential of fields out at the fairgrounds. But no one here should get the wrong impression or should think that somehow there's going to be a decision about ball fields in the time frame we're talking about. They need to go through a master planning process. And that's what we're talking about here. Not whether the supervisors want to do something, but they have a process that they need to honor, just like we have processes. And so I just think we need to really understand that. And if we are going to allow a certain project, whether it's ready to put a shovel in the ground today, it's certainly moving forward and there's land dedicated with it and it's a real project. And people really want it to happen. And it serves the entire city, not just Evergreen. We have a lot of Evergreen East Side residents coming to say they support it, which I would think we should be happy about. They're not here telling us they don't want it there. But it certainly would serve the whole city. It's a city-wide capability that this complex has. And, you know, we've had other decisions in front of us where there was not a agreement by everyone on whether we should go forward. And I've seen this council step up and say, you know, I don't want to be the vote that stops a project, that stops something good from happening, and people have come around and coalesced and moved it forward. I've seen that over and over again here, and I'm hoping somehow tonight that folks think about, we have a project that's ready to go, that can benefit our entire community. Yes, it can benefit the East Side too. You know, and I'm not going to say I'm ashamed of advocating for the East Side. I'm proud to advocate for the East Side and proud to advocate for my district. But this happens to be a site that does both. And we have a very generous developer that's donating land, enough land combined with the Measure P money to build these fields that are going to be good for the adults, the youth, the seniors. They're good for our community. And not only do we not have a guarantee about the fairgrounds, we have a guarantee that they're going to have to go through a very lengthy process, years. It's not going to happen quickly. They've told us that. So I appeal to my colleagues, don't let this opportunity slip by. Please think about your vote tonight.
Councilmember Liccardo.
I just had a quick question or two about the numbers. You said if we were to go forward with 4 fields, may well consume both the 9 million and the 7.9 million reserve. Okay, I know I went to law school to avoid math, but that sounds like it's close to 17 million or so.
Sure, I just didn't want to, we still, again, we haven't put a shovel in the ground for the soccer complex yet, and so we do need to just I need to keep in mind that if we find something bad under there, which we're hoping we don't, we may need to dip into reserves for that. And we haven't fully costed out the 4-field option at Arcadia. And so there very well could be savings after that. But I just wanted to caution folks that I don't think there's going to be $5 or $6 million sitting around after that.
Do we have an engineer's estimate on the 3 fields, just to give us a...
We have an estimate at Arcadia per field at around $3.3 million, but that doesn't necessarily include some fees, et cetera, that may be included. So if you multiply that by 4, that's about 13, so it implies that we would have some money left over, but I just think it's so early in the process, it's hard to guarantee that.
Well, what I'm trying to understand is if we think we may need some portion of the reserve to finish the job in the soccer complex, and we may need reserve here as well, we don't have enough money to build 6 fields anyway, do we?
If we, correct. If we had the perfect site and we didn't need any money for a soccer complex, we maybe could get 6 fields in, but it'd be a stretch. It'd be a real stretch to be able to build that.
Okay. So I guess then the question would be for Nancy. In 90 days, we're going to come back with the miracle plan from the county. And it would be helpful to know what you need to be able to tell us whether or not we've got a match. And it'd be helpful for you to tell us what terms you need to have nailed down to be able to advise us to go forward. Could you tell us what those terms would be?
Councilmember, thank you. It would be very desirable in that time frame, given the urgency we have, if the county could take this decision in front of the process for the master plan and tell us what term, how many years, what the lease terms would be, if there's a cost for rental, because we would have a rental cost where we own property potentially. Who would control the fields? Who would say that they could use and utilization or prioritization? And then, as you mentioned, as currently estimated, our fields costs by parks staff would not go beyond 4 fields. Perhaps it depends. It needs to be analyzed, but it's possible that it would not be beyond 4. So what would be the feasibility for county staff to contribute, or county funds, park trust funds, to contribute to construction?
Okay.
Those items would be very important to know.
And from your conversations with the county, are they expecting us to pay for a lease?
That is not clear at the moment.
Okay. So I think it's important for all of us to have our eyes wide open here. We've got an offer of free land to build 4 fields that we believe we can build within the money remaining in the bond, or we have the hope of building 6 fields that we may not be able to afford on land we may have to pay for, and we don't know how much. With all that in mind, I'd like to ask the maker of the motion, they'd be willing to amend to require that within the 90 days, we get terms from the county on the term of the lease, who controls the site, what the price is going to be on the lease, and whether or not there's going to be any contribution from the county for these fields. That would be the request for a friendly amendment.
So the intent of this is to bind the discussion, or force the discussion, or require the discussion to only be centered around that? I mean, what if they don't give us that?
If they don't give us that, then we should have a pretty good indication whether or not we have real deal or not. I think the
How
point
would-
is,
I'm sorry.
the point is, if we come back here 3 months from now, knowing roughly what we know today, which is roughly what we knew in December 2012 when we began conversations with the county, I think we'd all agree that would not be progress, and it would not help us make a decision.
Forgive me. I would have expected that's probably what the conversation would have taken place anyway. So I'm not clear what we're...
I think it's important for us to have clear expectations of what we're asking for so we don't come back here and ask for more time when we don't get clear terms along those lines.
So the items that you just listed off, you listed off with the intent that you were going to have these in the conversation or the negotiation.
In being very direct, we've had those questions and made that request of information up to this time, since December, but we haven't been able to get that information. So it's just asking that, agreeing that council would be great a deal of help to staff to be clear that that was council's intention.
And for me, I'd love to have those, and I'd love to have more. I have no problem, I guess, with that expectation. I'm not sure what the binding part of it is. So I guess let me take a step further. And if it comes back in 90 days and we don't have that, is to finish your request for a friendly amendment to the motion, are we bound to do something, or?
No, I think it's just illustrative to the council, just how real the idea of going forward with the county would be. And I want to make sure we all are clear about expectations.
So there's nothing binding in the request. We're just going to say this is the parameters of the answers that we want. I'm comfortable with that.
Seconder says okay. So we have some specificity as to what we're trying to get added by friendly amendment. All right, I think we're just about ready to take a vote on this. We have a substitute motion on the floor. On that motion, all in favor? Opposed? I count opposed. KALRA, Reed, Nguyen, Herrera, and Liccardo. I think that adds up to how many? 5? So the motion passes on a 6-5 vote. So we'll take this up again before February 1st for the motion. All right, let's move on to the land use part of our evening because we're not done yet. On land use, we have some items on the public hearing consent calendar. We have a motion to approve the consent calendar. Are there any requests to speak on the consent calendar? There are none. On the consent calendar, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. That is approved. 11.3 are actions related to property at the northwest corner of Falling Tree Drive and North Carolina Avenue. Motion is to approve. We have one request to speak. Melissa Lander.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Melissa Lander with HMH Engineers, representing the applicant JG Building LLC. I would first like to thank staff for their work on this project. A community meeting was held on September 16th in which 2 neighbors attended. There were also no public speakers at the Planning Commission hearing, which was recommended for approval. I'm available to answer any questions after the public comment, and thank you for your consideration.
I think you are the public comment. I have no other requests to speak. That was the applicant's representative. We have a motion to approve. On that motion, all in favor? Opposed? Not opposed. That item is approved. 11.4, rezoning on property northeast corner of South Dianza Boulevard in Villa Vico. We have a motion to approve. One request to speak on that. Henry Cord, the representing the applicant.
Just wanted to thank Joe's staff for getting us through. It's about a 60-day process. I think you shouldn't be retiring. You're making progress. And we've had a good working relationship. We're going to revitalize this particular site, improve some driveway cuts and some landscape and setbacks, and I think we'll be okay. Just I'm in response to any questions you might have.
All right, I don't think there are any questions nor the request to speak, so that concludes public hearing. We have a motion to approve. Councilmember Oliverio.
Joe, just want to confirm this is a non-alcohol gas station?
That is correct. We're not approving alcohol.
Thank you.
On the motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed, that's approved. 11.5 is conditional use permit and determination of public convenience or necessity to allow off-sale of alcohol beverages at an existing neighborhood market.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve showing the public necessity and convenience.
All right, we have a motion, a second by Councilmember Oliverio. Councilmember Rocha.
Thank you, Mayor. I have somewhat of the same questions I had on the last item that we saw, similar to this, where we were allowing the alcohol sales for a Walmart kind of as the incentive for the grocery component. And I asked the question then, do we have any concern about this trend continuing where we might be treating these the same as full grocery stores? And let's just say hypothetically take this step further and we see this trend happen a little bit more where grocery stores go away and we have stores such as Target or Walmart move in. These aren't full grocery stores. I mean, I would suggest that walking into one of these, you'd see potentially, am I on the right item?
No, this is the Walmart,
Okay,
but this is one of the neighborhood markets, so it is functioning as a grocery store.
And what's the percentage of?
The alcohol is less than 1%.
No, I meant the grocery versus the other.
I think it's 100% grocery.
Oh, my mistake then. And the staff report listed that?
I don't know if we specifically discussed that, but the floor plan is a very traditional grocery store.
Okay, and I withdraw. Thank you.
Councilmember Constant.
Oh, no, I was just going to clarify the same thing. It's a complete grocery store, not a Walmart.
All right, we have a motion to approve. On the motion, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? One opposed. Councilmember KALRA. Motion carries. That was our last item of business. Open forum. We have some requests to speak. We'll take the open forum at this time. Come on down, folks, whoever wanted to speak. This is the moment for open forum. That would be Bill Adams.
Good evening. I'd like to talk about October 23rd when I went to the building department. I'm building a detached garage at my home in District 1. I added a toilet to the project and got it approved. I went to the building department and spoke to an inspector, and I had to cancel the toilet because of excessive cost. I asked for a refund of the fee I paid to add the toilet. Terry in the building department told me there would be no refund, but she wouldn't charge me for speaking to an inspector. I told Terry that I already paid inspection fees for a toilet room I could no longer build. She said to refund those fees, she would first give me a much larger invoice. I asked Terry if I should leave to avoid paying a large fee. She went to get her supervisor. Charles Willis came out, and he told me the same thing. What bothers me is that two city officials used a hypothetical invoice to stop me from talking. Wasn't this just a threat to take my money? When I was silenced by this threat, didn't I lose the liberty to speak to my government? Doesn't our Constitution guarantee the right to due process before we are deprived of life, liberty, or property? Mayor, I've given up looking for a refund, but I haven't given up on the rights of our citizens.
I'm sorry your time is up, but I asked you to stop and talk to Joe Horwitz after the meeting, who is the Planning, Building, Code Enforcement Director, so we can get the facts on this. But your time is up. That concludes the open forum. That concludes our meeting, and Mr. Horwitz is right over there. We're adjourned.